Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories Podcast. I'm your host, John Dehlin. It is January 10th, 2025. Happy New Year. I am over the moon, excited, thrilled to have the band back together. We're getting the band back together. We have Lauren Johnson Matthias. Did I get the order right of your name?
You did. You got it right.
Lauren Johnson Matthias from Hidden True Crime. We've got Megan Connor. Hey, Megan.
Hi.
From Third Verse / Midlife,
Midlife Revolution.
Midlife Revolution. And we've got Binder Mom, dear friend, Mindy Caldwell.
Hi, everybody.
And today we are going to be covering the brand spanking new book that just hit the bookshelves. The House of My Mother, A Daughter's Quest for Freedom. Shari Franke, and of course, Shari Franke is the daughter of Ruby and Kevin Franke. And this is an amazing, powerful book. I'm just going to start off at the top. High recommend. Everyone needs to go buy this book right now. I went in a little bit skeptic, wondering whether it was going to be a good book. Lauren, do you agree?
I agree. I didn't know either. I went in with a very open mind and I couldn't put it down, which is, I think, why we're all able to do this today, because it just came out like 2 days ago and we have all read it cover to cover.
I think, Megan, you bought your airfare like yesterday, right?
I literally bought my airfare yesterday morning. Yes.
And flew here. Yeah. And then Mindy, is there a thumbs up for you?
Oh, absolutely. Flew through it. I was like you. I wasn't quite sure what to expect, but I'm very, very proud of Shari for writing this book. I think it's important for her to take her power back and write this story, and highly recommended to all.
Yeah, absolutely. So go buy this book. That's the first thing we want to say. Thank you, Shari Franke, for writing such a great book. And it's not just Shari. Let me just give a couple disclaimers right off the top because I think it's good. First of all, trigger warning, right? Mindy, that was your idea?
Yeah. Needless to say.
Do you want to say why or anything about that?
I mean, I think if anyone's familiar with the Franke case, there's talk of abuse and neglect, and then there's other parts of the book that I think we weren't aware of before this book came out, that there's a trigger warning for most of the topics in the book, I believe. So yeah.
There's a major storyline that none of us, I think, anticipated.
No.
Shari shares a story of hers. Shari shares a personal story of hers that none of us were aware of until this book came out. And I think people need to be aware of coercive control and sexual assault.
And grooming of minors, I think, in sexual ways.
A vulnerable person at the very least.
Yeah. So a couple just disclaimers that spoiler alerts, we're going to be talking about this book in depth. So if you don't want any spoilers, go buy the book, go read the book, and then come back over and check us out. Margie wrote a couple extra notes. We want to honor Shari for writing this memoir. It was co-written by Caroline Ryder. So I can tell it's just so well written. I couldn't write a book like this alone. So anyway, Caroline Ryder, credit to her. And we're going to just be digging in, kind of going chronologically. Let me just take a minute to welcome all of you who are joining us on the live stream. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to ask Julia and Maven, if she ends up joining us, to, if possible, when possible, to star any questions or comments. If you guys happen to share your questions or comments as super chats, I can promise you we'll make sure and include them. That's just a way you ask a question with a little bit of a monetary donation on YouTube. We want to thank all of our donors on Mormon Stories that make this episode possible, of course. And we look forward to the interaction with our live audience. We also welcome our asynchronous audience as well. Those of you who are listening later, not live, either audio only or video. Please like and subscribe to this episode, to this channel. That really helps with the algorithms. It helps us stay alive. So please subscribe on YouTube and Facebook and Instagram and TikTok and wherever, but mostly YouTube. So without any further ado, let me reintroduce or have my illustrious co-panelists introduce themselves. So Lauren, remind us how awesome you are.
Well, I don't know if I'll do that, but
Can I just say your channel is now officially like 100,000 subscribers bigger than Mormon Stories,
I
which
don't
I'm
think
thrilled
that's
about.
true. I don't think that's true.
I think I'm still in the 200, 270, 280.
No, then you have more. You have more
So
subscribers.
we're
still.
about the same, but we're about the same.
Yes.
Okay,
So
tell people how awesome you are, or I will.
I'll skip that question, but I'll share who I am. I am the host or co-host of the Hidden True Crime podcast and YouTube channel. We cover, as our channel says, true crime, and I'm always grateful to collaborate with Mormon Stories, as we've covered in depth the Ruby Franke and Jodi Hildebrandt case. We've covered in depth the Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow case, and continue to cover that. The band, as you explained, that's back together. We went deep into the book Visions of Glory, which, a little
Which
foreshadowing
appears in this
there.
book. It appears in the book.
Foreshadowing, put a pin in that. There's going to be a moment of like, we told you so. And
We
hence
did.
the
We told you
band.
so.
We literally did.
She even mentions Thom Harrison.
She mentions Thom Harrison.
Yes.
Let's, so I think should be proud of your work there, and all of us should be,
Yeah.
when it comes to putting something that ties all of these crimes together. And we have delved deep in our podcast as well on Tim Ballard, as well as the Shanna Gardner case, and several other cases that actually are part of this sort of LDS. I don't know. Is there an LDS crime genre
True crime.
now? Yeah, true crime.
MTC, right, Mindy? Mormon True Crime.
You made that up, John.
Yeah. But this is a case, we care greatly about. Like I said, we've covered in depth. And so I was looking forward so much to reading Shari Franke's book. And I'm so grateful to just discuss it with friends today. So yes, Hidden True Crime YouTube channel and podcast.
And some of the big cases you've been covering lately or have covered historically, just to give people a flavor?
Yeah, we cover beyond LDS crimes. We cover all crimes. We don't just specifically cover those that have an LDS tie-in. I just got back from Adelphi, Indiana, where I covered the entire trial of Richard Allen. Many know that Abigail Williams and Libby German, two best friends that were teenagers, were brutally murdered in 2017, and their killer was just convicted. And I spent every day going to that trial. I also covered both the Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow trial. I've covered the Alec Baldwin trial. We have several trials we're about to cover this year, including the James Craig trial, who's also unfortunately was an LDS family hit with tragedy. But we just we care about justice. We care about being victim centric on our podcast, and we care about understanding. We always say we're not a whodunit channel. We're a whydunit channel. That's what we're interested in. And my husband is a clinical and forensic psychologist. And so we delve deep into the whys behind the crime and the criminals.
Love it. All right. Well, and you have a TV journalist background, right?
I was a TV reporter for 10 years.
Yeah.
And then
in Idaho and Utah, right?
All over Idaho and Utah.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And couldn't put it away, obviously. I quit to stay home, and then here I am.
What's more fun, TV journalism or doing a cool YouTube channel?
Definitely this, because I get to choose what cases we cover every day, and I get to delve deep into them. When you're a TV journalist, every day you're on a different case. And when you care about something and there's other, local crime you have to cover, you have to put that one aside. And so to be able to finally dig deep and be a real investigative journalist and then say, this is what I care about, this is what I need to focus on, it's been a bit of, I'm very grateful for that.
Yeah. Well, so thrilled to have you. So thanks for coming, Lauren.
Thanks, John.
And a shout out to, if there are any Hidden True Crime viewers or fans out there, welcome to our channel. Thanks for joining us. Megan, you're next. Megan Connor, tell us about you again. Remind us about your awesomeness.
Oh, I just like hanging out with you guys.
Friends of Lauren, basically.
Yeah, just doing book
Mindy,
reviews
yeah.
and, changing the world. No, I've got a podcast as well. My podcast is called The Midlife Revolution. It just launched this past April of 2024. So I mainly talk about making small changes that end up becoming revolutionary. And most of it is about healing and about being kinder to yourself, loving yourself better, and just starting to question things that maybe I shouldn't do things this way. Maybe I should do them a different way. So it's all about investigating new ideas and new things. And I'm having a lot of fun with that. But I'm also covering, unfortunately, the case of my crazy cousin, Lori Vallow. She's about to go on trial at the end of March. And she's been having some hearings and motions. Unfortunately, she's representing herself, which adds another level of crazy to the whole thing. So I've been covering that, and I will also be at the trial. Lauren and I will have to hang out.
Yes.
But that's what else is going on. And I also just launched an e-course that the first module just launched last Tuesday. It's an 8-module course on how to recognize manipulation and control and how to defend against it. And that's one of the things I'm most passionate about. And the reason why I keep talking about Lori and her cases is because I always said that Lori had this veneer that she put on in public, and not everybody could tell that she was not really like that in private. And that's not who she really was. She was a master manipulator, and she's still manipulating people. And I think the more people who can learn to identify those tactics and defend against them, the less people are going to be victimized. And I think we just are seeing a rise in people who are exhibiting manipulative behaviors, narcissism, and it's in this book too, throughout the entire book. So I think the more aware people can become, the more healthy we can become as a society, the better our relationships will be. So that's what my e-course is about. And people who want to take the course can email me at askmegan@gmail.com, Megan with 2 E's.
Excellent. All right. And of course, last but not least, we have our dear friend, Mindy Caldwell. Hey, Mindy.
Hi, John.
Yeah. Tell us about you.
Oh, I'm happy
Retell
to
us.
be here. I've been on the podcast a few times. I'm grateful to be back with these lovely ladies. I always have mixed feelings because the topics that we're discussing are usually, around crime and around people who have been hurt or harmed. And so there's mixed feelings about saying that I'm excited to be here, but I am happy to be with my friends that I've met through following these stories. And I did not follow the Franke family before the news broke of the children being rescued. And I didn't watch their YouTube channel, but of course I've gone back and tried to catch up on some of those things. But I do have an interest in true crime, and in particularly ones that have an LDS tie, and this story certainly does. So I loved Shari's book. I'm very happy to be here and promoting her book, and it's an important story. So thank you for having me.
I want to say something about Mindy really quickly. What people can't see, and that we often joke about, we call her Binder Mindy, is what people can't
Show
see
them
is
the binder, Mindy.
she has a big binder in her lap right now.
Mindy's a super sleuther.
It
She's
is
a super
incredible.
sleuther.
We joke about it, but
She
it's
has a
actually
special brain.
yeah, it's incredible. And of course, clearly we all read this book very quickly. Again, you can't put it down. We recommend everyone reading it. But not only did we all have to just quickly read it, to understand, she has an entire binder with notes and sent all of us this incredible outline. So Mindy's brilliant. And so we can't do this without her. I just want to say that. We joke this binder Mindy thing, but it's real. And we are very grateful for it.
Thank you,
Yes,
Lauren.
I second it for sure. We couldn't do it without you.
Thanks,
Yeah.
ladies.
If Mindy weren't mom and a bunch of young kids, she would have her own YouTube channel more successful than
My
all of
kids
ours.
aren't that young, but yeah, I still have a busy house. But yeah, happy to contribute in this way, and outlining things with my brain helps me to stay organized and to hopefully not miss anything important that I think needs to be discussed today. So I'm happy
All right.
about that.
All right. Well, let's dig in. There's so many questions that I was going into this book wanting to know. I'll just share a couple, and then y'all can also share any things you were excited to learn about. The ones that I had, I don't know if y'all ever saw Grapes of Wrath or read Grapes of Wrath, but there's this point where the farmers are like out with their guns, ready to kill, because they're being evicted from their land. And there's this moment in the book where one of the farmers has a gun, and he's like, well, who do we shoot? And he wants to shoot, the person that evicted him from the land. But someone explains to him, well, the bankers, and okay, how do I shoot the bankers? Well, it's not the bankers, it's Congress. Well, let me shoot Congress. Well, it's also the president, who do we shoot? Like, is this pure Jodi Hildebrandt? How much is Ruby complicit in this? How much does the Mormon church play a role? What's, Kevin's, what was going on with Kevin? How complicit is Kevin? Like, where, to what extent do we distribute sort of causality? That's the main question that always comes up for me. And because this is Mormon stories, I'm always thinking about systems more than individuals. And so I just want to know, is there any way the Mormon church could improve to make it so stuff like this doesn't happen? But also, was Ruby abusive before she ever met Jodi? That was a question that Margie had. Again, how does Shari view Kevin's complicity in the abuse and or the neglect? And to what extent does Shari hold Kevin responsible? What is the nature of Ruby and Jodi's relationship? Of course, there's a lot of people who wanted and still want to know, to what extent was that relationship, as Shari says in such a Mormon way, intimate, right? Which is Mormon code for sexual, right? And then, to what extent are Shari and Ruby even going to have a relationship in the future? Those are some of the questions that Margie had going into this book. Any other ones y'all want to add in terms of anticipatory questions that were really on your mind, or did we kind of cover it?
For me personally, I never watched 8 Passengers. And so the first that I heard of this case was when the children were found. And so for me, I had a lot of questions about how the channel came to be and how widespread it was and how in depth they really did get. And, how was it for the kids? And so even though I knew that Shari was the oldest daughter, I didn't really know how much her involvement was. And so for me, the question was more about how the kids were being treated during the 8 Passengers time and what that was like growing up as a YouTube kid. And, how did that lend to this whole situation? Because I did know that the channel sort of lost, a lot of its notoriety when Jodi came into the picture. So I also wanted to know how that happened and what the dynamics like that were, as well as a lot of the same questions you had, John.
I think for me, I was very curious about the belief system. There was clearly a belief system in the back of all of this, right? There was storage, there was prepping, and as someone that's delved deep into the extreme beliefs stemming from the LDS faith, the ones that seem to be growing, it's sort of like my hyper focus in something we've covered a lot in all of the crimes and cases we've covered. I think I was really interested to learn more about Jodi and Ruby's belief system and what exactly they were believing about demons, about prepping, about the apocalypse. And I think that Shari did shine light on that as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. Very good. Mindy, any final anticipatory things?
I was just curious to hear just how this story evolved. And to be frank,
No pun intended.
At the outset and on paper, I probably saw myself a little bit in Ruby. I had the kind of classic Mormon upbringing, married young. I had 6 children myself. And, my parenting style, I'm proud that it's not like Ruby's. And I learned more about that in the book. But so I initially related to Ruby and the model of her life that she had developed with these children and having them young. And so I was curious to see how it could all go so bad and so wrong. And I just was, grateful for Shari for telling the story of how, problems started right away in her childhood. But of course, when Jodi comes on the scene, everything escalates.
Yeah. Well, should we dive in? Anything else?
Dive in.
All right. So let's dive in. So the first section that I have to talk about is just kind of like Ruby and Kevin's, formation of their relationship and kind of the early family life. And we're just going to go through kind of in different periods and just give everyone a chance to share their comments. So let's start with kind of Ruby and Kevin before they started having kids. Anything surprising or interesting there that y'all want to mention?
I'm always interested in the family of origin. I mean, we are on Hidden True Crime, actually. John is always like, we need to learn about the family of origin. That would probably be actually another thing that was interesting to me. How was Ruby herself raised? At what point did this idea of this strict, authoritarian parent model come from? And I think we did learn a little bit more that she also had strict parents herself, that she was raised to be perfect, the oldest daughter of a brood of kids, to be the example, to help raise her siblings, to be the perfect Mormon LDS daughter, and that she wanted more than anything else to be a mother. She wanted to be a mother because that was her role and how she saw herself to emulate. There was one interesting part, actually, and I remember I underlined it, where Shari said, and I'm paraphrasing, that her mom essentially wanted more than anything to be a mother because as she helped raise her siblings, she maybe couldn't wait for a time to be able to say, this is how I'm going to do it. And now it's my turn to do it. I'm going to have this control. Let me try to find the exact quote because it's really interesting that the reason she wanted to be a mother is she wanted the ability to have control and say, this is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it best. Because it is interesting to think of this woman that's now in prison for, abusing her children, wanted children so bad and wanted to be a mother so bad. But clearly it's what she was taught. It's how she was raised. And she wanted that control and to say, look, I'm going to be the best of the best.
Yeah.
Shari says Ruby's entire self-worth was built on exceptionalism. And I don't know if that's the quote that you're referring to, but that's how she describes her mom's goals of not just having the family, but kind of having the perfect family. So,
and I can't help but think about the church when I think about exceptionalism, because obviously the way the Mormon church rebranded in the 20th century, it was all about families. It was Donnie Marie Osmond. It was those commercials, those Mormon commercials that was like, family, isn't it about time?
mm-hmm.
And so, and just the traditional gender roles, like stay-at-home mom, like Mormon moms, that's their main goal in life, is to be great moms, right? And so, but then also the Mormon church claims to be the one true church, and so all of that exceptionalism feels kind of Mormonish to me. It's a lot of pressure, but it felt very Mormon,
Yeah.
What did y'all make of, so Shari and Kevin both go to Utah State University. I'm an Aggie, so go Aggies.
Ruby and Kevin.
Sorry, I'm going
You said
to
Shari.
keep doing that.
Yeah.
So thank you for correcting me. So
Mhm.
Ruby and Kevin both go to Utah State University. And there's this scene where they're courting and they're holding hands under a blanket, and Ruby is holding Kevin's hand, but she's also holding the hand of another boy on the other side. Now, that offends my ego sensitivities, but what is that a big deal or is that not a big deal?
I was going to mention the same exact story because I think it's a big deal, but I can also see how somebody like Ruby growing up, in this sort of Mormon exceptionalism, as we're talking about here, trying to find a husband, when finding a husband is the ultimate goal. And that's what she's focused on more than anything else. She seems like a person who wants to keep her options open,
Yeah.
and I don't think it's that unusual looking back at my own, adolescence, thinking about sort of the dating scene in Mormon culture was very different from the dating scene, I think, outside of Utah, because I listened to my cousins, on my mom's side, who all lived in Utah, talking about, going on dates with multiple people. And where I was growing up in Connecticut, that was not a thing that was done. It was like you were dating one person, and that one person was who you're going to go out with. You don't go out with somebody on Friday and then somebody else on Tuesday and then someone else the next Friday. That was really seen as kind of playing the field. But I think my Mormon cousins talking about their dating experience, that was absolutely what they did. So I don't know, maybe you guys can help me understand that better.
I mean, yeah, I put her age into context too, 18. I'm like, it is odd, but to put another perspective, and of course, maybe this isn't Ruby though, because she definitely has some narcissism that Shari talks about in the book. But I think that being LDS, being an LDS woman who dated for many years, it's very hard to learn how to reject men too, because we are taught to please and to make them feel good and to make sure we don't hurt their feelings. And so
to be nice.
I remember, myself at one point in my life having two guys like me, and we were in the scream group, and they're both, and feeling like this anxiety. I probably doubt that that's what Shari was, or sorry, I'm going to do it too, John, that Ruby was thinking, but just to give that perspective that it can be hard to, if it's happening and you don't know how to say no, but it's also, I just also thought it was just very BYU, right? It was just very, or they weren't in BYU, it was Utah State, but it was very, I guess, young LDS dating. She was 18, right?
Yeah. But dating in Utah, kind of going to what you were saying, Megan, about dating one person, it was highly encouraged in my upbringing in the 80s in Utah, to not steady date, because then you're going to get in trouble, with the law of chastity. And so it was very encouraged to maybe have dates in between. I had friends, I didn't have this rule myself, but I had cousins and friends who couldn't go on a date with the same person until they had seen somebody else in between. Just, I think, to prevent steady dating pre-college times. And then I find it so interesting that she goes to Utah State and she is on a mission. And Shari says in the book that she has a color-coded vision board of the requirements that she's looking for in a husband, and very specific height and occupation and car paid off and handsome. And it was funny because Kevin checks all the boxes, but I also thought that the hand-holding story was interesting. I think she's keeping her options open, and he's like, poor Kevin, he's like tenderly talking about how nice it is to feel Ruby's hand as they're holding hands. And then he realizes that she's holding hands with another guy on the other side. It just felt so Mormon and just like so innocent. Like he's 22 and she's 18, and it just feels very innocent. But then they go on to a very quick engagement, 2 weeks till engagement and 3 months to marriage, which probably sounds crazy, to people outside of the church. But if you've been following Mormonism, that's actually not super uncommon for a quick engagement and marriage.
That was pretty crazy to read, though. I was like, wow.
Yeah, pretty typical Mormon to be engaged within a few weeks to a month or two and married within 3 to 4 months.
Right. And I think it's to prevent law of chastity issues, as they call them. It's to prevent young couples from having sex too soon before they're married. I think a lot of people do that quick engagement, quick marriage thing because they want to make sure that they get to the temple, because that's the ultimate goal. Right. And if they have sex before they're married, they can't go to the temple, or they have to wait a year before they can go to the temple. And that's embarrassing. It's shameful for families. It's shameful for the couple. And so to avoid all that shame and embarrassment, we just get married really quickly. And probably a lot of times get into relationships where we don't know our partner well enough because it was such a quick whirlwind kind of thing.
Now that I think about it, let's turn to 291. This is a quote that I'm sure all of you wanted to read from the book. And normally I wouldn't jump to a quote at the very end of the book, but I think this is a really useful time to bring it up. And I think y'all will all know what quote I'm talking about. Let me just set it up though. If you think about it, so here's a question. Was Ruby in some ways set up at a disadvantage by traditional Mormon gender roles? And here's what I mean. She wouldn't have been allowed to date seriously in high school. She would have been allowed, let's just say that there is some sexual ambiguity in terms of her sexual orientation. She would have never had a chance to explore that, right? She would have never even been able to have normal dating practices in high school, because in Utah, Mormons are discouraged from dating. So then she's at college, and then as I understand BYU and Utah State and other places to be, it's like this meat market where you're an 18-year-old young woman and you're trying to get the hot return missionary guy before some other girl snatches him. So you've got your checklist that you've been filling out of the perfect Mormon boy and young women's for like 6 or 8 years prior. So you've got that checklist locked and loaded. You get there and you're on the hunt to nab your return missionary before someone else nabs it, because that's the whole reason you're in college. You're not in college to build a career. You're in college to find your boy, right? And so I could see her not only jumping into a marriage way too fast, which we've already talked about, but just literally wanting to, like, feeling the pressure to hurry and get married, but also wanting to keep as many options open until you can pull the trigger. Because what if Kevin were to dump her? Then at least she would have some backup. So that's my best attempt at a charitable interpretation of a story we've probably already spent too much time on. But how could y'all resonate with that at all? Or
I put more charity on Kevin in this situation.
Yeah.
That he was maybe, he could have had some more time himself.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's super short for Kevin as well, but he's a return missionary. And so he's under a lot of pressure to get married right away as well, because that is literally something that the prophets and apostles have talked about from the pulpit, that once you get home from your mission, you shouldn't be waiting too long before you find a spouse, take her to the temple, and, start a family. That's the goal.
Yeah. Well, Mindy, why don't we have you read that quote on I'm going to
291.
Yeah, well, do you know the quote I'm talking about, right?
Sometimes I find myself.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking?
I think so. Yeah. Yep.
That whole paragraph.
Yeah.
Sometimes I find myself tumbling down the rabbit hole of what ifs. What if Ruby hadn't felt like motherhood was the only path to fulfillment? What if she'd been encouraged to explore all facets of herself beyond what her family told her was right for someone born a woman? Maybe if she'd had the chance to pour herself into a high-powered career in banking or physics, fields where empathy isn't exactly a priority, she wouldn't have seen her kids as employees and extensions of herself. Or maybe she wouldn't have had kids at all. It's impossible to know.
Do y'all resonate with that?
Totally.
Yeah, absolutely.
Totally. There have been so many times since I left the church that I have wondered about what my life would have looked like if I hadn't been under so much pressure to get married and have kids. And I love all 6 of my children. I love being a mother, but I also mourn for the things that I couldn't give them because there were so many of them. And I think one of the main things that I look back on as a mom and think my kids were deprived of was one-on-one time with me. Very rarely did my kids get the chance to tell me how they were really feeling about a situation or have an in-depth conversation about something. It was like, okay, let's quickly talk about this in the car on the way to practice because I have 16 other things I have to do in the next half hour. And I look at, large families, and I think that's the biggest detriment, is that one-on-one time with the trusted adult in your life is so pivotal and important that, I wish that I would have had maybe somebody older, wiser talk to me about the spacing of my children and the size of my family in that way, in the way of like, what can you provide for your children if you only have a few rather than having a ton? Because the only messaging I was getting was, when is the next baby coming? It was like, you're going to be a lot more acceptable if you have more kids in Mormonism because you're bringing spirit children into a true and righteous household, and you don't want those spirit children to go somewhere else where they're not going to get to non-Mormon, where they're not going to get light and truth.
Yeah. All right. Anything else, Lauren?
I'm listening. I've actually talked to Megan and Mindy both about this because my life as an LDS person actually took a different turn. I mean, I didn't get married, and I'm a mother to one, but so I've actually specifically said this to Mindy, that I, in many ways, imagined my life being like yours, getting married and having like 6 kids. And so in many ways I wanted your life. And so I think it's just one of those, I think it's also just, simply a life question, like the what ifs, what if I had found someone younger? What if, I think that I became a journalist and I did have a career because I was single, and I don't, know. I don't know any other way. That's what happened. But I think I did want the LDS fantasy, if I'm going to be honest. I did. And sometimes actually, I'm going to be honest, sometimes I still mourn it. I didn't have it, I didn't have the option to have it. So I wanted 6 kids and I cherish my one. So I actually listened to this, but I also think that's just like a simple life question. And I did love that part of the book too, because Thank you for reading it, because I think that's like the ultimate question about life. What if we had all been taught something different, or what if something in life went a different way? Where would we all be now?
Yeah.
So I think it is an interesting question, and certainly Ruby knew what she wanted, and I think the entire theme of this book is Ruby knowing what she wants and getting it. So she was raised to get married young and to have kids and be the best mom, and she was going to get it no matter what.
Yeah. Beautiful. Thanks for being vulnerable, all of you. Let's talk about the personality dynamics in the Franke household, and specifically, Ruby's emotional profile as a mom, if it's okay. And y'all jump in with anything you want to talk about. But the next place I was going to go was to page 10, where Shari describes how much room there was for people's feelings. Megan, do you mind starting at yes, ironically, and just read for a couple of those paragraphs?
Sure. I just want to rewind one paragraph before that and just say, Shari writes, Ruby didn't believe in comforting me when I was a baby, not in the way most parents do. Why would she? Her family's philosophy had always been that it doesn't hurt a baby to cry things out, and then to skip. Yet, ironically, my earliest memories are of Ruby crying. She had tears for every occasion. Joy, sorrow, boredom, it didn't matter. Ruby wept through it all. A woman perpetually at odds with her own equilibrium. Perhaps that's why she wanted so many children. A set of Russian nesting dolls, each one slightly smaller version of the last, to absorb the tsunami of her raging emotions. And then the part that I really underlined and that resonated with me was just at the bottom of the next paragraph, where she says, even before I could form words or thoughts, I was learning that my pain didn't matter, that my needs were inconvenient.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think there's a point where she says the only person that was allowed to have feelings was Ruby in the family.
Yeah.
Yes, she had the feelings. I just think in general, the way I keep explaining it is it was a very authoritarian child rearing, that emotions weren't okay. And she wanted a little army. Not only was she the only one to have feelings, I've got to pull this quote up, and I'm jumping ahead. I'm sorry, Mindy, because you have this organized.
Oh, no.
I want to go through that. But this was interesting too. It says, Ruby too had her favorite Harry Potter moment, though hers came from Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, a scene where Dumbledore, challenged about performing restricted magic within Hogwarts, simply responded, quote, being me has its privileges, end quote. Ruby would quote this line often with a glimmer in her eye. The idea of being above the rules clearly resonated with my mother.
Is that Dolores Umbridge? Is that the name, or who's the character?
Dumbledore?
No, it's Dumbledore.
Oh.
And he's saying, he's doing some magic that's not allowed.
Okay.
And he says, being me, have it, because he's the headmaster of Hogwarts.
Shari mentioned that I think Ruby reminds her of Dolores Umbridge.
Okay.
She resonated with the Dolores Umbridge character because of the strictness and the my way or the highway.
Yes, Umbridge. I'll just read that because I have it here. Umbridge, that I enjoyed most, Shari is saying, for some reason, the tyrannical, power-hungry, condescending, sanctimonious sadist who ultimately faces her comeuppance. That's who Shari resonated with. Yes. But Ruby had her favorite Harry Potter moment, and hers came from this moment when Dumbledore states, being me has its privileges. In other words, Ruby would quote that line often because the idea of being above the rules resonated with her mother. I think that it kind of explains her parenting thoughts. I'm in charge. I'm in control. I am the only one with emotions. You guys can't have them, but I'm above the law. That was like a really important moment for me to understand what's going on in that house. Why is there so much hypocrisy and self-righteousness? Well, there you go. She really believes that she has these privileges her children don't.
Yeah. What y'all think about, this question of was there abuse? before Jodi enters the picture. There's kind of the piano lessons, but
Oh, there's clearly
do you want to
abuse.
reflect on, what was said there?
Yeah. Well, just before we jump to piano lessons and to physical abuse, I want to talk about the concept of childhood emotional neglect, because that is abusive. And I don't know how many people are aware. There's a Dr. Jonice Webb, who writes a book called Running on Empty, and it's about the concept of childhood emotional neglect and how that environment of not being able to feel emotions or having your emotions stifled by a parent where it's not safe for you to feel things, it turns into a specific amount of behaviors or types of behaviors as an adult where you feel really empty, where you're not able to name your emotions or process them properly. And I underlined this part of the same chapter. This is on page 11. It says, this Shari writes, "I can't help but feel sadness for the baby girl who cried for her mother, who wanted a different kind of love than the kind she received, a love that allows for vulnerability, for tears, for the full range of human emotion, a love that allows a child the freedom to feel." And I think it's so important to point out that when we don't allow children to express their emotions in healthy ways, they learn to stifle them, and it's going to come out sideways at some point. So just to say that part of the abusive environment in the Franke household was Ruby not allowing her kids to have emotions or to share them authentically.
And I think that is a staple, though, of the Franke household, what Megan just said, from the very beginning, not being held as much, crying out. That's sort of, though, the parenting philosophy, I would say, with the Griffiths. I think that's what we learned with the family of origin. I think the documentary, what's it, Amazon documentary, Shiny Happy People, where they talk about blanket training. Well, Ruby's sister Bonnie shares blanket training on her YouTube channel. I think that, so I'm saying before Jodi comes along, there's already a foundation set that this is how you raise children. You raise them to say, I'm in charge, to, as you say, stifle the emotion, to get complete obedience from the children. And Shari states that there's not just emotional abuse. This is clearly emotional. And Shari states that she longs for and mourns this little baby that wasn't held enough, that she was. But also we hear about physical abuse too, the slapping of the hands or of the mouth, or
tugging the ear.
There is also this physical abuse, nothing that would send them to the hospital, that she states.
Nothing that would show a mark.
Yeah,
that would
she
show a mark.
What did she described it really well.
It's on page 14.
Where she talks about the abuse.
Yeah, I can read it if you.
She calibrated. I think she uses the word somewhere that she calibrated her physical abuse to where it would be enough to instill fear in her children, but not enough to show marks. Yeah,
yes, which works.
At least on her. Absolutely.
Yes. And so there's this fear. She doesn't want her mother touching her. And so I just think that this is, again, this sort of authoritarian looking for complete obedience from sort of this army of children.
And also this tough love, where, I think I remember her talking about Ruby making the kids run laps or do push-ups that stuff didn't come from Jodi. That was going on early on.
Yes, that was before Jodi.
And also kind of breaking the kids down to break them back up. We should probably share the pajama story. Does someone want to tell the pajama story? Do you guys remember that?
Where she has the baby and her mom gives her the set of pajamas.
Yeah.
I think this is an important theme that comes up often in the book, where Ruby is planting seeds of motherhood in Shari very, very early. And she points out little things about her appearance that will make her appealing to a future husband, or, she talks, Shari has anxiety and develops this habit of biting on her lip. And her mom says something like, no husband is ever going to want you with disgusting scars on your lip. But Shari very, very early realizes that she has this disconnect with her mom. And it was after one of the babies is born. And
it's in
let me try to find
18, page 18 and 19. It's how chapter 4 kind of begins.
Yes,
Go ahead,
yes.
Mindy. Go ahead.
Yes. So it's after baby number 4 is born, and Ruby's mother gives her a set of silk pajamas, and Shari witnesses this intimate little moment where the grandmother gives the pajamas to Ruby, and Shari says, "When I get older, can I have silk pajamas like you?" And Ruby responds with, "When you have a baby, that's when we can be friends." And so I think she's sending a message to Shari that
I'm your drill sergeant.
I'm your drill sergeant until you're a mother and you have your own baby. And that's when we can be equals. That's when we can be friends. That's when you can get all of the love from me that you're craving. And so
Not until you're a mother.
And this is when Shari is 6 years old, is when her mom says that to her.
You mentioned the Griffiths, Lauren. I caught this. I don't know if y'all caught this, but at the very end, Shari says, one of the things I'm most proud of is I'm breaking the multi-generational cycle of abuse, which implies that the abuse predated Shari and possibly Kevin.
Yeah. Correct. And I think that's
Ruby. I keep saying Shari.
I know.
The abuse
Me too.
predated Ruby.
Absolutely.
Kevin. Okay, keep going.
Absolutely. No, I was going to say, I agree with that. And I think that's why I keep going back to this family of origin. I think it's really important to point out that there's a theme into, and yes, this sets a foundation before Jodi comes into play. I mean, I'm jumping ahead, but as we've stated on our channel, that Jodi didn't teach Ruby how to abuse. She gave her permission. So there's something already there. The way she sees her children, the way she's raising her family, the way she is abusing, or this tough love, and clearly I think that there's a point where the Griffith family is raised to sort of parent in this authoritarian way, to want strict obedience from the children. And that's, I think, the multi-generational thing that Shari is probably attempting to break. And that is the foundation of all of this. So she's almost primed for what's going to happen in the future. And so Ruby is doing this, she's doing this.
Jumping ahead, just along that line, in chapter 17, Shari says, connections, or Jodi Hildebrandt, reinforced what Ruby had been doing all along. It gave her a manual to refine her tactics.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So I think that she was ripe. She was ripe for the teachings of Jodi Hildebrandt because she'd already been kind of laying those foundations for all of those years.
They had the same worldview already.
Sure.
So it worked.
Right.
So Jodi found Ruby, and unfortunately they already had the same worldview about children. Thus, she was primed and ready for what she was about to teach and willing.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Let me check in with y'all about one other thing. I know we're spending some time on a lot of time on this early part, but again, like you said, Lauren, sometimes the why is kind of the most important thing. So I want to check in with y'all on something. So I remember growing up having very close family members, let's just say aunts or uncles, or even my parents. How cliche is it that in any given Mormon ward, there's like this perfect couple that looks perfect. The mom is perfectly dressed in makeup and hair. The dad's a businessman in the business suit. They appear wealthy. They appear like the perfect family. All the kids are sitting in a neat little row. And then you find out, like, I was going to say dad's in prison, or like they get divorced, or there's abuse, and it just blows up. And this happened in my family with close family members. It happened. My parents got divorced after 25 years of marriage. And I as a kid, I was always going, why are these apparently beautiful Mormon families just exploding in complete chaos? And what I felt even as a kid is there's this so much pressure to look perfect, and then to hide what's really going on, and to always put your best foot forward. And that's clearly what Ruby ends up doing with 8 passengers. But I do think, tell me if y'all think I'm wrong, that is a Mormon trait. And Ruby, Shari writes about it on page 13. She basically is talking about her mom's food blogging.
Oh, yeah.
And she says,
good looking home cooking.
What's that?
Good looking home cooking was the first blog.
Yeah. And she says, the truth is, I'm not sure she ever made those dishes, meaning the ones she blogged about. Sure, Ruby was always baking something, but most of the recipes on good looking home cooking were aspirational rather than realistic. Part of an image that of the smiling, flour smudged mama, the gaggle of cherubs gathered around the table. Even at this early stage of her online career, Ruby was showing her willingness to sacrifice authenticity on the altar of appearances. My question to y'all and your experiences is that a Mormon cultural trait?
I'd say it's Mormon. I'd say it's evangelical too. Again, this goes back to also shiny, happy people is
High
a great
demand,
example.
high demand religions.
High demand religions.
Yeah.
Let's go that. Yeah. And Mormonism too. Yes. But I just keep going back to this. I actually said to my husband once, his psychologist, who couldn't believe how many kids the Duggars had, and nobody really can, right? That's why they were a TLC family. But I said, look, you know, if anybody's gonna have a lot of kids, it's them, because she's so sweet. Look at her. Like, she just raises these good kids and she's there and she's this full-time mom. And then shiny, happy people comes out, to go to your point, John. And we learned that there's this strict obedience and this tough love going on in that house too, going to your point of like how things look perfect. And I don't even think it's the desire to look perfect. It's the desire to be perfect. I want to take that a step further. It's not look, it's to be. They're not saying we want to look, even though it's chaos behind closed doors. It's no, we're going to be perfect. I'm going to raise you with strict obedience, even in our home. This is, again, this sort of parenting style. We're going to get rid of the warmth and the emotion. And all I want, again, are these soldiers. So yes, this is, I would say, a high demand religion issue. It's concerning, in my opinion.
Yeah. And it's also, I think part of it is just the cultural shame for sin, you know, and for things not being perfect. Because I think in Mormonism, and also, like you're saying, Lauren, high demand evangelical, in that world, there's a correlation that gets made between sin and things just going wrong in your life. It's like if you were doing everything right, if you were praying hard enough, if you were keeping all the rules and following all the commandments, then God would reward you. And so when something bad happens, it's because you've done something wrong to deserve that. So we want to keep all of our, you know, warts hidden, because otherwise there's a lot of shame and judgment in the culture that, like, oh, if you have a child go astray, you must have done something wrong as a parent. You know, if you lose a job or if your kid has to go to rehab or anything like that, it's an indication of your righteousness. And because there's all of that shame and judgment in the church, I think that's the reason why there's so much, you know, of this veneer, of the cover up, of the inauthenticity, because it's really not safe in the culture to have normal human mistakes happen. You know, it's kind of silly even saying it out loud, but for kids to misbehave in church, I mean, for me, for my parents, that was like the ultimate, you know, you were going to really be in trouble if you misbehaved in church. And a lot of the times when I was younger, I remember my parents would not necessarily ever compliment our grades or our musical accomplishments or anything like that. But if somebody at church commented on how well behaved their children were, they talked about it for weeks. And that was just about the main part of the validation that we in my family, that we ever got as kids, was like, oh, so-and-so said you guys were so well behaved in church and we loved your talk and those kinds of things. That's what we got rewarded for.
I think it's important to note as well that for these women like Ruby, and I can speak from my own experience, let's stay-at-home moms, how your family looks, like that is where your purpose lies, and not just how they look, but how they act. And it's the product of your hard work is what people can see. And so, yeah, I think that it's a trap that you fall into maybe as a stay-at-home parent, because it's what you have to show for all the hard work that you're doing. You know, you're like, if my family looks put together and nice, then maybe that's validation for me that I'm doing something right. And so I found it interesting too, along these same lines, that, oh shoot, I kind of lost my train of thought, but yeah, it's tricky as a stay-at-home parent, and with all the children, it's a balance, because, you know, I think it's easy to look at the kind of authoritarian and dictator style, which clearly is not healthy. But when you have all these, I think they said by the time Ruby was 30, she had her 6 kids by the time she was 30, plus she'd had some miscarriages in there. That's a lot to go through, you know, by the time you're 30, and you know, there has to be some sort of order and balance, but, you know, so just finding that in a loving and accepting and emotionally available way is, I think, where she was missing the mark.
Yeah. And I think that because of how we're taught from a very young age in Mormonism that our highest calling is that of wife and mother.
Right.
And also the prophets literally tell us that our kids will be better off and everything will be better if we stay at home with our kids and we don't pursue a career. So there's a lot of pressure to do that, and not everyone can. And that's why when we're saying at the end of the book, you know, when Shari questions, you know, I wonder what it would have been like if Ruby would have waited to have kids. Maybe she would have learned more about how to deal with children and how to parent more responsibly. And it resonates with me too, because when I first started having kids, I was super young. My first child was born when I was 20 years old. And I began my parenting career parenting the way I was parented. And I think a lot of us do that because we don't really know another way to do. And the way that I was parented was with a lot of manipulation and a lot of control and a lot of shame, just the way that's happening in this book. I was shocked at how similar it was. And so when I started having kids, I started doing the same types of things. And when my oldest daughter was about 7, I just had this realization that I was creating children who were going to fear me the way that I feared my parents, not love me. And I decided I wanted to do things differently. And that was when I really started changing a lot of the things that I was doing as a parent and sort of breaking away from Mormonism, honestly, even at that young stage, because I didn't want to control my kids. I wanted to love them, you know, but I just think when we're in that culture, you're sort of predisposed to that. And certain personality types like Ruby's are going to take that to the extreme, unfortunately. And I think that's why we see Mormon families blow up so often.
Yeah. And then you add to that the influence of social media and trying to be a YouTube channel and trying, you know, and then even add to that potentially your missionary zeal for Mormonism and wanting to portray the church right. So maybe that's the next place we can go. Margie highlighted a quote at the bottom of page 43. I don't know do you have your book, Lauren? Is that even on there? And
I only have screenshots of the book.
Oh, okay,
I tried to log in.
Oh, maybe you can share her book with you.
Yeah, I can share.
Let's read a little bit. Lauren, if you don't mind, let's read starting with the final paragraph at the end of 43 where it says in many ways.
Okay.
And then just stop when you feel like, you know, the point's been made sufficiently. But this is about
this is really good.
Missionary zeal and vlogging and the ethics of vlogging and Mormon vlogging, really.
In many ways, family vlogging is a very LDS-aligned pursuit, a natural extension of our traditional practices. Vlogging offers a modern form of bearing testimony and keeping personal and family records while simultaneously engaging in passive missionary work. Vlog means church members can share their faith, values, and daily lives with a global audience, potentially attracting interest in the church and its teachings. In a way, the synergy between YouTube and LDS families seems almost predestined, fitting perfectly with the church's desire to be, quote, in the world, but not of the world, end quote, allowing members to engage with modern culture while maintaining our distinct values and beliefs. Do you want me to keep going? I couldn't agree more with this.
I mean, this next paragraph is kind of important. Yeah, okay. Keep going. Yeah.
Perhaps that's why Utah and the broader LDS community have become such powerhouses in the realms of family vlogging and traditional lifestyle content creation. Some of the earliest and most successful family vlogging channels have come from our communities, documenting life with multiple children, showcasing the appeal of family life to a mainstream audience, while demonstrating how modern media can be harnessed to share testimonies and values in a relatable, engaging way.
Yeah, like Mormon family vlogging is a global phenomenon. And it's even ironic, this book's coming out in 2025, but I think some New York Times level journalists declared 2024 the year of the Mormon housewife because of not just secret
trad
Mormon
wives.
housewives, but also the trad wives phenomenon.
Ballerina
Yeah.
farm.
Ballerina farms,
Yeah.
like it's not going away. What do y'all think about that? Mormonism and vlogging.
Well, I
Completely agree.
specifically, I
That's why I'm
agree
close
too,
to
and you're fine. I specifically remember a conference talk, a general conference talk, when we as women were encouraged to get out there in the universe and blog about our righteous lives. I remember that encouragement, and my sister and I were like, oh wow, we should start a blog, and we did. We started a parenting blog. It quickly went south because the title of it was God is the Only Perfect Parent. And I did about 3 blogs and I went, I can't write this.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, any other thoughts on why Mormonism it leads the world in family vlogging?
I
And if it's a
couldn't
good or a bad thing?
I couldn't agree with this more. I also resonated with Shari discussing her journaling growing up. I was so into journaling. I think beyond just showcasing and missionary work, I think it goes into ancestor worship and how we are supposed to be leaving, our history for the next generation. And I think there's also I think for me, there was a bit of a panic that if I didn't leave journals or if I didn't leave my history, then nobody will know, what it was like, or no one will know me. I remember feeling a panic in Sunday school where I missed a lot of the horrible Sunday school lessons that I heard, but here's one. It was about journaling. And I don't know if I was in young women's or the end of primary. I feel like I was like an early teen though. And they gave a story about journaling and recording. And this was before social media. And they gave a story of a little girl who was about to go into young women's. And her mom said, hey, how about this? I'll go get my journal so I can relate it to you about what it was like when I went into young women's. And the little girl goes, yeah, I would love that. And then the mom said, but guess what? I didn't keep a journal. So I can't let you know what it was like. And it's like,
Nothing like a healthy dose of guilt.
I have about 60 journals from growing up. And I'll tell you, one of the most traumatizing things is reading your journals from junior high. I want to burn them. I wish no one ever told me to keep those journals. I don't want to know what's in those journals. And scrapbooks too. I did that. But I think it's a bit of a Venn diagram. It's, oh, look, now you can be a missionary with your journals. So it's this double-edged sword. You can be a missionary with your journals, but there's also this idea of you're leaving a legacy for your children and your children's children, and you want them to then see, well, I want them to see what a happy family we are. So I think that's a little bit of it too. I just want to throw that in is there's not just we can be a missionary, but the whole journaling and recording your history starts with this idea that we're going to remember our past ancestors from their journals. We're never going to forget them, and no one's ever going to forget us. And we're going to pass this on to the next generation. So,
Yep.
Yeah. And I thought, there were points, one of my biggest concerns with this book is just thinking, how much can we believe of her as a reliable narrator? But for me, one of the fantastic things about the book is she reads from her journal. She reads actual passages of conversations she had with her therapist, conversations she had with her dad, reactions to an exchange with Ruby. She's reading from her diary and quoting from her diary. What a fantastic resource.
That's true.
Absolutely.
Shari, grateful you kept those journal entries. So there's a great example of thank you, Shari, for keeping a journal.
You don't need Ruby's journal so much, but that was dark.
And at that time for Shari, I think her starting that journal was crucial in her. I think she was around 11. Is it 11 or I can't remember what age, but around the time that that 8 Passengers is launched is when she starts writing. And I was really happy for her that she had that outlet where she could just, whatever the motivations were, I was grateful for her that she could have that outlet. And she'd say things like, my mom's being a shit today. And I was like, good for you, Shari, pushing back. And she really was able to start, expressing herself in a safe place for her that she hadn't had. So I'm really grateful that Shari kept those journals. And I think it showed that from an early age, she's a really good writer and she's a deep thinker and was able to express those feelings in a pretty eloquent way.
Heartbreaking when she writes in her journal, I don't think my mom loves me.
I don't think my mom loves me. That was so sad.
Yeah. Let me read a quote from Zachary's mama. Zachary's mama writes, it's a comment from our live stream. She writes, curiously, not being brought up Mormon, I recognize a lot of these parenting behaviors in my own life and lives of others growing up. The parental picture today is very different than generations past. So that's true. You know, if you read the works of like Jonathan Haidt these days, this idea of helicopter parenting, of over nurturing your kids, it almost reflects a little bit of the sentiment you were talking about, Lauren, that like there's another angle, which is in modern times, have parents swung too far to nurturing, and are they over nurturing their kids? So with parenting, sometimes you're almost damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Hey, if it's one or the other, over nurture everyone. Over nurture
versus abuse. Yeah, I think I agree.
Amen.
If it's about tough love or over nurture, I just say swing to the over nurture.
Agreed.
All right. Well, again, y'all jump in anytime. I've got this list, but the next thing that Margie flagged for us was this notion of consent and the ethics of family vlogging. And I know that Shari recently, I think, presented to the Utah legislature her thoughts. But before we jump to that, let's jump to page 53. And Mindy, maybe you could read. It's a paragraph that starts mid-page, but it's basically Shari reflecting on consent. Is child consent in family video YouTubing and blogging even possible? So do you want to read that paragraph?
Okay, tell
Mindy?
me where you wanted me to
It
start.
starts with what are the lasting repercussions?
Yeah. And this is just timeline wise, this is shortly after the 8 passengers has been launched, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay. What are the lasting repercussions of growing up on camera without any say in the matter? How does that constant exposure shape a child's sense of self, their future relationships, their very understanding of privacy? And what does consent really look like when you're a child, too afraid to say no? Personally, I mourn those precious formative years spent in service to someone else's vision. Ruby might claim her kids were always on board, but the truth is we never really had a choice in the matter.
What do y'all want to say about just this culture of family vlogging, of always having what she called those janky cameras in their faces at every moment?
Well, let's just take what Megan just said about how the LDS Church pushed this, go be a missionary. Now fast forward to Shari Franke speaking about what that was like for her growing up to the Utah legislature and saying, this is terrible. It's almost like it was a social experiment. And here we are. So let's just talk about that. Like, here we are. And this is the outcome of this social experiment. And I think that she also plays into how her family made a lot of money. She admits that they went from really trying to get by with so many kids and being young to buying a new car and having all of these things and being able to do tax write-offs on
and the brand deals,
swag
and all expense
and
paid vacations,
and that it was fun and that it was exciting, but the payoff is so tragic. And I think I also want to put in that, like, these LDS women that are doing this are taught to stay home, right? They're taught to stay home and to be a homemaker, yet they're smart and they're brilliant and they're visionaries and they want to do something more, and they can put this out there and make money for their families.
Right.
And I just can't, I got to go back to this moment of like, hey, do this, decades later. And here's Shari Franke saying and speaking up at the Utah legislature saying, this is horrible. I didn't have the ability to say no.
But it's so much pressure for a kid because the parents are saying, we got to set a good example for the church. The church wants us to project a good image. So it's for Jesus, it's for God, but also it's our livelihood. And, we're not going to be able to make ends meet. And also millions of people are watching. How does a kid say no to that?
Right.
Yeah, and I think we discussed a little bit beforehand. We watched, or some of us watched, the reaction from Shari's aunt, who is also a vlogger, a family vlogger. Bonnie, yeah. And she was very adamant that they have discussions as a family about this. And when Shari's book came out, they revisited it and they said, should we still be doing this? Is this still okay? And she insists that her kids are on board. But how can you actually know that when the pressure is so high? You're asking 8, 10, 12-year-old kids to go against their family, their parents, and to give up money. And what do most 8 to 15-year-old kids want? They want the latest video game. They want the latest sneakers. They want stuff that money, can buy, right? And so if you have this channel that's making a ton of money, and you know that if it goes away, that means fewer video games, fewer vacations, not as cool cars, all of that stuff goes away. And for a child to be able to understand that, I don't think that they have the emotional capability at that age, at that developmental age, to make those kinds of choices. So for me personally, the answer is kids can't consent. They can't consent to family vlogging because they have no idea what the repercussions are going to be.
Well, we've seen the tragedy of child stars for decades. That's nothing new, right?
Right.
We've seen it played
So
over
true.
and
Good
over
point.
and over again.
Yeah.
And the tragedy, and what comes from that. It's even more than imagine saying to a child, you are the breadwinner. You are our family's breadwinner.
Yeah.
That
These-
pressure.
The pressure from that. And if you don't do this, we're going to have to go back to work. And this is going to be hard on the family. And if you don't perform, the family doesn't make money. I mean, these children are their family's breadwinners now. It's that's
Even
a lot.
before they know it, there's that one first video that goes viral, where the baby crawls out of the crib. And
Yeah.
Mhm.
eating.
what's mommy doing
Or,
while
yeah.
the baby's crawling out of the
Excuse me.
crib, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Filming it.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no such thing as child consent when it comes to anything sexual and vlogging, right?
Yeah.
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 And what
there's no
Shari
such thing.
said when
Yeah.
she was in front of the legislature is there's no such thing as an ethical family vlog
Yeah.
for exactly those reasons. And on the same page, while we're talking about it too, Shari goes on to say, what about Ruby? If I can just read this little part. What might be the emotional repercussions of her snowballing online success? Yes, Ruby's drive was bringing in money for her family and validation for her ego. But none of those superficial rewards could fix what was broken inside her. Instead, they seemed to fuel a vicious cycle, pushing her to seek more validation, more views, more content, often at the expense of her family.
Yeah.
Wow.
So another theme is kind of Shari's mental health. What we see is her starting to have tummy aches, thinking that it's demonic possession, which is kind of a little dark and sad, of her feeling sick to her tummy in her bed. Eventually, learning about the term scrupulosity, religious OCD, and perfectionism. And, and clearly, I want to say this. When I first saw some sort of video from Shari, I'm just going to be totally honest. My immediate reaction was, wow, she really seems to have a flat affect, which is a term in, psychology, meaning not very emotionally expressive, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as I read that part of the book where it's like no one was allowed to have feelings but Ruby, then Shari's development, it could be personality, but it made perfect sense to me that if Shari developed maybe with a bit of a flatter affect, maybe that was just survival, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
But it's also clear if she was having tummy aches and suicidality, even as a kid, she was internalizing all this distress from both the conflicts with her mom, but also this family vlogging that was super stressful. What were your reactions about that? Kind of how it was impacting her mental health, her personality development. Anything you want to say about that?
I mean, it makes complete sense. I don't think how it couldn't. I think it was interesting for her to realize in Google, this generation also growing up with Google, right? I'm going to find out what's wrong with me. I hear depression. I hear, oh my gosh, that's me. I realize I have a stomach ache. I realize that I'm internalizing stuff, and I'm going to go to my parents and I'm going to tell them. And I think the difference between how Ruby react opposed to Kevin is interesting, because you do see that maybe Kevin is more empathic and does understand a little bit more about emotion at the beginning, maybe when she's younger, and then things change. So that was a really interesting moment for me to see how Kevin did handle Shari's emotions at first, opposed to later after Jodi jumps into the picture. But I think it makes complete sense. I don't know how a child wouldn't internalize that. I thought it was also interesting, though, that she learned about scrupulosity from her bishop. She went in to talk to her bishop and kept repeating, and he's the one that brought it up. And he said, "You're dealing with this." And then she went and looked it up too. That was interesting.
Yeah. I think it would be useful to talk about the eyebrow waxing scene.
Yeah, that is
Go ahead,
in
Mindy.
chapter. Where are we?
Before we go there, though,
Oh,
go ahead,
can we
Megan,
talk
yeah.
about the demonic possession?
Yes.
For a
Yes,
second?
let's go back to that.
please.
Because
Demons, yeah.
because I can't tell you how many people, covering the Lori Vallow Daybell case as much as you and all of us have done, right? The comment that I get more often than anything else from true believing members of the church is that we don't believe in demonic possession.
Mormons don't believe in demons.
Mormons don't believe that. So I just want to read this part. Okay. Please, can we put this to rest for just a second?
And this is your family's case. Let's remind everyone, this is your
Yes,
family.
My family, yes,
Yeah.
exactly. But Shari writes about her nightmares. She's having all these horrible nightmares, and I think it's important to read the descriptive language. She says, as soon as the lights went out, others would appear. She was saying there were things in the dark she was afraid of. She said, grotesque figures straight out of a medieval landscape, demonic entities leering with twisted grins. Their contorted faces haunted my sleepless nights, their agonized stories playing out in my dreams. Why might a little girl harbor such tangible fears of demonic possession? I'm sure the deeply religious paradigm I was steeped in played a role. We firmly believe in Satan's power and the ability of his legion of fallen spirits to possess individuals. We believe that evil can inhabit physical forms.
And she's saying that as if she
She's
believes it now, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Well, she's still very much a believer, I think, as
Mhm.
far as we know.
I mean, I didn't mean
she
to
is
talk over
LDS.
you.
No,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I was going to point out that I believe the part that you're reading, she's 5
Yes.
when she's
5 at this point.
remembering
Yes.
these. I mean, obviously she wouldn't have probably described it that way as a 5-year-old, but looking back, that's how she's describing that,
Yes.
having those experiences in that at that young age.
Yeah.
It's terrifying.
And she's writing in present day language, we firmly believe.
Yeah.
So
That's
still
right.
to this day, and she
Right.
says, we believe that evil can inhabit physical forms, sometimes fleetingly, sometimes for extended periods. Having been raised to believe the very air I breathed was thick with unseen forces battling for dominion over my soul, it was a small step for my young mind to imagine that battle raging in my own bedroom.
Yeah, it's one thing for kids to learn fairy tales or even ghost stories. It's another thing for them to believe that those evil spirits are real and all around them all the time.
Battling for
Yeah.
their soul all the time.
It's dark.
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up, Megan.
Yeah. that's a
Anxiety,
good point.
religious scrupulosity. I mean, that's the reason why there are so many of these mental health problems, is the beliefs are there.
Yeah. A question from one of our viewers, Dehender07 asks, and this may jump ahead in the timeline, but we'll take some of these questions as they come. Why haven't the Mormon Church excommunicated Ruby Franke and Jodi Hildebrandt yet? You can be excommunicated for being gay or criticizing the church or having a popular podcast, I'll say, but not excommunicated for torturing children. Make it make sense. So I know this is out of the timeline, but anyone have a response?
Do we know?
I don't know that we know.
I don't know if we know that Ruby's membership has been.
Yeah.
I don't know that.
I
Yeah.
don't know, but
taken away.
we discussed this when I was on Mormon Stories First with the Vallow case about why Lori hadn't been excommunicated. And the thing is, we don't know. But what is interesting to me is that there have been plenty of public excommunications, plenty of them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yours, for example, Sam Young, anybody who's an advocate for change in the church, lots of public ones. But I find it interesting that these criminals, these child abusers, child killers, there's no public denunciation of them or of their actions or of their criminality
Or abusers.
Yeah. Exactly. And we only know that Chad Daybell was excommunicated because somebody leaked it, right?
Love those leaks. Love those
Yeah.
leaks.
Keep
We
the
got
leaks
that one.
coming.
So
Yeah.
we don't, I mean, I don't know if any of you know, I guess we don't know if
Yeah.
either of them have been excommunicated, but you would think that the church would want to take swift action against someone who's been convicted of a horrific crime like this, to say they are no longer allowed to be Mormons,
Yeah.
you know?
To publicly distance from these people.
Exactly.
Well, if,
Yeah.
if we say pics or it didn't happen, that's probably what they're saying. It didn't happen.
Yeah.
No proof.
Yeah, maybe.
I think they are trying to distance themselves. I agree with you. I agree. I'm just like, right. It would be nice to know, but they're just going to put their blinder on
Yep.
many of these things.
They don't want
Yeah.
to draw more publicity to an already hot topic that a lot of people are talking about, that casts, they'll love to use the publicity machine if it casts them in a good light.
Yeah.
But if anything that's going to cast them in a negative light,
They'll stay
they
silent.
try to be
It'll
quiet.
always forever upset me that your family's case, they did not speak up when Tylee and JJ were missing.
Yeah. And I wonder though too, how
Well, they did the opposite. They told people not to cooperate with police authorities.
they told people not to get involved with the investigation or to testify in court without checking with their attorneys first, is really what they said. It's the same thing though.
Yeah.
Basically saying it's not okay for you to just get involved, you know. But I wonder, thinking about it, how much of this stuff that they really are aware of, you know, the 15 who sit in the ivory tower over there. I know that they've got plenty of people giving them information, but I think they're so far removed from the actual real lives of their members that they maybe don't know how much publicity this stuff is getting and how it affects actual members of the church and how they are talking about it. So I wonder if they just don't know how pervasive and common the reporting is on these types of cases, and
I
that
think
people are
that-
talking about them.
I think there's some truth to that too. I remember talking to someone who, knew one of the apostles, and she said, I don't even think they're even talking about it in their meetings. They just like,
Maybe they're not talking about it, but there's certainly like PR people,
Right, they're avoiding
minions
it.
down the line that are staying on top of everything. But who knows how
That's
much
true.
that the top leaders absorb or are informed.
That's
but
a
I agree,
good
but it's a
point.
poor
Mhm.
decision though. It's a poor
Yeah. I
decision.
agree.
As someone that's kind of into PR and like how one should handle a certain situation,
Mhm.
I'm always kind of assessing, analyzing. As someone that's been in the news in Utah and Idaho who had to reach out for the LDS church for comment and kind of understand a little bit about the workings of
Yeah.
the PR department, they missed the mark on addressing these.
Well, that's a great point, both of you. And I think it makes me think that there is some pervasive rule about PR that they don't address these types of cases, because certainly people are reaching out, reporters are reaching out, asking for
Oh, yeah.
commentary.
Oh, absolutely.
But I'm sure there must be some kind of just a blanket PR rule in the church that we don't talk about true crime, or we don't address the cases of our members becoming criminals.
I don't think it's a rule. I think it's a case by case basis. And that's why I think I can say they missed the mark on this one. It's certainly
Mm.
not the case for Elizabeth Smart.
Mm,
They let them have every press conference every day on the front lawn of the LDS church building. So it's a case by case basis. And that's why I think I can say they missed the mark on this one.
Yeah, I agree with you totally. I will just point out though that Elizabeth Smart didn't do anything wrong. She wasn't the criminal.
Oh,
in
I
that-
agree.
in that case.
Yeah.
So whether they would have given PR to someone who was a criminal,
No, I agree. I think we can all see the differences.
Yeah.
Well, let's jump to the eyebrow story on page 70. This is just an example of how exploitative things got. And so basically, I guess Ruby gets the idea of waxing Shari's eyebrows, and she even bribes her. So basically, starting in like the second or third paragraph, come on, Shari. This is Ruby. Come on, Shari. It'll be great. A great video for the channel. I'll give you $100. Right. And then Shari says, okay, you can wax my brows. Plopping down in the chair she'd set up in the bright glare of the ring light. Ruby had a salesperson's gift for making everything seem like an adventure, and $100 in the name of beauty sounded just fine to me. The pain was nothing compared to the horror show I witnessed in the mirror afterward. Ruby had waxed off half my left eyebrow, leaving a sharp 90-degree angle that made me look like I was perpetually shocked by my own reflection. Who needs symmetry when you can rock the, quote, Spock meets surprise squirrel look? I was mortified, but of course, Ruby kept the camera rolling, zooming in on my face like she was documenting a rare species of unibrowed teen in its natural habitat. The money shot, indeed. Shari, I'm sorry, she exclaimed, her voice quivering with what I'm sure was remorse and definitely not barely contained glee at striking content gold.
Yeah.
Sure enough, the video titled, Shari, I'm so sorry, with a thumbnail of me mid-ugly cry, racked up hundreds of thousands of views. Wonderful, I thought. I always wanted to be famous for my crazy eyebrows. I had to wear huge sunglasses for a few weeks to hide my mother's handiwork, and I don't recall ever seeing that $100 either. Like, isn't it hard enough to be a teenage girl?
So hard to be a teenage girl. And I mean, who thinks that was on purpose? I do.
I was just going to ask that.
I do.
Everyone
100%.
agree? Everyone
Yeah, for
agree?
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Premeditated?
For
Oh,
the
yeah.
views.
Oh, yeah.
For the
Mhm.
views. Yep.
And yet, did Ruby fake being horrified, right?
Yeah. And she says there was a gleeful undertone, oh, I'm so sorry, but this gleeful undertone.
Camera rolling.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, I know what it is to, I have a YouTube channel, you have a YouTube channel, John. I know what it is to, like, you want something that stands out. We call it a hidden true crime, clicky, not clickbait, because clickbait is bad, but clicky. You want something that, people are going to say, oh, I want to watch this. And you want to put your best stuff forward, say, this is what you're going to get. And to think that someone might be using children to do that, I think this is a really profound moment of realizing what this is. When all of a sudden your children are your YouTube channel, what are you willing to do for that clicky thumbnail?
Yeah.
Yep.
Shari mentions how she started to learn to recognize her mom's vlog voice,
Mhm.
where just like the regular stuff when they weren't on camera, her mom would shout or whatever the dynamic was. But then she started to kind of dread when she would hear that vlog voice, because she's like, here we go. Got to get into performative mode
Yeah.
and let's see what happens. But yeah, that's a sad story.
Yeah, and later when Shari is testifying in front of the Utah legislature, she says all she wanted to do was go in her room by herself and cry and grieve alone. But, Ruby kept the cameras rolling. I think it's
Mhm.
just a profound look into how that does affect kids. Like, kids need to be able to have their private moments, their emotional moments, make their mistakes in private, have a certain amount of anonymity in an environment where it's safe to fail, so that they develop resilience. And when you learn from such a young age to exploit those private moments, it's got to be really distorting for kids. And I think it's distorting to the rest of us too, although we probably don't realize it. When we consume that kind of content, I think it changes something in us too. And I don't think that that's good for anybody either.
Yeah.
Agree.
Yeah.
There have been a few comments online, in Reddit forums and whatnot, where people have some remorse and some guilt for kind of getting so involved in the day-to-day lives of these families and their videos, not realizing that they were kind of contributing to this exploitation. And yeah. Shari says several times throughout the book, some sort of iteration of this theme. One that I just came across in my notes is she said, this is a cautionary tale of what happens when the line between authenticity and performance becomes blurred beyond recognition.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a great description.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Comment from a viewer, Gail Sinatra. Thanks, Gail. Gail's amazing. She writes, I'm convinced Ruby has a touch of sadism in her, meaning pleasure from causing other people pain. Thank you all for your coverage of this saga.
Well, it's not just Gail that thinks that. Shari thinks that too. And
Yeah.
I actually always note that word because it's a big word to use when it comes to crime, of others, a motive, right? You don't just throw that word out, in my opinion. And I did note that Shari used that word several times when discussing her mother.
Mm-hmm.
And Jodi. Yeah.
And Jodi.
Mm-hmm.
What did y'all make? So there's this part in the book where finally Shari is allowed to go to a therapist. And at some point she, I guess, tells the therapist, gets up the courage to tell the therapist that she doesn't like playing the piano anymore. She wants to stop. So the therapist works with Shari to get up the courage to bring Ruby in and tell Ruby that she doesn't want to play the piano anymore because it's making her sick and she doesn't like it. And Ruby fakes to the therapist, "That sounds great. Oh, okay, Shari, no more piano for you. That's fine." And then lo and behold, a few weeks or months later, Ruby just out of the blue says to Shari, "Oh, you know what? I talked to your therapist and your therapist says you're good. You don't need to be in therapy anymore." And Shari's like, "I think I still need therapy." And Ruby's like, "Nope, you're good. You're all done. Your therapist said so." I mean, I have a psychology degree. And so what'd y'all think about that?
Oh yeah. I think it might have even been like the next appointment.
It was like the
wasn't
next
it?
appointment.
It was the very next
It was the
appointment.
very next. I
Yeah.
have this part start.
Yeah, go ahead.
No,
Go ahead, Megan.
Well, if you had something, I wanted to hear what you had to say. But I had this dog-eared and
Yeah,
and written all over because
that's
this
abusive.
It's a tough one.
That's
this
abusive.
is this is
Absolutely.
really
Yeah.
bad. So what Ruby says is, Shari writes, "Instead, Ruby just said, 'Okay, Shari, you don't have to play piano, and we never have to talk about it again.'" That was in front of the therapist.
Right.
Mhm.
And it sucked me right back into being a teenager because those were the kind of things that my mom would do too. She would say
Oh.
one thing in front of the person, but you knew that underneath that was like, uh-oh, I really messed up. This is going to be bad.
By kind of telling family secrets or being authentic or
Being
saying you have a
authentic.
need, right?
Or, well,
Mhm.
the intimation was Ruby was the one making Shari get up at 6:00 in the morning and practice the piano. And Ruby was the one smacking her hands when she made a mistake. And Ruby was the one shaming her for not learning the songs fast enough. And so by Shari telling her therapist that she didn't like piano, that was calling Ruby out in Ruby's mind, I'm sure, was
Mhm.
calling Ruby out for, being a horrible mother. And who knows what else Shari is telling this therapist. And now this therapist knows that I'm not the perfect mom. And if she knows, who else? I can just see the wheels of anxiety turning in Ruby's mind that Shari is telling the family secrets. Like, that's really, really terrible. And so what goes on then is that Ruby gaslights Shari into believing that the therapist has cleared her at a time when Shari's having suicidality, she's having religious scrupulosity, she's having huge anxiety that's having a physical effect on her detrimentally. And the exchange that takes place, I just think I would love to just read
Please.
through this a little
Mhm.
bit.
Yeah.
Shari says, "It wasn't long ago that I had shared my thoughts of suicide with Ruby." But what Ruby says is, "Great news, sweetheart. I had a chat with Dr. Winters today, and she thinks you're just fine. She doesn't want to waste our money on unnecessary sessions. So you don't need to eat so fast. No therapy today." "Mom," I ventured, my voice barely a whisper, "she really thinks I'm fine?" "Yes," Ruby said, her eyes bright with an emotion I couldn't quite place. "You're fine. You're not around Jake, who was the boy that she kissed, and that was a huge problem."
Mhm.
There's an obsession with Mormon moms getting their daughters away from boys who they have innocently kissed. "You don't have a smartphone." She'd taken away her smartphone, gave her a brick. "So you're good." So in Ruby's mind, you're not around Jake. You don't have a smartphone. You're fine. Never mind the fact that she's been mentioning that she's having suicidal ideation. Shari says, "Is this because I quit piano, Mom? Are you mad about how that happened? Is that why I can't do therapy anymore?" "Not at all. No more therapy. Doctor's orders." Shari says, "It didn't make sense to me. I needed more time. I was making progress, inching towards something I felt like healing." "Mom, I'd like to carry on if I can," I said, pushing my bowl away. Ruby's smile faltered for a moment. "Listen to me, Shari. The doctor thinks you're a very well-adjusted girl with, how do I put it, an active imagination."
Mm.
"Wait, she thinks I'm making this up?" Ruby says, "Mommy's little drama queen is looking for attention." So Ruby intimates that Shari's not suicidal. She doesn't have anxiety or religious scrupulosity. She's just making it up. And Ruby doesn't want Shari talking to a therapist anymore.
That's sad. And that part made me sad because at first, when she confesses to her parents about her suicidality and some of her anxieties, like Kevin took it seriously.
Yeah.
Like Ruby didn't. She pushed it away and she said something kind of flippant like, oh, she just needs to eat better and sleep better and she'll be fine. And Kevin said, Ruby, this is serious. We need to take this seriously. So I think that was an opportunity for Kevin to put his foot down. And we gradually see Kevin just get less and less power and become more of a shell.
Mm-hmm.
But that part was heartbreaking for her. And it just made me feel sad because the doctor clearly didn't counsel the therapy and probably was confused as to why they were counseling so abruptly.
Yeah.
That's my interpretation anyway.
Me too.
But how sad for Shari to have it suggested to her that it's all in her head and that she's a drama queen and that's just going to make her retreat further and maybe not feel safe, to even approach Kevin if Ruby laid down the law at that time.
Yeah. I was glad to see Kevin stand up for Shari at that point. I thought that was a really important. And then Shari ends the chapter by saying, whether Ruby was lying or my therapist had betrayed me, the result was the same. My little therapy experiment was over. In this family, the only safe emotion was no emotion at all. And I think there's a little bit of a stigma, right, around therapy that a perfect mommy vlogger would not want people to know that one of their kids needed therapy because that's a reflection on the parent.
And I also want to add, thank you for that. I also want to add that at least in Utah Mormon culture, there's been a history of sort of feeling like if you read your scriptures and pray and are obedient and go to church and have a good diet and get exercise, you shouldn't ever need to go to a therapist. And in decades past, top church leaders, including Bruce R. McConkie, have even sort of denounced the mental health profession as being sort of the devil. So there is kind of a cultural predisposition against mental health treatment. Although I think in the past 10 to 15 years, some of the apostles have tried to fix that, including Jeffrey R. Holland, maybe giving a talk on depression. But there is a deep woven cultural suspicion here within Mormonism against seeking mental health treatment.
Yeah. Yeah. And I also wanted to say, Megan, like, I think your voice is actually so important when it comes to this because, I've always joked, like, I know more about your family than I ever should, or your extended family. Sorry, TMI.
Everyone does.
And I don't mean your specific family, your mom and dad. I mean your extended family, your cousin Lori, and Lori's family and the Cox family and, the Vallows. So, and I think that what I have seen is sort of this idea when it comes to families like this like no mental health. It's very fearful. It's all sort of like everything's fine, nothing to see here. And anyway, I just want to thank you for sharing your voice when you do interviews and on your own YouTube channel, because I actually see this as a theme when I cover a lot of cases where everything looks good on the surface and there's something that's not okay. And I think that's something I've learned a little bit more about covering crime. And so, yeah, I guess I just want to point that out. Yeah. So
thank you. And definitely that was the theme in my family. I asked for therapy when I was 13 years old and my parents said no. And it was the implication was that just exactly what you said, John, is that if you pray hard enough and read your scriptures hard enough and just give your burdens to the Lord, he will take care of them for you. And, they didn't know at that point that I had, severe trauma from my childhood, early childhood. But then there was ongoing trauma in my house growing up as well that they didn't want to acknowledge. And when I later, as an adult, went to my bishop and said, I think that we need marriage counseling, we need therapy, the bishop cautioned me against going to a therapist. That was not church sanctioned, because he said, Therapists have all kinds of wild ideas about what they think is healthy for you. You really need to go to a therapist who is Mormon, who's LDS, who understands how important the faith is to you, so that they don't give you some kind of a treatment modality that's against our faith. So there is that suspicion.
Yeah.
And I just want to make a quick clarification. I said the Vallows, and what I meant by that was Lori Vallow. I know that
Yeah.
Charles Vallow was murdered recently, and his trial's coming up, so I didn't want to pinpoint that on
Right.
I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah,
Any
yeah.
Vallows. Okay, you understand.
Lori's family.
Lori,
Yes.
yeah, Lori's family.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was really sad in a dark part. Thanks for sharing, all of you, around that. So I think maybe we could talk about Chad a little bit. And Shari wasn't the only victim here. You could argue that all of the 7 or 8
Absolutely.
passengers were victims as well.
Yes.
Anyone want to share their thoughts of what they learned about Chad before? Because it's Chad that introduces Jodi, right? So
Yeah.
anything, I mean, anyone want to talk about how Chad was depicted that was interesting? Or
Before we dive into
Yeah,
Chad, I
please.
do want to mention that Shari makes it clear very early on in the book that she will be naming Chad as her sibling, and none
Yeah.
of the other siblings, there's no initials. Like, they're hardly mentioned in the book, except for, of course, near the end where the children in Ivan's are discovered. And of course, her concern for their safety, as things were escalating. But I really admired that about her. She said they've been victimized enough, and there's not a lot of mention of the other kids. And so Chad is the only sibling in the book that Shari names by name.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
She said they deserve a childhood, basically. That was a
Yeah.
great point, Mindy.
Yeah. And also, if we're going to try to stay chronological,
Yeah.
I think we should mention too that
Please.
Shari starts her own YouTube channel.
Right.
And she mentions this to Ruby. Ruby says she's going to approve all the content, but also that she will not shout out Shari's channel on the 8 Passengers channel, because she wants Shari to build it herself.
Until she reaches
Until she
100,000
until
subscribers.
100,000.
100,000 subscribers,
Yeah.
which that's a pretty big feat to do on your own without any help from any other channels.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah. And so, Shari's channel does eventually reach the mark, and it's right around the same time that 8 Passengers reaches 1 million views. And Shari is willing to go ahead and Ruby is willing to give Shari the shout out on the channel, which she does. And then immediately after that, she says to Shari, by the way, I'm going to be taking 10% off the top as a management fee for you. And
Yeah.
so
There's no way that you would have grown without
right.
my expertise and my influence
My
on
guidance.
you. Yes.
Yeah.
Even though she never mentioned Shari's blog that she worked so hard on.
Yeah.
Until
Mom
it had,
tax
yep.
is
Mom
what
tax.
Shari
Yep,
calls
that's
it.
what she called
I
it.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She said, I just want to read this. Whenever Shari's quoting Ruby, you really think you would ever have started a YouTube channel, let alone a successful one, without my help? You owe me, Shari. Business is business. Like, to hear that from your mom, that's really sad.
Yeah. Yep. There's a way to interpret that you're trying to get your kid to be self-sufficient, or you don't want your kid to get into social media, so you're going to make it harder for them, but the way the story's told, it just seems
Not
like
those
she's
things.
it's
Yeah.
not those
Right.
things.
Not that.
Couple comments from our viewers. Marissa writes, I don't know if it's Marisa or Marissa, keep teaching about the importance of recognizing the signs of child abuse and exploitation. We need to do more to protect children everywhere. Totally agree, Marisa. Vala Haux writes, you guys are amazing. I agree. Thanks for sharing your thoughts and knowledge with us. And then finally, Sequin writes, anyone else remember being taught to ask to shake hands with an angel so that you will know if it's an angel or if the being is the devil appearing as an angel of light? And then she actually cites Doctrine and Covenants 129, which is modern day Mormon scripture, where Joseph Smith quotes God saying that that's how you can tell a righteous angel
Spirit,
from an evil,
yeah.
wicked spirit is
Yeah.
by
Mhm.
offering to shake their hand.
Yep.
That's a great
It's in
point.
the canon.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Vala. Okay.
To Chad.
Yeah, no, that was great. And please keep jumping in. Y'all have done so much prep at any point. Reflections on Chad. Did you learn anything about him? She kind of paints him out as a jokester, a prankster, but also as an athlete. I didn't realize that he potentially was a good enough athlete to win a college scholarship. Did y'all know that?
No, but that was the most heartbreaking moment for me.
Yeah.
Was
When
that
they took
Shari
away his
understood
sports.
what they were making him give up and what they were asking him to give up were his sports teams, that everything that mattered to Chad were sports. That was what he had. That was his outlet. That was his life. Those were his talents, that he had scholarships possibly on the table. And because he was I would call it a typical teenage boy. That's how Shari explains it. Just, a bit of I don't know. I don't know. It sounds like a teenage boy to me, a little goofy class clown, that they didn't know what to do with him, how to rein him in. And so they took his sports away, and Shari seemed to be the one that was just absolutely shattered for him, not his parents, but Shari.
Yeah.
Did the sports getting taken away happen before or after he went to the Anasazi?
It happened after
After
yeah.
Anasazi.
Yeah, maybe we can talk about the Universal Studios
Yes.
Orlando
that's
episode.
where
That was
things
great.
just
That was so proud of him. For
Yeah.
that.
Joe,
what
does someone
started.
want to recount it? Mindy, you got that one?
Chad
Okay.
was smart, in other words.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's look up. It's in chapter.
I actually I can
go
tell
ahead,
you. I
Megan.
can tell
Yeah.
you, Mindy, because I'd love
Okay.
for you to read it.
Okay.
It's around page 90.
Okay.
Where they talk about the biggest brand deal.
The wet ones.
Wet
yeah,
wipes?
the
Is
wet
it
ones.
wet wipes?
Wet ones. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's down. Our itinerary starts at the bottom of page 90.
Our itinerary was planned with military precision, each camera-worthy moment scheduled down to the millisecond.
And where are they? They're in Orlando.
They are in
Universal.
Universal Hollywood,
California.
Orlando. No, it's in Orlando.
Oh, they're in
Yeah.
Orlando. Excuse
It's
me.
confusing because it says Universal Studios Hollywood, but it's in Orlando.
Okay.
So, yeah. I vividly remember being in our van when Ruby said she had a plan. We're going to make a big mess so that we can show how well Wet Ones works. We made it gross. Gummy bears smeared on windows, slime everywhere, chocolate all over everyone's faces, all to demonstrate the effectiveness of Wet Ones. It was all going so well until Chad brought the chaos. The park had opened early just for us, which was a big deal, so we could get footage walking through the empty park. But while Ruby was filming her brand deal talking points in front of the iconic globe, Chad was being, in her words, an absolute punk, making constipated gargoyle faces and photobombing her carefully orchestrated brand content. Ruby's dream of picture-perfect family content was rapidly devolving into a blooper reel, so she banished him to the hotel room while the rest of us enjoyed the theme park. Chad, ever the rebel, wasn't about to let Ruby's parental decree keep him down. He snuck out of the hotel room, took a taxi, somehow sweet-talked his way back into Universal Studios, and had a great time by himself. When we got back to the hotel, he was gone. We had no idea where he was for a while. And that, as far as my parents were concerned, was the absolute final straw. In Ruby's and Kevin's eyes, Chad was becoming some kind of juvenile delinquent, a malfunctioning robot, and they just needed to find some way to reprogram him. I don't know if we want to all keep.
So, just really quickly, in family systems, sometimes there's the misbehaving kid, but sometimes that misbehaving kid is actually playing an important and a healthy role
Yes.
in the family system. Y'all are nodding your head.
Yeah.
Y'all want to
The
respond to that?
balance,
malfunctioning
the
robot.
balance,
The malfunctioning robot. Like, let me,
Mhm.
But what's the potentially positive aspect of Chad's behavior in this case, right? What's it saying? What's maybe let's theorize of what Chad's behavior is trying to communicate to the family.
Well, when you grow up in this family system where everything is under the microscope and there's scrutiny and there's also reward for vulnerability online, and your parents are really involved in the vlog and that's their main focus, how else do you get attention? How else do you find out how your parents feel about you? How else do you get noticed unless you're the one stirring up trouble? So if you're the victim of childhood emotional neglect and you don't really have a face and you're just another one of the 8 passengers, how do you distinguish yourself?
That's
by
good.
acting out.
And I don't even know if this was him getting into trouble. I think it was him coming up with a solution. First off, I feel really happy for the kids and understand why the channel maybe brought them some joy as they get to make a mess in their car, right? I thought that was a moment too, where they get to put gummy bears and put chocolate all over the face. This is the family that has to be perfect. And all of a sudden, because of this brand opportunity, they get to be messy. Like already that's fun. I'm like, I get why these kids are torn. Like this is a moment where it probably was really enjoyable for them. And then they get to the park and Chad is again doing what I think is really great. He's rebelling. He's showing this is ridiculous. Like I want to be goofy. I want to be fun. I'm photobombing. Like that again is joy. That's, I think, representative of what's going on in the car. You know, he's just continuing it. Like I don't want to be a robot. We're at Universal Studios. And then when he's sent home or back to the hotel, because he's not a robot and he's saying, let's have fun. He's going to say, you know what? I'm going to come up with a solution and I'm going to go back to the park because I'm a kid and we're here in Orlando and we're here to go to this park and I'm going to go have a blast without you guys. So in some ways, I think he's showing this family what a solution is to this robotic lifestyle. And if they would only listen and see what he's doing, they could probably have a healthier family system. So I actually see Chad is coming up with some bit of a solution if they would just open their eyes.
I agree with that totally.
That's good.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's starting to internalize and be resentful of just the perfectionism and just the phoniness of what their life is. That I was proud of him when he's kind of pushing back as a parent who sometimes wants things that you've planned to just go well. I get the aggravation for Chad's behavior, but knowing the whole story of what they'd endured. I mean, there's a story of Chad being a really little boy who is mischievous and cuts a little piece off of Shari's hair. And Ruby punishes him by taking him into the bathroom with the clippers and shaving off a large section, like in the middle of his head, as a punishment for doing this. And, you know, those experiences, they build up. And I think that I think Chad in this moment at Universal Studios is just maybe pushing back at the perfectionist, you know, veneer that his family is trying to portray. And Chad knows very well how important this trip is for his family, you know, and I think he knew which buttons to push with Ruby. And yeah, I'm not sure he anticipated the response to that, but I don't know. I just see Chad as a fun, goofy, you know, little bit naughty, just trying to like find his way, find his voice in this family.
Yeah. I do see a little bit of that vindictiveness, though, knowing how important the shot was to Ruby and knowing that was the time to push the button. And it may have been sort of a, you know, getting back at her for not treating him well or not,
Right.
you know, giving him the sort of mothering that he wanted and needed. So the healthy side of that is if you have a kid who's acting up, you know, maybe consider why they're acting up and that they might need a little more attention or love or, you know, something that they're not getting.
Right.
I just think about how much I would hate the camera being in my face all the time.
Yeah.
And always having to perform for everything.
Yeah.
And another explanation is just rebelling and acting out, even subconsciously, is a way to say, this is stupid.
Yeah.
Can't we just have a family vacation and have fun? Why is the camera always on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're ruining this fun trip that we could have, you know?
Yeah. I agree with that. I also think it's important to note, you know, Shari goes on to talk about this experience where right after this, they send Chad to a bunch of different therapists. And basically the therapists say, Chad is too young for us to diagnose and pathologize at this point. He's a normal kid, basically, is what these therapists were saying, which is why I think Ruby ends up reaching out to Jodi because she sees a way for Chad to be diagnosed and pathologized. Shari says, not to mention, so he says, he usually ran circles around those poor counselors, you know, but he said Chad was often the most manipulative person in the room. Turns out growing up on camera is excellent training for pulling the wool over people's eyes.
That's good.
Yeah. Well, that's where the real villain enters the picture.
Yeah.
At the end of part two, at the end of this chapter, basically says, looking back, my parents should probably have just given Chad the space and time he needed to grow up. Teenagers act out. It's practically in the job description, but no, Ruby and Kevin couldn't fathom such a simple solution. Instead, they doubled down, more determined than ever, to find a Chad whisperer, someone aggressive enough to break through his defenses. Oh boy, be careful what you wish for. They were on a mission to find the perfect person to crack his code and rewire him to their liking, which is how the monster came into our lives. And then it says, a monster masquerading as a mental health professional, armed with a tight smile. She would say khaki shorts, I'm sure, and a mind full of psychological warfare tactics. A monster who would see my mother's inner darkness and cultivate it, nurture it, until it eclipsed all light. A monster named Jodi Hildebrandt. And that's when the villain is introduced.
Yeah.
What do you think about that intro, Lauren?
It's powerful. It's really powerful. And again, she says that will eclipse my mom. What does she say? That she, again, this is this duo coming together. That is
This creation of this black hole
there you
until
go.
it
Yeah.
eclipsed all light.
To eclipse all light.
Mhm.
It's quite the intro,
It's a
because
powerful
I
intro.
imagine that Shari looks back at that moment and just again and again and again, what would have happened if Jodi hadn't been suggested to the family? What would have happened if she didn't enter the picture? This was the moment that such frightening things began
Yeah.
Yep.
to happen.
Have y'all wondered where 8 passengers would be if Jodi had never come in? I guess Ruby's behavior tanked the channel.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
it was starting to take the channel down, her behavior already. I want to say this too, that it's interesting. So you said they were looking for anything to rewire him, anything to get Chad to their liking. I want to say too, like, this is something that I've learned about crime as well, and in assessing the whys behind crime, is that we are always looking for the answer. That as they take him from counselor to counselor and everyone's like, look, there's nothing, like, you're good. They're determined, no, there's got to be an answer. There's got to be a solution. And I think so oftentimes human beings, we just want an answer to everything, whether it's Chad misbehaving, whether it's, there are just some things that don't have answers. And I feel like it's such a slippery slope. And I see this in Ruby a lot. So I just want to point out that to her, there is a solution to everything. And there's going to be an absolute solution to figuring Chad out. And that is such a slippery slope and something that's frightening, I think, when we think that there is always just something to learn that will give us that solution.
Mm-hmm.
And there's
it
an
simply
urgency to getting your kid fixed.
Yeah.
When you're, when you have a very popular YouTube channel, I think maybe that's not the kind of content that she was hoping for. Like, how do we deal with our troubled teen? So I think that there was a sense of urgency in trying to figure out what was wrong with Chad, quote unquote, versus just kind of letting him develop normally as a teenage boy who was goofy and gregarious.
I know, so healthy, really, when you look at it. Like, if
Yeah.
this is trouble, you know what I mean? Most people are like,
Right.
okay, all of the things that you could be dealing with,
Yeah, he wasn't shoplifting or addicted to drugs or,
Right.
Harming other people or anything like that you see, so many kids get sent away to boot camps or whatever for. He was just acting out. He was a class clown. He was, mischievous,
He was messing up the video shot, right?
Yeah, exactly. So when you're saying like there's an urgency to get him fixed, but there wasn't an urgency to fix Shari's problems. It's like there was an urgency to fix the problem that he was messing up the content.
Well, he was more visible.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
Shari suffering privately.
Right. She talks about how she would shut down and distance herself. And she later gets in trouble for that too, because she's not engaging enough in the videos, but fixing the problem of Chad messing up the content was pretty important.
Why would Ruby want Chad to see a therapist, but not Shari?
Exactly. Because Chad was messing up the content.
I think what we're saying,
Chad needed to be fixed.
Shari fell in line?
Shari's issue was her internal, was her own depression. That didn't bother Ruby. Chad's behavior was an issue to Ruby.
It's the difference between internalized, and externalized.
The issue was how it affected Ruby. It wasn't what was going on internally.
What was best for the kid.
Yeah. It wasn't what was best for the kid. It was what was best for Ruby.
For the shot. That's for the money shot.
Yeah. But that's a good point, Lauren. I mean, I think it's such a common theme that we come back to over and over, that these controlling people, like, all they care about is what is best for them. They don't care about how their behavior affects those around them. They have this lack of empathy, this inability to really understand what they're doing and how it's going to affect someone. And we see this with the punishment that they give Chad by taking away his sports. Ultimately, Ruby has no idea how impactful that is to him. She just knows that that's the button to push to perhaps get him to fall in line more.
When someone is so desperate for control and they are so desperate to control others, that is where crime can occur. So I'm just saying that that's a pattern I see in my reporting. I can't help but see how desperate Ruby is to control others and her children.
So one part, the next part that comes to my mind that was really disturbing was the way Shari paints the picture. She learns about Jodi Hildebrandt, immediately senses that Jodi's off. And Shari gives the impression that at the very beginning, she Googles Jodi Hildebrandt, learns about Adam Paul Steed's experience. She doesn't name Adam Paul Steed in the book, which bothered me a tiny bit. I wish she would have just mentioned him.
But she mentioned him.
His story is important. She mentioned his story without mentioning his name.
Right.
And then she mentions that she knew Jodi had had her license revoked and had acted super unethically back at the very beginning of the relationship. And it gives me the impression that if Shari knew that Kevin and Ruby also would have known that about Jodi from the start. But so that was interesting that they were aware, because I knew about Jodi, right? But I didn't. I could imagine a family along the Wasatch Front. A friend says, "Hey, this therapist that can really help," and they don't even bother really Googling the therapist, or Bishop recommends a therapist, and so they just see the therapist and they don't really know about sketchy behavior. So it surprised me to know that Shari and likely Ruby and Kevin all knew about some of Jodi's problematic behaviors from the start.
I think what Shari found took some digging, because when this case broke, the day it broke, I went digging and I found out about Adam Paul Steed, and I found out about people calling Jodi Hildebrandt a cult leader from like 2019.
Yeah.
There was a lot of past stuff on social media, but I don't know if it's something that Ruby and Kevin would have found with some light Googling. It's more of like, wouldn't you agree? Like Mindy's a sleuth. Like you had to dig into their social media accounts and then scroll back to 2019 or find a certain profile.
No, there was a Solid Tribune article that basically said Jodi Hildebrandt's a bad therapist that lost her license for violating client-patient confidentiality.
But it still wasn't a top Google result.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. It's still, you're still going to have to dig. Like, I don't know if it means that Kevin and Ruby know, but it means that Shari is smart and was like, I'm going to find out.
Well, Shari finds out and goes to Chad and says, I have a bad feeling about this lady.
Let me tell you what I found out. Yeah.
Yeah. And he replies to her, Shari, she's just some middle-aged lady. If I don't do therapy with her, mom's going to make my life even worse. I survived the desert. I can survive Jodi Hildebrandt. And so he kind of, pushes off her concerns. And then, I saw this pattern that made me sad. Chad rats Shari out to her mom and says to Ruby, she tells Ruby that Shari's talking bad about Jodi, and Jodi responds, sorry, I'm getting the names all wrong. Ruby, okay, rewind. Chad rats out Shari to Ruby for raising concerns about Jodi, and then Ruby's response is, anyone who doesn't like Jodi is hiding something. So very quickly, I think Ruby allowed herself to get sucked into the cult of Jodi Hildebrandt and her way of thinking. So that was unfortunate to see the few times that Chad would turn, or Kevin would turn, and Shari just gradually just felt more and more alone, that she didn't have anybody in her family that she could turn to to express concerns.
Yeah. And there's also that dynamic in controlling family systems of ratting each other out as siblings. The parents reward the kid who rats out the other kid. And so the kids not getting much validation from their parents, they feel this obligation to rat out their siblings because it's a way of gaining more acceptance and approval from their parents, and sort of ingratiating themselves and saying, see, I'm on your side. I'm going to tell you when someone else is doing something bad. I know you appreciate that. So it's just a bid for validation, I think.
And Shari mentions that earlier. I think she gets accused in the online community of like sucking up to be like Ruby's favorite. And I loved this quote. It's brief, but she says, "I'm not sucking up. I'm surviving." There's a difference.
Yeah.
So it seems like, and this is so Utah, it seems like one of Jodi's first recommendations is that Chad go to a wilderness camp called Anasazi.
So Utah.
Why are you laughing, Lauren?
Because it's so Utah. I was a reporter in all of Utah and Idaho. It's a very Utah thing. It helps our economy. The laws here, everyone goes and recruits all these wealthy families from back east, and it's a thing here in Utah. It helps our economy. They promote these camps. You have people promoting them all over the country. This is a really weird thing about the state of Utah, and I think that everyone should be aware of it, because as a reporter, people need to be aware, and the way they are managed and the way they are not managed. And one reason we can get away with them is because we don't have some certain policies that other states have. This is a Utah thing, and it's something everyone should know about. So go learn about why Utah has a bunch of wilderness camps. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
And I'll say, I don't think I've said this before. I do have some close friends. We have some close friends that have worked in these troubled teen camps.
So do I.
And people I respect and admire, people who don't have any undue allegiance to the Utah or the church, will say a lot of good happens in these camps. So I don't think our point is that nothing good happens there. But on the other hand, parents are allowed to kidnap their children in the dark and have them be carried off by strangers because of weird laws in Utah that support this type of stuff.
I want to clarify, I don't doubt that there are plenty of good things that can happen in these camps. I'm grateful for good people that work at these camps, but I'm sure there's also a lot of good things that happen in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints too. And it's not all bad usually, but I'm telling you, that there are policies and things about the system that are very, very concerning, and people should not be looking the other way or just say because one child or a bunch of children are helped, things are going okay. Sure. There are a lot of concerns about this, and I'll shout that from the rooftop. We've got to fix the system in these camps.
And just Google Paris Hilton, Utah troubled teen camps. If you
just Google every southern Utah camp that's been investigated or shut down, or people being arrested because of how these schools are being managed.
Yeah. And to your point, John, that parents are allowed, and I agree with you, Lauren, there needs to be more awareness about it, because I've talked about this on my channel before and people will say, what? That's a thing? Yes, it's very much a thing. And to your point, parents can kidnap their kids in the middle of the night and send them to these camps when they really don't need it. And I would argue that—
it's like a girl has premarital sex with their boyfriend. She's kidnapped and sent off to a camp for 6 weeks or 10 months,
Yeah. And it's the kind of situation where if the parents are the ones who get to determine what the definition of a troubled teen is, we're seeing a perfect example of it right here, where Chad was just a mischievous kid and he gets sent off to a camp where there are kids who are abusers and addicts and who actually have problems.
Criminal behavior.
I would argue that perhaps the times where there has been a good result is when you have a kid with a legitimate problem that goes to a camp where he finds competent mental health help. And those are probably the stories of kids who have a good experience there. But the camps where they lump everybody in together and convince them all that there's something really terribly, horribly wrong with them when there sometimes isn't, that's when it becomes harmful. And I remember hearing one of the stories about a young lady who got sent to camp for having premarital sex. But she was in a group of kids who were basically drug addicts. And they were telling her, she was like, no, I don't have any of those problems. But the counselors were telling her that she had to confess. Otherwise, they weren't going to let her out ever. So she began thinking, oh, I am an addict. I do have a problem. And so it ends up destroying the mental health of a lot of these poor kids who get sent to these camps for not a good reason.
No, it's a real problem. And I know the legislature knows, and I know they're trying to contemplate reform because it's become a national embarrassment to Utah.
Reform is what I want, is not to get rid of camps that can help children, but reform is needed.
Yeah. So I thought it was interesting to find out that the price tag of Anasazi, which is Arizona, not Utah, $14,000 for 40 days.
I wrote down 49
49,
days.
yeah, 49
What?
days.
Did I get that wrong?
14,000 for 49 days.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. That's a lot of coin.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a huge
And she said her
expense.
parents didn't think twice about it.
Yeah. I called it a Project Chad, a quick fix. Anyway,
Which is why I think, that's the other problem with these camps is the huge price tag, the huge commitment for the family. And then if your kid doesn't reform in the allotted time, well, you can re-up, if you want to, but these camps are making a ton of money and they probably don't pay their people very much as well.
yeah. So yeah, Chad goes. That's when people started reaching out to me. As I think about it, there's a point where my viewers and listeners started saying, "Hey, John, are you aware of 8 passengers? Did you hear that Ruby sent Chad to Anasazi?" And I'm like, "Who's Ruby and what's Chad and what's Anasazi?" Do y'all remember? Was that one of the first points where 8 passengers starts to sort of get real public opposition?
I think the first time I heard about 8 passengers was the beanbag, and that's after
beanbag.
Anasazi. But the
Okay.
beanbag story is
Yeah.
if I go back, I think that's the first time I started hearing about
Yeah.
about 8
For me,
passengers.
it was Anasazi.
Okay, for you.
Obviously,
Shari states in the book that the beanbag scenario was the worst thing that
Yeah, for
happened
sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah,
for
they
a
lost-
passenger.
It tanked
Yeah.
their channel.
And the
100%.
fact that Ruby didn't even realize it until like she knew the content and she was still okay putting it out because she was just so blind to realizing just how terrible it was.
And
Making
so-
Chad sleep on the beanbag.
I'm really fuzzy on the dates for all of this because I didn't know anything about 8 passengers. So about what year would this have been when people started reaching out to you, John, about 8 passengers?
So I'm going to say 2021,
Wow. Okay.
2020. Like,
The beanbag incident happens in May of 2020
yeah.
is when that video comes out. So
Oh,
you're
that's the beanbag
the
incident.
beanbag
So
incident.
So it would have
yeah,
been, that's 2021.
that was 2020.
Okay.
So they
So
moved
maybe
into the new house in Springville in 2019. So yeah.
Okay.
When do you think that you started
Yeah.
hearing around that time?
No, it was in this very room. It was in this very room where we had a faith crisis retreat. It's the retreat where I met Zach and Gerardo. Gerardo helps me.
Mhm.
They came,
Mhm.
but another attendee came and just started telling us that he was part of this twisted, distorted therapy group where some therapist had him sleeping on his mattress in his office, and his wife, he wasn't allowed to have any hugging or touching with his wife for 6 months.
Hmm.
I learned about this
That's the first time you
pre-COVID.
learned about
Pre-COVID.
Wow.
Jodi Hildebrandt.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so this guy, and he's just this heartbreaking story of like, it's just because I masturbated a couple times and now my wife wants to kick me out, and she's going to these support groups where these non-licensed therapists are all treating me like I'm an addict, and they're encouraging my wife to kick me out of the home. And immediately I'm like, dude, come on, Mormon. I'll shut this woman down. Come on, Mormon Stories, and we'll tell this story. And he was like, I can't. I do MLM. I don't want to, tell my story. I'm worried about what the repercussions might be.
Mm.
I'm
Oh,
terrified
man.
of Jodi.
Right.
She's got her
Wow.
hooks into my wife.
Yeah.
Ugh.
And then I'm terrified that she might sue me.
Right.
And so that put me on notice about Jodi pretty early on, but I could never, even when people would reach out to me and say, I'm really concerned about Chad, I'm concerned about Anasazi, I'm concerned about the beanbag, I didn't know what to do, because I'm not going to like open the OSF up to a defamation suit by third, fourth hand, me making a bunch of named accusations, because
Right.
that's how people like, Jodi would operate.
Right.
But at the same time, everyone was too terrified to speak up.
Mm.
And so, anyway.
And haven't you found that even since it's
Oh.
hard, it's so
Oh,
hard to
yeah.
have anybody that will, and,
Yeah.
and likely a lot of them are still active in the church, but especially now that all the scandal has brought out, has gotten out, it seems like it's real quiet. Nobody wants to come forward and talk about their experiences.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So Chad goes on Asazi. He comes back, and then
He starts therapy with Jodi weekly
Yeah.
for himself.
Yeah. And it's quite a bit of money, right? Jody's pretty expensive.
$175 an hour
Yeah.
for her private coaching.
But then also it's like this funnel, because she starts with one member of the family, but then she starts saying they don't just need individual you're rolling your eyes, Lauren. Do you want to continue?
Oh, I can't stand her business model. I can't. It's disgusting. I think you have to sometimes have no soul to be able to take every, manipulative business, model there is and put it into just one. And that's what Jodi Hildebrandt did. She took the funnel, she took the MLM, she took the here's a better deal. She took the cult, she took the team, she took the 10% of the coaches. I mean, what did she do? And then she bought a $5 million home with it.
Yeah.
I mean, she has no shame. I mean, sometimes, I've always said, I'm like, man, sometimes I wish I had no shame so I could just be wealthy. Like, she took everything from these people. I mean, every sketchy business model there was, and she put it into connections, and people are like, okay, sign me up. I'm just like, oh, it's just maddening.
It reminded me of L. Ron Hubbard with the Scientology and the auditing, where you get somebody to tell all their deepest, darkest secrets so you could use it against them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And then, so there's individual stuff, but then she's got the group stuff, and then she does couples stuff. And before you know it, she's got her hooks into the entire family, and families are paying thousands of dollars a month or more, to the point where they're hitting up grandparents, draining retirement funds to be able to pay thousands of dollars a month for Jodi's support.
So reliance, isolation, separation, like everything. Yeah.
It was a cult. It's a full-blown cult.
Yeah.
100%.
Brainwashing. Yeah.
Can I point out
Please.
one more thing that is a common recurring theme? This is when Shari is pushing back against her mom. And, when Ruby finds out that Shari has defamed Jodi to Chad, Shari says, but Mom, she had her license suspended. Her own kids don't speak to her. Ruby says her kids couldn't handle the truth. She's been called by God to help people. So this is the recurring theme we see all the time. Somebody says they're called by God. They have a special mission, and that gives them license to take your money and to indoctrinate you into their cult so that they can have power and control.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Mindy.
Oh, no, I just was agreeing. I said, yep.
So, okay, here's another question that I have highlighted. And I have my own internal debates about this. Would it be fair for someone to say that the Mormon church prime and high demand religions broadly prime people such that they would be susceptible to a cult leader?
Yes.
So Lauren, you immediately said,
well, yeah.
Do you want to expand, or?
I mean, Shari says it in her book. She says that it's similar. She says that these people she says that her mom thought she was like Joseph Smith, and that Jodi thought she was like Joseph Smith. And so Joseph Smith is the founder and first prophet of the LDS church. He is the one that, taught people and converted people to Mormonism and started Mormonism. So when you have Jodi Hildebrandt saying, I'm like Joseph Smith, and all these people are primed to believe in leaders and follow authority, and to look for answers from a higher power, then yes, like they are people that follow any religion, or again, also, I want to just say prime through, as we're talking about family systems, through an authoritarian family system, are also going to be primed to want to follow somebody so that they can tell them what to do, and the LDS church is also part of that, with authority.
I think we're taught to trust the church members and church leaders without proper vetting, and maybe sometimes pushing down your intuition that something might be wrong. I think you trust. And I think when they were introduced to Jodi, they were introduced by a trusted friend, and then you get into the machine of it, right? And you start getting involved, and you see that there's all these people that maybe are in your circle, and I'm sure that there are some aspects. Am I being too generous by saying there may have been some aspects that were helpful for some people? In fact, Shari says that, like, after Ruby got involved with Jodi, she did yell
Less.
and was kinder. Although then she said her psychological and manipulative abuse ramped up, which Shari thought was even worse. But I just think we're primed to just trust and to outsource our own authority instead of like looking inward to our personal authority. I think we're so conditioned to outsource. So if there's somebody who's claiming to be have answers or have like a more of a closer connection for whatever reason. But Jodi, it stumps me. Number one, she's a woman.
Yeah.
You know, like I am honestly
To her credit, right?
I for sure. But I'm stumped that somebody like Jodi,
Not just a
was
woman, a
able-
woman wearing khaki shorts.
yeah, it's really actually perplexing because it kind of goes against the norm cult, and especially like, you know, adjacent to Mormonism. It's fascinating to me. So she must have had, you know, I think she just must have had such, you know, manipulative powers and convincing methods that she was able to convince people. I think often to your interview with her niece, Jessie, where Jessie talked about Jodi's own child, saying that she didn't feel safe around her mom because she said, my mom is so convincing that she would tell me that if she told me the sky was yellow, I would believe her.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, and Shari even says where her parents want her to have therapy with Jodi, and Shari's looked into Jodi enough to know that there's some real problems there. And Shari says in her book, over my dead body, was I letting that woman anywhere near my brain? That was her initial reaction. And she ends up having to have therapy with her. But yeah, it's
she ends
puzzling.
up becoming an acolyte.
For sure.
Yeah. Right?
For a time. Yeah, for sure. She was a perfect little Jodi robot for a while.
Yeah. And I was going to just off of what you were saying, Mindy, I totally agree with you that we in the church are conditioned not to self-validate.
Mhm.
We are conditioned to seek our validation from our priesthood leader,
Right.
who tells us if we're worthy or not to go to the temple. And so because we don't learn that self-validation and we outsource it to other people, it makes us particularly susceptible to someone like Jodi, who speaks authoritatively, who has a mental health degree and a license. At one point, it was suspended. And then she went on to practice without her license, just as a coach, right?
Mhm.
But she's had that experience and she does speak with power and she is convincing and charismatic. And also, I think the in-speak that she developed sort of made people go, oh, that's a different way to think of it. Maybe I'm thinking of that word wrong. It's not that I'm experiencing depression. I'm in distortion.
We have to
know?
bring up truth and distortion,
Yes, of
which Shari
course.
describes as two innocuous words that would soon become the bane of my existence. And I
Yeah.
think that was, you know, crafty on Jodi's part to develop these words that would explain pretty much any scenario that you're going to be in life. You're either in truth or you're in distortion.
Yeah. And you're
Black or
talking to, yes,
Mhm.
black and white thinking.
Yep.
And you're talking to a population of people who genuinely do want to improve and become better and become more righteous or
Mhm.
more able to follow the rules. And so she's presenting this new way of looking at it. You're also talking to a population of people who is not used to healthy mental health language. And so you've got Jodi presenting this new language, and members of the church are going, oh, I never thought of it that way. I've never considered this as a mental health concept before. So it does absolutely make members of the church vulnerable to someone specifically like Jodi.
I'll add, we know from, you know, the arrests and from the pen papers that Jodi and possibly even Ruby were meeting with Brad Wilcox or Jeremy Yagi, like a Mormon general authority?
It was the journal.
I
Actually,
remember.
we were never given the pen papers. The
Oh,
pen,
okay. The
right.
journal.
pen papers.
The journal.
Yeah, the journal. By the
journal.
way, the pen papers. You can actually see law enforcement handle the pen papers, or is it pen papers? Is
Yeah,
it-
pen papers.
pen
Mhm.
papers in the body cam footage. It's so painful to watch because Kevin has explained what they look like and how they give it to him, and then they put it back, and you just want to scream no. But the journals, yeah, Brad Wilcox. Was it Brad Wilcox?
I think it was.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it
like
was Brad
Ruby
Wilcox.
writes.
Yeah, it was
Jodi
Brad
was meeting
Wilcox.
with Brad Wilcox, who's one of
yes.
the top leaders in the Mormon church.
Mhm.
Jodi's meeting with Jeremy Yagi, a
Yeah.
top general authority in the church. And what I'm saying there is I know it was part of Jodi's modus operandi to tell everyone, and I think it's true, that she had relationships with top Mormon church leaders.
Oh, she used that flex for sure.
That they didn't know how to treat masturbation and pornography, but that she did. And so that sort of reverence and deference to authority was an important part of what led people to be susceptible. Because how many of us, when we were Orthodox Mormon, if we heard, oh, I just got out of a meeting with Boyd K. Packer or Jeffrey R. Holland, we'd be like, oh,
yeah,
I'm paying attention. We know that Thom Harrison invited her to be a part of his kind of therapy conferences.
Yep.
And so
God back into therapy. Yeah.
And then finally, just the morality, the porn and masturbation shame doctrine and fear was just her money. That was her money train. If that didn't exist, I think if there weren't the obsession in the Mormon church with porn masturbation, and I want to be clear, I am not standing here as like some big fan or proponent of porn. That's not the point. But the point is, if the Mormon church hadn't pathologized pornography use to such a ridiculous, toxic degree, given how prevalent it is, there would be no Jodi Hildebrandt in the way, because she was just getting her fuel off of that outrageous, excessive obsession with what psychologists would say, at least in terms of the masturbation part, is healthy normative behavior. That created Jodi Hildebrandt, in my opinion.
Yeah. And I think, John, you were the one who told me that Jodi was instrumental in helping develop the church's addiction recovery program, which labels anyone who watches pornography at all as an addict. And I can't tell you how many young men and adult men have mentioned to me, either in private conversation or anecdotally to other people, that they went through the addiction recovery program because they were forced to by a spouse or by a potential girlfriend or potential someone they were engaged to, because they had looked at porn once or twice, and the insistence was, well, you have to go to addiction recovery at the church before I'll continue to see you, or before I'll marry you, or if our relationship is to continue. And what these men were describing was, as you're saying, just normative behavior that was pathologized and labeled addiction. And that's one of Jodi's main tactics.
It was her cash cow.
Yeah.
She takes it even beyond that. There's the woman who cheated, quote unquote, because she noticed that her mailman was attractive. And I think that Kevin had an experience where he admitted that he found another woman attractive at the gym. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, we're not even talking, we're not even talking about like porn and masturbation, although certainly that would be, demonized by her as well. But just any type of sexual impropriety, or what she described as that, would be considered distortion. And one of the most disturbing ones that comes up in the book is convincing these poor husbands that them showing any affection to their daughters is hinting at inappropriate affection, like or incestual, or pedophilia. Yeah. I mean, it's just, she just twisted and got into the minds of these people that were part of her program in such a damaging way.
Yeah.
Well, I guess if finding people attractive is being in distortion, then I'm in distortion like 100% of the time.
I want to know what the postman looks like. I'm like, I want to see pics.
Well, clearly Jodi was in distortion because she was hot for Ruby, right?
Yeah. I think we haven't quite gotten there yet, but I think that's so much the root of all of this that we're talking about. Probably goes back to her repression of her own sexuality.
Yeah.
Let me read a couple. Megan, I don't know if you've got something you want to read. Let me just read a couple of comments really quick, and then
go ahead.
So Cosmically Forsaken says, can we also talk about how Jodi ended Shari's first session asking her about Shari talking badly about her? We did cover that, Cosmically Forsaken. So rewind a little bit and you'll definitely hear us talking about that. But thank you. My good friend Brett, who invites me to basketball every Thursday. I've only been able to go once. I want to go again. Brett writes, Well, when I was working for the Highway Patrol, we often got called out to use the helicopter to search for the kids that ran away from the wilderness therapy programs at taxpayers' expense.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow,
That's interesting.
That's dark. Thank you, Brett
Yeah.
Hutchings, for that. I'm going to get to basketball soon. Don't stop inviting me, Brett. Dehendio07 writes, I didn't know that Jodi had kids until today. Now I'm interested what her kids think of her. John, get on the case. We need the tea. We need an interview. Well, go back and listen and watch my Jesse.
Yes.
Yeah. Jesse talks about that.
Jesse Hildebrandt interview. Also, Lauren, you've interviewed Jesse as well. Jesse
Not
goes by,
Jesse, only Adam Paul-Steed. I've interviewed Adam.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, Jesse goes by they, them pronouns, and I've interviewed them twice. Super articulate. Jesse talks about it, but I was going to just make this joke. Like, how is in the world that a woman who's kind of masculine presenting, who's divorced, and whose two kids are totally estranged from her, and who's lost her license in a super uber patriarchy in Utah, was able to gain so much power? I mean, I'm summarizing what we've been saying for the past, 15 or 30 minutes. But yes, Jodi was completely estranged from her own children and had a messy divorce and was married for like 12 minutes. You know what I mean? And it's just so weird that she was counseling on marriage, on sex, on parenting. It's just mind-blowing. So anyway, thanks for that question. There's one more quickly I wanted to share. Thanks to, no, that's it. Thanks to everyone for the donations and the super chats. So Megan, did you have another point you wanted to make about?
Well, no, I'm just kind of going through what I marked in the chapters where Shari talks about Jodi's counseling, quote unquote counseling, and all the different tactics that she uses. And, when I finished, probably it was after isolation tactics, winning the self-loathing Olympics, because you have to do that in order to be acceptable to Jodi. Then, Jodi gets Shari to keep this rigorous personal inventory of all the things that she's doing wrong, because, Shari comes up with a list and Jodi goes, well, that's kind of half-hearted. I don't really think you're trying hard enough.
Oh, that part
Right.
was heartbreaking.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
the different, like all of the tiny little things, 7 instances of whatever, she just,
Like being prideful, like,
Yeah. That's in chapter 20. The chapter's called Dirty Laundry. And this line broke my heart, where Shari says, working with Jodi was a dream come true for my inner mean girl. I'm like, oh, poor Shari. That's tough.
meaning that Shari was already, with her scrupulosity and OCD
Feeling
and
bad about
depression, was already
herself.
beating herself up enough.
Mhm.
And Jodi needed something to come at her with. And so since Shari wasn't externalizing her bad behavior like Chad was, and Shari was pretty much being the good girl, then Jodi had to flip it and like say, you're being prideful, you're being too confident, you're not humble enough, you don't have enough empathy, you don't have enough
You're
compassion.
engaging in adulation. You think you're better than everybody else. That's one
Mhm.
thing she talked about.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was like a psychological
It's
nightmare.
warfare.
Yeah.
It's psychological warfare on this
Yeah.
poor girl.
To answer the question of how does Jodi do this, I think she got really good at gaslighting people, and she knew exactly what to say to push the buttons to get people to hate themselves, basically, and to think, oh man, Jodi knows better than I do about my own experiences. I better listen to her. And this is really telling too. Jodi confronts Shari about what Shari said to Chad, basically saying, Chad, don't listen to her, don't go to her for therapy. And so Jodi says, before we hang up, I'd like to address something, Shari. I heard you had some disparaging things to say about me. Oh crap, blood rushed to my cheeks. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Jodi says, don't be sorry, be real. Fine, yes, I had some concerns. Then Jodi says, I said be honest, Shari. You were spreading gossip, lies, and rumors. Would you consider that to be compassionate behavior? Or do you prefer to blindly believe everything you see on the internet? So can you imagine
Yeah.
vulnerable Shari
Mhm.
with this therapist who has an incredible amount of control over Shari's well-being, and where Ruby has literally sung her praises and said how wonderful she is. And so now Jodi is telling Shari that she has been spreading lies and gossip and asking her, would you rather just outsource your critical thinking and believe everything that you read? Or do you want to be honest? It's like somebody in a vulnerable position, Jodi is clearly taking advantage of that disparity, that power differential to gaslight her. And Shari says, well, I mean, if it's the truth, I started feeling like I was walking into a verbal minefield. Oh, you're going to learn a lot about truth, Shari. You'll love it. Chad does. And he's much better now, isn't he? Jodi said brightly, shifting gears. He seems more respectful, I said quietly. And your mother doesn't shout as much as she used to, does she? It was true. Ruby didn't raise her voice as much as she used to since she'd been in connections. The question is, this is Jodi speaking, are you willing to do the same work to be a happier and more fulfilled person for your family and one day for your spouse? Sure I am, I said, feeling like I just signed a deal with the devil, or at least the devil's life coach.
I love that.
So I think a really important part of understanding not just Shari, but also what ends up happening to Kevin is Jodi's tactic of isolation.
Yes.
And I've got that flagged. Margie
Yeah.
flagged that for us starting at page 106 at the bottom. But maybe Mindy. Oh, actually, let's have Lauren read. Lauren, at the bottom of page 106, it starts talking about Jodi's tactics around isolation. And this ends up being important for both Shari and Kevin as well. Do you mind just reading until you feel like
Yeah.
we
At the
should
very,
stop?
where does it start?
Starting with the self-imposed isolation
Okay.
was part of Jodi's 106, bottom of 106.
Yeah. This self-imposed isolation was part of Jodi's twisted rings of responsibility concept. If you were distorted, you'd be stripped of every responsibility except self-improvement. No jobs, no community, no family, just you and Jodi's teachings in a vacuum. Solitary confinement. But you have to pay for the privilege, all in the name of healing. These separations typically lasted at least 6 months, the minimum time Jodi deemed necessary to demonstrate genuine change. Her logic that
Which is a good business model, by the way.
Right, I know. Again, like that's what I mean. Every sketchy business model, Jodi's like, boom, she's on it. Her logic was that anyone could fake remorse or make short-term adjustments, but sustaining change for half a year proves sincere transformation and a better paycheck for her.
And a $5 million hook.
Adults were essentially put on probation in their relationships, expected to prove their worth to Jodi to earn back the privilege of family closeness. The 6-month rule also applied to kids, and any significant transgression could result in a half-year sentence of restricted privileges, increased scrutiny, and constant pressure to demonstrate change.
Yeah, and that's how I met, my contact is just he was sleeping on a mattress in his office because he was under that 6-month probation, right?
Jeez.
Yeah.
Now we understand why Kevin didn't see his family for an entire year.
Yeah. And you have to understand Adam Paul Steed's story to maybe have a chance at understanding Kevin. Because not only would Jodi say, it would start with, okay, husband moves out and sleeps in another room. And then it was, husband relapsed, no hugging, no touching, no kissing, no emotional connection for 6 months. And then inevitably the husband sleeping alone in a room night after night with no sexual connection at all. Of course he's going to relapse and at some point masturbate, right? And then that's a relapse. And that's when Jodi would encourage her support groups to pressure the wife to kick the husband out of the house. So that's kind of like central to the con. But then what Adam Paul Steed's story tells us is that if you as a husband, and it wasn't always the husband, but I think it was mostly the husband, because Shari does talk about kind of this being a male hating sort of group.
Kevin says that when he comes home from one of the first things, he's
Kevin
like, it's just a bunch of man-hating women.
Yeah. So it's, and at that point, if the man ever stands up to Jodi and tries to defy her, Jodi ends up convincing the wife that the husband is sexually molesting the kids, and then starts to get police potentially involved.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, and again, sometimes people get after me for thinking that I'm a Kevin apologist. I think we can talk all day long about Kevin's accountability, but how could Kevin have been absent for 6 months to a year? I'll tell you how.
This is why.
If Jodi had him afraid that if he violated Jodi's isolation rules, that she was going to turn him into the police as a child sex abuser. I'm speculating a little bit, but that putting the pieces together from the contact that I made at my retreat to Adam Paul Steed's story and others, I can see why even with lesser things, Kevin would have been terrorized.
He wanted his family back.
Mm-hmm.
If he wanted his family back, he was supposed to stay away. Dumb? Yeah, that's what Jodi did. Yeah, it's incredible. But right, if you want your family back, stay away from him. Is it crazy? Yeah, but that's her tactic.
Yeah.
And also just a couple of things that, one of the things I learned from Adam Paul Steed's interview is actually the first step that Jodi does is she puts the men in a separate group, men in one group, women in another group. And when you first go to group, all these men are already convinced that they are addicts, that they are bad, that they're shameful, that they're engaging in these horrible behaviors. And they're essentially the MO of the group is to get the new person on board with this same way of thinking. Because if I remember correctly, Adam Paul Steed said that he went into this men's group and they were all, confessing like in an AA type of situation, hey, my name is Matt and I masturbate and I'm an addict. Adam was thinking to himself, that's not me. I'm not a pedophile. I'm not, distorted. I don't masturbate that much, whatever it was. And then he said, just gradually, he realized that he had to accept that. Otherwise, there were going to be repercussions from Jodi. Like, if you don't accept that this is bad about you, then we're going to take the next step and it's going to be more invasive. So it starts with this idea of self-betrayal. It starts with gaslighting. It starts with making you doubt your own experiences. And then it goes all the way, to isolation and, all of these repercussions. And I think, and I'm obviously not a man, but John, maybe you can lend to this. I think a lot of men are terrified in this day and age of being wrongfully accused of some kind of sexual misconduct. I've spoken to so many men that's like one of their greatest fears. And so they'll do just about anything to avoid even the appearance that something like that is going to be happening.
Absolutely. While we're on this topic, let's just jump to page 199. And again, any of you jump in, we're kind of jumping around a little bit here, but on page 199, Shari talks about how Jodi saw sex everywhere.
Yes.
It starts with literally Jodi saw sex everywhere. Do you want to read it, Mindy?
Sure. Jodi saw sex everywhere, in every interaction, every glance, every fleeting thought. In her mind, the world was a cesspool of lust and distortion, a roiling sea of desire, a 21st century Sodom and Gomorrah with only her twisted version of truth offering any salvation.
And I think the next paragraph is just essential.
A part of me pitied her, a repressed, self-loathing, deeply damaged woman trapped in an environment in which she felt compelled to conceal her true nature. Surrounded by women she couldn't have, women who were married to men she resented, in her mind, there was only one path to justice: crush the sperm donors and liberate the females.
Wow, that's such a paragraph.
Right.
Yeah.
Very well written.
So
So I guess there was that obsession with, is Jodi, lesbian, or was Ruby lesbian, or were they bisexual? Did y'all even want to talk about that? Is that just too dumb, or
No, I think it's important. I think it's
yeah.
an absolute question that everybody's had. Every interview you and I have done have talked about this. Everybody's wondered, and Shari certainly delved into it, which is she queer? Yeah, is Jodi queer? And is her mother is Ruby? And she actually also discusses Ruby's sexuality. And the answer is yes. The answer is they were physical, and at one moment I mean, I hope I'm not jumping too ahead. I'm the one just talking off of memory. I don't have the
That's
books
good.
in front of
No,
me.
you're great.
But one moment is that that Jodi moves in with the family. She moves out of Paige's home. She mentions Paige.
Paige
That's
who? Paige
Hannah.
Hannah, right?
Paige
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hannah.
I don't think she says Paige Hannah, but we know it's Paige Hannah.
Mhm.
She moves out of Paige's home and into the Franke's home. And she is staying in Shari's room. So Shari gets kicked out of her room.
Can I
And-
just pause and say how ridiculously unethical it is for a therapist or even a coach to be living with their clients?
I know.
100%.
Well, not only that, but in the same bedroom. So she takes over
Oh, yeah.
Shari's room, and it's Ruby and Jodi's room. And nobody's allowed to go in there
And can I
unless
ask,
you text first.
your
Yeah.
kid's a senior in high school. It's your last year with your kid, and you're going to kick them out of their bedroom so that some weird stranger can come live in their bedroom?
The therapist with who's going to then be with your mother in your bedroom. So, and that nobody was allowed to go in there unless you texted, and that Shari goes in there once and she notices massage oils and candles and all these things. And she's like, this looks like somebody's honeymoon suite. And then she does her thing, and then she goes in there once, and I can't remember. Oh no, she sees one in the middle of the night. She's up late. She watches Ruby come out in a robe with her hair disheveled and looking
with a smile on
with
her
a
face.
Like a kind
smile
of a
on her face,
sneaky
readjusting
smile.
her
Mhm.
robe, and then go back in thinking that nobody saw her do that, and that she does. And then in the end, jumping ahead, she reads stuff on the laptop that she got during that search, that Kevin was mad that she grabbed some things. She saw confirmation of their physical relationship, so that we can now know that they were physical. And then Shari speculates that her mother too is private in being, queer. So there's your confirmation. I mean, I don't know if any of us needed more confirmation. I think we've all had a lot of confirmation, but there you go. Their relationship was physical. And those are the things that Shari saw and experienced.
There wasn't a note. This is again jumping ahead at the information that was gleaned from the laptop. That she says something like, Ruby complained that she had to be a giver, but wasn't a receiver or something like that. And I think that
Yes.
Shari, it was kind of an interesting little note in the book.
That's important. I
but
forgot that.
It made me think. And perhaps this is a different time to talk about this, or there's another time to talk about this. But
No, it's
I
good.
wonder how was Ruby really queer, or do you think she was just under the spell of Jodi? And I don't know. It's interesting.
Shari speculates that she is.
Okay.
So I'll just, I think we all wonder that. According to Shari,
Mhm.
that's what I think was interesting. I think more so than Jodi, because I think we all kind of knew, is that she speculates that her mother is indeed, but it's private. So that was
Yeah.
interesting, according to Shari. And what you just brought up, Mindy, is important, that the thing she reads where she realizes that they have a physical relationship is that Ruby is upset that Jodi is always asking for physical, and what about Ruby? She wants that too. And so
Right.
she's shocked that all of a sudden her mother is the giver in this relationship.
Yeah, the tables had turned.
The tables had
Yes.
turned. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's also the scene where Shari comes back home and wants to go into her bedroom, and Kevin says you're not allowed to go into there unless you text first.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Her own bedroom too. Let's
So
just put that
Shari
into
can't go into
perspective.
her own bedroom per Kevin because no one can go into the bedroom with Ruby and Jodi and Pam,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And-
Unless they
into
text
it.
first.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I'll say this too, Shari discusses this too. She just can't believe it. Shari seems to have a lot of disgust, rightfully so, about Jodi. She talks about her appearance. She talks about the way she eats. She talks about, the khaki shorts, and she just can't believe, you can tell that Shari is sort of appalled by this person in many ways, that now is living in her bedroom with her mother. She just can't wrap her mind
Yeah.
around what is happening to her family. How did this happen?
I just think that Jodi's a walking contradiction. She talks about health and taking good care of yourself, but they're going to Dairy Queen every single day, and she talks about, Jodi consuming gallons of ranch dressing, and she doesn't keep herself clean, and
Also, not to shame this, but Jodi was self-harming with
with
scars and
pajama.
cuts up and down her arms, and she would always wear long sleeves to cover the self-harm, not to shame it, but just to show the physician needed to heal thyself. Keep going, Mindy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, I just think there's just so many contradictions in the methods and the principles that she was preaching as part of Connections, that she herself, the rules didn't apply to her. So,
Yeah.
and I think you find that in cults.
Yeah.
The cult leader can do whatever they want, but they're still going to preach these principles to their followers.
And I'm always just, whether it's Keith Raniere or L. Ron Hubbard or Warren Jeffs, like, cult leaders are just predictably dorky or dweeby looking so often.
Throw in Chad Daybell. If we're gonna go there, yeah.
Right?
No, I know.
So it seems
Yeah.
rare that it's just like a really dynamic.
Right. There's
Handsome,
something there.
charismatic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I know. I agree.
You don't think Chad's cute?
Fascinating.
I'm kidding. I'm sorry. It's dark. Okay, I went
No.
too far.
Awkward silence.
All right. I just dropped all my pages. Okay. So really quickly, is it worth mentioning the Visions of Glory stuff?
Is it worth mentioning?
It's
How
on page-
dare you say that? You get the band back together and then you say, "Is this worth
All right,
mentioning?"
Megan, give Lauren the book. I think it's on page 158 where it gets mentioned. But if y'all want to say
Yeah.
anything
Oh, I have
in terms
that
of background or
down here.
memory, let's go there, since this is the Visions of Glory, Chad and Lori Daybell
Yeah.
team.
And which chapter is this? It's a couple times.
Chapter 26.
Okay, this is 26. So I'll read this,
Mhm.
and then we also have to read some. It's the True Crimes chapter 2 is important.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Very
Yeah.
important.
Okay, so we'll get there. So tell me where to start. I see Charles the Lion underlined.
Yeah,
Well done. That's
Go for
important.
it.
That's important. We can't forget Charles. But where does it
Just
start
wherever
here?
you want.
Here, let me find.
I mean, the Visions of Glory part is like the second main paragraph.
Oh, there it is.
We're
Okay,
introduced
okay.
we're introduced to Pam Botcher, the friend, and they become kind of she calls them the three musketeers of the apocalypse. But yeah.
Oh, yep. Okay, so they're talking about the
Mhm.
apocalypse. You know what? I'll start there a little bit. Let's start with the apocalypse because I think that's important. So Pam, Jodi's oldest and dearest friend, we know Pam Botcher. That's where the
Mhm.
older siblings are found. High up in Connections, was always popping by with a case of soda and a high-pitched hello that set my teeth on edge. The three of them, Ruby, Jodi, and Pam, would hole up in my old bedroom for hours on end. They went boating in Lake Havasu in Arizona for a week and would make little shopping trips down to Mexico, coming back with grocery bags full of pills. When I asked about it, Ruby claimed it was all part of their grand plan to stockpile antibiotics for the end of days. Put a pin in that. We got to talk about that. It was as if they had formed their own exclusive apocalypse collective, and the rest of us were decidedly not on the list. They, like many doomsday preppers in the LDS Church, were obsessed with a book called Visions of Glory, published in 2012. The book, not endorsed by the mainstream LDS Church, was a wild ride of near-death experiences, apocalyptic visions, and doomsday prophecies. It became the basis for many LDS prepper fantasies, feed into their fears and justifying their extreme preparations. The book's contents range from New Age style spiritual encounters to graphic descriptions of impending disasters, foreign invasions, viral plagues, massive earthquakes devastating the entire United States, including our own Wasatch Front. It was all very trippy and apparently very convincing to Ruby, Jodi, and Pam. So,
And tell me if I'm wrong. I don't know if I remember this right, but when this story was breaking in our episode, were we speculating that Visions of Glory might have been involved?
we talked about it. We showed. So when this story broke, that was actually the first episode that John and I did, was showing, by the way, Thom Harrison is absolutely connected to Jodi Hildebrandt. And Thom Harrison is absolutely connected, and this Visions of Glory book, to Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, to Jodi Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke, and to Tim Ballard.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
beginning story that's still developing. And we went through all of it. The one thing we did struggle with was we could show that Jodi Hildebrandt was absolutely connected to Thom Harrison and to Visions of Glory, but we had a hard time pinpointing Ruby Franke. So now we know with the fact that absolutely they were into this book. And another thing that's really important to point out too, I've been to Jodi Hildebrandt's house. I visited it, and it is a prepper enclave. And I even asked, while I was there, she had food storage. And when we talk about these pills in Mexico that they claimed that they were storing up, one thing I have learned in these like very sort of extreme prepper groups that are, part of the LDS faith, but these LDS members that are sort of finding their little enclave of LDS preppers, is they are not just stockpiling food. And I think this is important to explain. They do stockpile drugs, including illegal drugs, as well as firearms, because they believe that they are going to be trading them in the last days too, using them, trading them, exchanging them. This is not just, I guess I just want to point that out because like I said, I have been into kind of delving into these extreme groups. They are not just stockpiling food and water. They are stockpiling a lot of very interesting things because they are ready to barter in the last days.
Yeah. So I wondered, because you read about what's going on in these rooms behind closed doors in the Franke home in Springville. And I wondered if they were taking psychedelics and they were sneaking off to Mexico to get psychedelics.
And then that's true too. And then let's throw that
but it was
whole
antibiotics as well. Is that right?
Probably. Let's throw in they were probably stockpiling them. And then we can also assume what else they were doing with them
experimenting.
Too. Yeah.
I know there's been some speculation about Kevin's police interviews.
Yes.
When he was talking about witnessing with his own eyes that, he had seen like plates fly across the room at the house in Ivans and really strange things. And maybe there's some speculation that perhaps he had, purposely or inadvertently taken psychedelics that were causing him to maybe see some of that stuff. So that's a theory that I've seen.
Yeah. And my question when I heard about that was he being given psychedelics without his knowledge?
Yeah, that's what I said. Either purposely or maybe or not inadvertently or
right.
I agree. Lauren,
without
to your
his
point, I remember you interviewing my cousin Braxton, who is an extreme prepper.
Yes.
And he talked about some of this, about storing things that, a lot of preppers had alcohol and cigarettes and things like that they were storing. I remember him telling us as a family at one point that he had hundreds and hundreds of pounds of coal buried in his front yard, because fuel sources and whatever. So I guess it doesn't surprise me to hear that they're also going to Mexico to get drugs and to store those types of things as well. But it's troubling.
Yeah. And Lauren, why does it matter? Why does the Visions of Glory connection here matter? Why does the prepper connection matter? Like other than just we made a connection. Great.
Well, I'll tell you why it matters from Shari's book. And actually, I'm sitting here looking for my phone that I had because I do have the screenshots that I wanted to share from the next chapter that talks about Visions of Glory.
Is it right under your right by your knee? That's not your phone?
By my knee. This is the battery charger that was once on.
Megan, you helped Lauren find her phone.
I've totally had it.
She's looking.
I've totally had it.
You did it. You did
under your leg, right there.
Okay,
did you do a screenshot of a part
I
of
have
the book?
a screenshot. So why does it matter? I'll tell you why it matters.
Okay.
Well, Shari will tell you why it matters.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Shari. So, all right. Okay. So this is from the chapter True Crimes. Shortly after, so from Shari's own words, shortly after moving into my new shared apartment, I sat with my new roommates in the living room watching a true crime documentary, Sins of Our Mother. Pause real quick. That's actually a documentary on Netflix that I worked on. My husband, John, is in it. Dr. John Matthias is a psychologist in that. It's on Netflix. And I also suspect that maybe now I understand a little bit of the play on words with her book. Hers is The House of My Mother, and this is Sins of Our Mother. So I'm speculating there, though. So I sat with my new roommates in the living room watching the true crime documentary, Sins of Our Mother. It was about an LDS couple, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. They had gotten married super fast after both their spouses died under sketchy circumstances. Chad's former wife, Tammy Daybell, died in October 2019 under suspicious circumstances, and Lori's former husband, Charles Vallow, was shot and killed by Lori's brother in July 2019. In September 2019, Lori's two children, Tylee Ryan, 16, and Joshua J.J. Vallow, 7, were reported missing. Lori and Chad married in November 2019, just weeks after Tammy Daybell's death, and while their kids were still missing. The couple were immersed in the same extreme religious beliefs and doomsday preparations as Jodi and Ruby, and the way this family spiraled into darkness felt horribly familiar. Their intense belief in the second coming and their obsession with Thom Harrison's visions of glory prophecies. It was all the same stuff Ruby and Jodi were always going on about. But it wasn't until watching that documentary that my hope faded into the darkest thoughts I'd had yet. That Ruby and Jodi were just as unhinged as Chad and Lori, if not worse. If we don't do something soon, my siblings are going to die. Why does this matter? Because we are seeing a copycat and repeat crime. And I have always stated, I do believe these children were about to die. I do believe that if that little boy had not escaped, they would not be here today. And they were dubbed that they had demons in them. And this book is affecting a lot of people's extreme beliefs. And we have not just seen it once now, we have seen it twice. And why does it matter? This is why Shari Franke realized it in that moment. My siblings are about to die. This book is concerning. It is not the end all be all. There are many facets here. Of course, I agree. It's not the book's fault, but it is a book that the LDS Church has not openly discussed. They outed Julie Rowe's books. I want to point that out. People say, well, they don't ever out a book. They don't ever talk about books that aren't mainstream books. No, they do. They made sure everybody knew that Julie Rowe's books were not to be read, and they called it spurious material. They have not yet said this book is concerning, this book is problematic, and that in itself concerns me, and it is something that is on my mind all of the time, and something that I have angst about all the time. This matters, and we need to be talking about it and be aware.
Yeah, and in the reporting we did on our Visions of Glory episode, we found out that not only was Visions of Glory, at least across a year or two, the most sold book in Utah, according to Thrift Books, but that Thom Harrison, and by the way, the book Visions of Glory doesn't have Thom Harrison's name. It has a pseudonym. Spencer, right? But we know Thom Harrison's the author. Not only do we now know that Thom Harrison was directly connected with Neal A. Maxwell, and likely Mormon apostle, a late Neal A. Maxwell, but that likely Thom Harrison has been consulting the Mormon Church as a mental health professional at a very high level for multiple decades. And that not only when this book started to be viewed as a problem, was Thom Harrison not disciplined or excommunicated, we found out that he was made a bishop.
Yeah, they threatened excommunication. He wrote a letter, he apologized, and then he was made a bishop. And he has always worked closely with the LDS Church, including mental health with missionaries, if a missionary is ready to go. And when you bring up Brad Wilcox meeting with Jodi Hildebrandt or other leaders, I can't help but wonder,
of course,
if Thom Harrison was helping. That Thom Harrison started the Eternal Core, bringing God back into therapy. He worked closely with many LDS leaders. And I have also always speculated, why hasn't the church talked about this book? Why haven't they said, this book bad, don't, yes, it's not sold a Deseret book, but they haven't said, like they have other books, that this is a bad book. And it makes me wonder who's friends with who here. I am very concerned that this book, and yes, you're right. And then we also know as a fact that Chad Daybell was indeed meeting with Thom Harrison, as was Julie Rowe. So Chad Daybell was meeting with Thom Harrison. Jodi Hildebrandt was meeting with Thom Harrison. This book has a cult following within this place. This book talks about death and destruction and earthquakes and a lot of demons, evil spirits yep. entering you, possession. It's something that is very, I keep saying that. I'm repeating myself. Rinse and repeat is very concerning.
And the church knows how to excommunicate people, because they excommunicated me for doing a podcast. No, I don't know if anyone has killed anyone because of Mormon stories, or at least associated with it. Touch wood, like knock on wood. But they know how to excommunicate Sam Young for advocating for the sexual abuse of children, Natasha Helfer for promoting sexual mental health practices. They know how to excommunicate somebody if they're causing trouble. To this date, we know of no negative consequences to Thom Harrison for any of this. Not that we wish ill upon him, but retract the book, take the book away, pressure John Pontius's widow
Mhm.
to take it down. The church could shut this book down if they wanted to, and they don't.
But they won't.
Yeah.
And the reason I believe that they won't is because it supports their theology. It is a faith promoting book as far as they're concerned, because it supports the idea of, the afterlife, of the end times. It supports the idea of prophets coming back from dispensations and ruling. And in the back of the book, there is a very similar vision that was given by a prophet of the LDS Church, and it supports that vision. And so if the LDS Church were to denounce this book, it would destroy some people's faith.
It'd be denouncing its own doctrine,
its own doctrine, its own theology.
Yeah.
And that's the number one reason why they won't do it.
Well, I disagree because I'll disagree with that because I think Julie Rowe's book also supported some of that theology, and they disowned that book. I think they were clearly concerned about the book when it first came out because they threatened excommunication, according to the letter that Thom Harrison had to write. I don't think Neil Maxwell would have been happy with it necessarily. That's personal opinion, so I'll do that. I think that they don't because they know many people believe in it.
Too many people
love it. And I do agree with the faith promoting. I do agree with the faith promoting, but they have said that certain books, even if they promote certain faith inspiring things, don't meet all doctrinal requirements. And I think that Julie Rowe's book inspired people in a similar way, and they denounced that book.
Yeah.
So what is it about this book? I think that too many people love it, and there are too many people supporting it. And it makes me wonder who is supporting it.
Yeah. And
that's what I wonder about.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. And it's another one of those areas where if the church makes a definitive move in one direction or the other, they're going to lose a lot of people because some people love it, some people hate it. And also, I think an important point is that when they did threaten Thom Harrison with excommunication, they said, you need to stop talking about the book publicly. You need to stop saying that it's literal.
Because he's going around to wards giving firesides.
Firesides. And we have recordings of those that we played on our last episode that we did about this. And Thom Harrison said, okay, I'll write a letter. And anybody who asks me about it, I'll say this isn't literal. It's not real. So faced with excommunication, he towed the party line. He did what the brethren told him to do, and they want to reward him for it.
And now he's exactly, Megan. And now he's contradicting himself, though, because he tells some people this was all John Pontius. Has nothing to do with me. John Pontius, this is John Pontius' fault. This is not what I told him. But then, according to John Pontius's widow, who's publishing a website, she's saying, no, Thom Harrison supports this, and he's signing off on this website. So what's he? And I think also the secretive underground sort of him being underground makes it a little bit more enticing and exciting too.
Yeah. So publicly, he says it's not real. The church told me to say that it's not real. These are just my own ideas. And then in private meetings with Chad Daybell, he's saying, but it really is real.
Yeah,
it really is real. Go ahead and, your visions are just as real as mine. I believe in the power of what God told you as well. And he's, I remember the recording that you have on your channel, Lauren, of when likely Chad and Lori met in person for the first time, where Chad is giving a speech at a fireside. And Chad is giddily describing how Thom Harrison talks in this book about he can literally mold rock. And it's just clearly so fascinating and alluring to someone like Chad Bell. Yeah, Chad Daybell was clearly very fascinated with that.
Well, let's talk about this. So your cousin treats that, Lori Vallow, your cousin Lori Vallow treats that a book still like scripture.
Yes.
And she's about to represent herself in her second murder trial of her husband, Charles Vallow. And she still believes strongly in this book. I know that from many people now, multiple sources who have communicated with her behind bars. I have seen the receipts, as we say. She is still preaching that book, believing strongly in that book, and encouraging people to read that book. So if you want to know about what the gospel of Lori Vallow is, you can know straight from Lori. And if you now want to know what the gospel of Ruby Franke and Jodi Hildebrandt is, Shari Franke just told us. And it is the Visions of Glory by Thom Harrison.
Everyone go to Google Images and Google Lori Vallow poolside, which is the photo when she was first confronted by police officers.
She was served.
What book
Mhm.
is under her knee when she's poolside? If you zoom in, it'll be Visions of Glory. So we've definitely beaten this horse dead.
Yeah, well, no, yeah, well, I'm gonna like throw one more thing out there though. But the other thing about it is when it comes to poolside, I actually forgot what I was going to say. I was like, that needs to be said, and then you said I'm like, no, one more thing, and now I'm
Well,
like having
it
short-term
will
memory
come back.
loss.
It
I'm
was
being
when she
Dory
was
right now.
poolside in Hawaii, just after she had married Chad, and the police were for the
kids
first
are
time.
dead. Like
Yes.
ex-husbands are dead, right?
Yes, and the police are coming to her to present her with papers that essentially say you have so many days to present your children or to produce your children, or you're going to be arrested. And they ask her if she understands everything, and she says yes. So now she's going to be representing herself, and you and I both have talked to people who are speaking with her in prison right now, and she has her copy of Visions of Glory. It is marked up just like a Bible. She's been Colby reported on his channel. Colby is Lori Vallow's oldest son, her only living child.
Her only surviving
Yeah.
Her only
child. Yeah.
surviving child. And Colby said that his mom is in prison with her little cohort of people that she believes that she's helping by preaching about Visions of Glory and by, preaching her version of the gospel to these women who are also on death row.
Yeah.
And my memory never came back, so we'll move on. And then in like an hour, I'll raise my hand.
That's great.
Perfect.
Mindy, you didn't say anything about Visions of Glory.
I feel like it's been covered. We talked
Okay.
about it a lot. I appreciate some of the things. I mean, as I've said before on previous podcasts, Visions of Glory is the reason I started getting interested in the Daybell case, which, has now kind of snowballed into these other cases that we've covered because of my own family member who gave it to me and who firmly believed it and probably still does.
Yeah.
So
I know what I want to say.
okay.
I know what I want to say. And
You
it's
did.
actually
We all stalled long enough for Laura to
you
remember.
guys were great. You're
Thank
like,
you, Mindy. Thank you, Laura.
that was good. You guys, teamwork.
I saw the light.
Teamwork.
I
I
saw
was
the
like,
light flick on for
teamwork.
you.
It's actually about disinformation that's out there.
Yeah.
I want to just clarify something because I have a moment when I came out with the letter that Thom Harrison sent me, and there's a lot of disinformation online about people that love this book and defend this book, and it's that the letter isn't real. So I just want to take the opportunity to say the letter was written by Thom Harrison in 2014. He sent it directly to me. He addressed the envelope. He wrote on it. It came from him. He signed it, and it came to me. There are a lot of people speculating that this letter isn't even real and that it was made up. So he wrote this letter in 2014 denouncing the book that he sent to me. And I just want to say right now, it is real, and it came from Thom Harrison himself.
And I stand as a witness that I have seen the
And I've
letter.
got 3 witnesses. I've got 3
I
witnesses.
have seen the envelope. I've seen the postmark. I've seen the
Yes.
address.
But I still have it.
It
That's
is
the
real.
difference. I still
Yes.
have the letter. I got the letter. So it's not somewhere else now.
Yep.
It's not hidden.
That's right. It's not hidden. It hasn't been taken up from the earth by an angel. It still exists in the physical,
I've got-
real
All
form.
right.
I got the receipts. So
Got the
okay.
receipt.
Well, Julie's laughing behind the scenes. So now maybe it's time to turn to, for me, what was maybe the darkest part of this book, which is the part about Derek, which I think was a surprise to, I mean, obviously we still have the incarcerations and the kids, but I think this is an okay place to talk about Derek. Is that
Yeah.
all right?
Agreed.
And Derek is a pseudonym, but does someone want to just kind of recap for those who haven't read the book yet? This is a spoiler, but we got to talk about it. Got to talk about Derek. So for those who haven't read the book yet, who wants to kind of recap Derek?
Do you want to do that,
Oh,
Mindy?
goodness, I'm nervous to recap Derek.
You're the best equipped.
You've
got the
got
So
the
do we know
binder
where
out.
she met? Do we know where Shari meets Derek? I'll do a little
Well-
description. So Derek, I assume that when Derek meets Shari, he's in his mid-40s. He's living somewhere in Utah County. And she's just to say 15, 16
No, well,
years old when they
We
first
don't know
meet.
when
we
they
don't
first
know when they
meet.
first meet.
We don't know
Okay.
when they first meet.
Well,
know
it
that she's-
says in May 2021, right after I graduated high school, he asked for my help with social media strategy for his company, offering me a side gig to help him put together videos for YouTube.
Yeah, but they knew each other though.
They already, yeah.
So
they
we don't know
already-
when they officially met. Someone that she knew. Will you read that though? Yeah, read. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he's married.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Maybe
Yeah.
we should just read from the
Well,
book.
she
That'd be the
says,
safest thing to
this is
do.
page 146 near the bottom. She says, my rebellion started small in ways that might seem inconsequential to an outsider, but felt monumental to me at the time. One of these small acts of defiance was my friendship with Derek. It started innocently enough, I suppose, a friendship that turned into something ... else.
Keep going.
Derek was high up in the church, a family man and landowner in his 40s. In May 2021, right after I graduated high school, he asked for my help with social media strategy for his company, offering me a side gig to help him put together videos for YouTube. Having just turned 18, it meant a lot to me that a respected adult like him had singled me out and recognized my skills and talents. After my first meeting with Derek, he couldn't stop singing my praises.
And this quote, I have to say, this is quoting Derek. This is Shari quoting Derek. Quote, I have to say, Shari, you really impress me. He said once, the way you think, the way you see the world, it's refreshing. You're mature way beyond your years. And again, this is a man in his late 40s who is, I'm going to just say grooming Shari
Yep.
as a super impressionable, very vulnerable young woman.
As soon as I read that line, you're mature way beyond your years.
Yep.
Just my prickles just went, oh no, where's this going to go?
Yeah.
And then almost
Mhm.
immediately she starts confessing to him or confiding in him that she is unhappy in her family situation. And he's like, oh, tell me more. Because that's a way that predators find a way to victimize people, is by finding out their weak spots and the places that they're missing things in life. And then they show up and provide those things.
And so he kind of employs her, correct?
Mhm.
Right.
And so it's a working relationship, but very darkly, it starts to turn sexual.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
this is a part that I starred and probably should have highlighted and underlined as well, but this is where it starts to get dark. It says, he started doing little things, kind gestures that made me feel seen, cared for. This is on the next page, 148. A DoorDash delivery when I was having a tough day, a little shopping trip if I needed something, even if I didn't. One day he told me, his voice low and intense, I'm the only one who really cares about you, Shari. You know that, right? Each time he sent me gifts, I felt a little guilty, pressured somehow. This man who was showing me so much kindness, but for some reason, I wasn't always sure I liked it. One day I accidentally called him Dad, and that was the first time I saw Derek angry. I think we're more than that, aren't we? He said, his face a storm cloud. I didn't mean to offend you. Please don't be mad. When I eventually told Ruby that I was working with him, she had a fit and forbade me from seeing him any further. I have a really bad feeling about this guy, she said. Jodi and I don't think it's appropriate for you to be working with him one-on-one like that. Tell him you have to stop. Okay, sure. I'll stop talking to Derek, I lied. I was sick of people telling me what I should do. I was 18 and old enough to make my own decisions. Besides, I knew why they didn't like him. It was because Derek had been Jodi's neighbor and probably knew too much. That's why Jodi didn't want him in my life. Well, guess what, Jodi? Jodi wasn't the boss of me anymore. And very soon, Ruby wouldn't be either, because I was going to college in the fall, which meant I was an adult now and no longer answerable to anyone except God.
And then it goes on to talk about once Shari leaves home and starts attending BYU is the first time in my memory that Shari reports having a sexual encounter with Derek.
Yeah.
And it progresses and it progresses and it progresses to the point where he's tracking her location. He's asking her who she's with at any moment. He's calling her and saying, where are you? Bringing her gifts. And the relationship lasts for a few years.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think we're going to get pushback if we don't talk about that first encounter
go for it.
that they had.
Do
That
you want to read about it?
y'all know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, it's on page 165 is where it starts. I didn't dog ear it until 166 because that's when the real manipulation comes in. But it was basically her first day at college, if I remember correctly.
You want to read it? You want to read it, Mindy?
Sure. This is chapter 27 and it's titled Dirty, Shameful, Ruined. So the lead up to this experience it's her first day, and Derek, by this point, they've been seeing each other in this, quote unquote professional scenario. Although, like Megan mentioned, there had been gifts and lots of compliments, and she had mentioned to him that she was uncomfortable with some of his compliments, and but so they'd had a lot of contact with each other, a lot of texting, it sounds like, and stuff. So so it's like her first day of freedom. She's back at her dorm room, and she says that suddenly a text lit up my phone. "How's your first day, Shari?" It was Derek, right on cue. "Want to stop by the office later once you're settled in? I got you some back to school gifts. Remember that North Face jacket you said you wanted? Wow, thank you. See you later." And then she describes, "I don't remember driving to his building. I wasn't sure why I felt so nervous. In hindsight, perhaps it was my intuition trying to tell me something to turn around, go back to my college dorm, and never talk to this middle-aged man again. But I didn't do that, and by the time I arrived, I was gasping for breath, my vision narrowing to a pinpoint." Should I just continue reading through this experience? "Shari,
Yes.
what's wrong?" I heard him say as I stood at his door. "I can't," I choked out, my chest heaving. "I can't breathe. I think I'm having a panic attack." Derek guided me to the couch, his hand gentle on my shoulders. I tried to focus on his voice, on the steady rhythm of his words, but the panic was rising like a tidal wave, threatening to pull me under. "Shari, listen to me," he said, his voice cutting through the static in my head. "I think skin-to-skin contact will help you calm down. Can I take your shirt off?" I froze, my mind reeling. No, I thought, no. But my mouth wouldn't work. The words stuck in my throat. I shook my head, tried to push him away, but he was stronger than me, his grip iron tight around my wrists. I'm getting emotional, sorry. "Trust me," he murmured, his breath hot against my ear. "Just let me help you, Shari." And then his hands were on me, rough and insistent, yanking my shirt up, exposing my bra, my skin. I squirmed, I fought, but it was useless. He was bigger than me, stronger than me, and the more I struggled, the more powerless I felt. "See," he said, "it's not so bad. Now just relax for me. Be a good girl." Somebody else can take over.
Yeah, I honestly, I kind of think that's enough. I don't think we need to like detail everything else. But what was really telling for me and unfortunately familiar is that at the end of this, she says she doesn't remember how she made it back to her dorm that night. It's like the dissociation, that is so telling of such a traumatic experience that she doesn't even really remember getting back to her dorm, and she just laid on her bed for hours and hours. And she says, I couldn't move, couldn't think, couldn't feel. I laid there for hours, staring at the ceiling as the world went on around me. I heard the laughter, the chatter of my fellow freshmen through the walls, but I was separate, cut off. I've sinned, I thought. I've ruined everything. It felt like a punishment, a divine reckoning for all the ways I had failed, all the ways I had fallen short. In my mind, my frozenness, my inability to move was a sign from God, a punishment for my transgressions. This is the Spirit telling me I need to repent, I thought. And how heartbreaking that we as women who have been in those situations blame ourselves first and think we have sinned. We're the ones who did something wrong. Because that's what we're led to believe. It's what we're brought up thinking and understanding and being told by priesthood leaders. And, we've talked before about the book, The Miracle of Forgiveness, and how it basically shamed people into thinking that any transgression like this was partially your fault, and subsequent talks by general authorities. Now, I know that they have dialed some of that back, and in recent years, there have been some other talks by general authorities saying it's not your fault, it's never your fault. But those of us who came up during that time period, those are hard things to unlearn. And I personally never talked about the first time that I was assaulted at college because I knew that my mother would say that it was my fault. I put myself in a bad situation. I never should have been there. If I hadn't done X, Y, and Z, it never would have led to that. And so I just think it's a harmful, unfortunate part of our culture that I'm glad to see finally they're doing some repair on that, to try and tell victims it's not your fault.
Lauren?
I'm just listening. It's heartbreaking. This is really heartbreaking. This was the part that we brought up at the beginning, that there's a story and an experience in here that has nothing to do with, her mother, but Shari's own story that she decided to share. And I'm grateful she shared it, because it is heartbreaking. Like you, Mindy, you know exactly where it's going when she explains meeting this middle-aged man, and my heart goes out to her. I mean, I have a lot more to say, but I think Shari's words are best. I don't even know if there's anything else I can say that Shari doesn't. I think that everyone needs to read it and understand it.
I agree.
Well, and you say that it's the one thing that has nothing to do with Ruby, but I think it has everything to do with the way that she
You're
was
right.
brought up.
You're right. Well
She was brought up to not trust her own instincts. Obviously, that panic attack was her own instincts saying, you should not be
You're
here,
right.
run away.
Mhm.
She saw the warning signs and the red flags, but she didn't trust them. And that's also part of Jodi's tactic too, to get people to not trust themselves and trust their own instincts. So when you're raised in that environment and put that together with the childhood emotional neglect, where your parents are not validating enough and they're not loving enough, and you don't get that physical affection,
And they're distracted.
and they're distracted by this huge elephant in the room that is not you. It's like your parents' main goal in life is not your safety and well-being.
It's
It's the channel.
subscribers
It's subscribers, it's followers,
it's-
it's views, it's money, it's brand deals. And I can speak from experience on this, that when you're raised in an environment like that, you crave any kind of validation or affection or attention that you get, and you'll take it wherever you can get it. It happened to me over and over because of that, being raised in that environment where I didn't have the sort of underpinnings and the foundational love that I knew my parents cared about me and loved me. So I was willing to accept that kind of affection, attention from anybody. And so I'm identifying so much with Shari in a way I thought I never would,
Wow. I think it's important that to note just that after this happens, his like possessiveness and his control just really ramps up. He asks her not to talk to any boys at school. He asks to have her share her location on her phone.
He stalks her.
Yes, he stalks her. And sometimes hundreds of messages a day, if I recall, she says in the book, phone calls, it just becomes a really, really unhealthy experience and relation. I hate to even call it a relationship, but
it's coercive
a
control.
coercive control scenario
Yeah.
for her. And there is actually, I think we should just let people read the book to find out, certain things escalate but I think one of the saddest parts of the book, it's chapter 31, it's called The Poison Well. And it's where she's feeling like this situation for her is crazy making, but she was addicted to the scraps of validation that Derek gave her, the morsels of support. And she finally, in a moment of desperation, decides to reach out to Ruby. And Ruby doesn't respond for 24 hours and then tells her, you were very selfish in texting me. And then they decide to meet up for dinner, where it seems like Shari is wanting to build up the courage to tell her parents about what's been going on with Derek. And it just completely backfires. They call her selfish and they're not supportive. And to the point that at the end of the dinner, they invite her to pay for the dinner. And she's at this table in this restaurant sobbing over chocolate cake and then has to pay for the dinner. And then she ends that chapter by saying that Derek was yet another poisonous adult in my life. And my heart just went out to her so bad. I'm just like, God, there's just one adult that she can count on to be there for her. And there is, and that's a bright spot of this story, is there is a former teacher, and I don't know if this is a good time to talk about him, but there is one former teacher that's not a predatory, and she describes this man as Mr. Hammond and his wife, and they become a safe haven for Shari as this kind of saga progresses. So
often when people are in their most vulnerable state, that's when predators can take advantage of them. It's just so heartbreaking that it's just one thing after another. You're right. That couple was wonderful to help her though.
Yeah. I want to point out one part, and this is kind of what we're all talking about here, page 189, where Shari says, and she's talking about Derek, and she's talking about, ending her relationship with him. And she says, what irony. While all this was happening, I was studying abuse of power in my college classes, learning about the dynamics of coercion, about the ways in which abusers groom and manipulate their victims. But even as I intellectualized these concepts, even as I wrote papers and participated in discussions about the insidious nature of abuse, I was unable to apply that knowledge to my own life. My brain wouldn't let me go there.
So fascinating and heartbreaking.
Yeah.
And I think it's maybe also thank you to all of you for being willing to share and to be so vulnerable. I think it's also worth mentioning that the Mormon Church, there are reports with, Jason Resendez and others of the Associated Press that, and the Boy Scout, a sexual abuse scandal, they're kind of there's credible evidence to suggest that the Mormon Church has a sexual abuse problem per capita that rivals, if not exceeds, that of the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
So this is very Mormon, the fact that a young girl is being groomed, and not just groomed by some dark apostate community member who's hiding around the shadows. And Lauren, I think we agree that you were okay talking about this.
Yeah.
Lauren's been able to identify who Derek is. We're not going to say who he is, but she has identified it. He has held high levels of authoritative positions, both in the church and in the community.
Correct. And that's all I'll say, but like very high levels. And Shari mentions that this is someone that is in not just a position of power. I mean, I guess that is a position of power, but someone who she should absolutely be able to trust. Absolutely be able to trust. And that is what's it's just so upsetting. And yes, exactly. And I want to say, when you have an isolated community and we're taught to trust one another, and I agree there's a big problem. It's yes. Thank you for sharing the statistics. This is someone that Shari should have been able to absolutely trust and never been concerned about. I keep repeating that. I mean, it's so upsetting.
Is there a chance you will be reporting at some point on the story?
Yeah, if it becomes, yes.
This probably will become a story.
I think this is likely going to become a story.
Because his position is such that word's
it's
going
to
to
likely become a story. And yes,
Yeah.
she was technically over the age of 18, so I don't know how that works, but I sense that this is going to become a story.
Yeah.
And one thing we know about predators like this is that there's never just one victim.
Oh, that was one of my first thoughts when I read it. I'm like, this guy seems fine-tuned in his tactics. And I could be wrong, but it just seemed like
he knows exactly what to say.
Victim. Yeah. Or she might not be the only victim.
Yeah.
So because this is Mormon stories, in addition to everything that's been expressed, I was tuned in to the church discipline part because the part of the book, Shari decides she wants to end it, and she goes to her Mormon bishop. And one of the weird things was the bishop's response was, I need to talk to the stake president. That seemed weird to me because my understanding is that unless somebody has the Melchizedek priesthood and or has been endowed, the bishops can make the call on disciplinary action. So why was a bishop needing to consult with the stake president about a non-priesthood holding 18-year-old or 20-year-old woman? To me, the only reason that made sense was because she's a public figure, right?
That's a good question. And you know more about this than I do. I didn't even think of the public figure thing. I thought maybe it was because what she was also implying was that someone in a higher power,
no, that's true.
So the bishop could have been like, dude, what do we do? Like, she's saying that this married man,
who's this upstanding member of the community who's had a high level leadership in the church.
Which is also upsetting because how I took it, and you guys correct me if wrong, is that the bishop was actually had more empathy, understanding, listening to it one-on-one, you're good, Shari, don't worry, this isn't your fault. Then he somehow goes and talks to the stake president for some reason that we're speculating on right now as to why. And then it's the stake president comes back and is like, no, take her chapel recommend away. She can't So that goes to your point, though. Why are they talking about that? So if it is about the perpetrator and who did it, why then is the stake president now jumping in on what her punishment should be?
Yeah, the power differential, even if she wasn't a minor.
Yeah.
The power differential, the age difference, the fact that this guy was a high-level leader in the church and a high-level member, all of that speaks abuse, speaks lack of consent, speaks outrageous power dynamics. So there's an argument to say she should have never had her temple recommend taken at all.
Which again, I think the bishop understood that. But as you point out, for some reason, we don't know, again, why. The bishop then talks to the stake president and the stake president makes the call.
Yeah.
Like, why?
Strange.
Yeah.
And one of the most heartbreaking parts of this story is the fear of discipline. The fear of her getting her temple recommend taken away, or not being able to take the sacrament, or losing her church membership. She had a real fear of that. That was one of the reasons that this carried on longer than it should have, because I think she was so scared to go and talk to the bishop about what had been happening. And it's just so sad that her fears, she didn't lose her church membership, but her fears were realized when she finally confessed. And I think it's important to note that at least initially, the bishop asked for the information on this person and in order to track him down for for potential discipline. And then the bishop reported back to her that this man had been tracked down, had been interviewed, denied everything, and was let off at that point.
And there was no disciplinary action
on him,
on the perpetrator, which again is very Mormon.
Par for the course.
The Mormon church seems to have a history of punishing victims and protecting perpetrators. It's inexplicable, really, or completely explicable if you understand how patriarchies often work.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So by the time she finishes the book, Derek, in quotes, had not received any church discipline. In the afterword, she clarifies that since submitting the manuscript, he has received some discipline. My sense was the church, I'm speculating, caught wind that this story was going to come out and knew that this is going to be a part of the book. So then they hurried and took action so that that wouldn't be left there of him having no consequence at all.
Yeah, maybe so. It's very vague as to why.
Yeah.
That could be true. I also wondered if it happened to somebody else. Do you know what I mean? Like,
good point,
repeat
Lauren.
victim.
Yeah,
Good,
like
Lauren.
I wondered because
Good
all of a
point.
sudden, like I just noticed that all of a sudden he was later. I mean, maybe it has to do with it, but it felt like, okay, could there have been someone else too? Could there have been another person that came forward? I don't know.
And in the afterword, it doesn't even say what the result of his disciplinary council
Right, so he
is.
could
it
have
just says
been.
he was being brought before a formal disciplinary council, his calling stripped away.
So now, yeah.
But then
A
it
small
says he
victory, but not
never-
enough is what she says.
He never lost his temple recommend.
He never loses his temple recommend.
Well, then that would say there was never a discipline.
Or
And
just
that's
he didn't
for
get-
adultery with a teenager, and he's a late 40s man.
Well, she also applied something. Sorry, and I'm so sorry that we're all speculating on. She also mentions though that like she almost felt like she wasn't believed because she had deleted all of her texts, and so that he was denying it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it could be that they just simply were like her word versus his word kind of a thing, which always maddens me too. You know, she deleted all of his texts to get rid of everything and so then there's also not believing her. So they go talk to him. He's like, this doesn't happen.
Yeah.
And they believe him over her.
Yeah, or he may have just downplayed it and said, we texted back and forth. She worked for me. She was in a vulnerable position. She probably imagined more than actually happened.
I stopped
Probably
things.
wasn't the best
Yeah.
idea. I ended it. I don't have any contact with her anymore. And so, of course, I think we can equivocally say that in these situations, not just the LDS Church, but in many of these situations everywhere, it's the male offender who is a respected community member who gets believed over the victim.
100%.
And there's an incentive in the church to protect the perpetrators, because if, let's just say, if he's had a high level of church leadership, or let's say he was a high level church leader while he was being a perpetrator, then that really reflects poorly on the church. Every calling is supposed to be, divinely inspired of God. Why would God be calling him to a high level priesthood position when he was grooming and abusing teenage girls? So the church has an incentive to keep it quiet, to not believe her, and to protect him, again, like Ruby, because it'll hurt the church. And so the concern isn't about the victim or about the treatment of young women from let's just say a narcissistic church perspective. The church's primary interest is in protecting the church. Victims come third or fourth.
This is why I say that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints operates in society as a narcissist. This is institutional narcissism. It's an institution that cannot recognize its own fault and has no empathy for the people that it harms.
Very tough. Any final thoughts about Derek, or have we said too much?
No, I think we're good.
Okay.
I mean, unless you guys have other thoughts. I'm good.
I think
I'm good.
I would encourage just get the book, read the book. There's more to this story.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you, Shari,
There's more
for being so
thank you,
vulnerable.
Shari, for being so vulnerable. That had to be very scary to outline this part of her story, but
Yeah.
it's a big part, and I am grateful that she included it, although it was very, very difficult. One of the hardest parts of the book to read, for
Of
sure.
course.
For me, it was hard.
Yeah, me
Probably
too.
the hardest.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think maybe the other parts of the story were like more familiar, and not to make them less
Yeah,
horrific,
yes.
but it just was such a surprise. And you just feel so much for her that she's already been exploited and victimized. And then for this to happen, it's just so awful. So yes, please get the book,
Yeah.
read about her story in her words. And yeah, that's all. I think we've said enough.
Yeah, I just think the great thing about telling this story is that it's going to help so many other victims. It's going to help so many people recognize these patterns of behavior,
Of
of
grooming.
manipulation, of grooming.
Mhm.
And it's going to help so many people who will resonate with this story and say,
Agreed.
oh my gosh, this happened to me too. I didn't realize that it was grooming. I didn't realize I was being manipulated. I didn't realize it wasn't my fault.
Yes.
Right.
That's the number one
And it
thing.
doesn't matter. And we don't often hear about these stories. It doesn't matter that she's over 18. Clearly,
Yeah.
clearly that,
There's a clear power dynamic.
Yeah, it's a clear power
Yeah.
dynamic, and this happens so often.
Yep.
And it's just, difficult.
And just to remind people, the book is The House of My Mother, Shari Franke. Buy it. Not that we're ending, but just that's just a plug. Really quick, I have to ask, do Ruby and Jodi get any credit for telling Shari to stay away from Derek or not? Because they got that one right.
Yeah.
A lot of misses, but they got that one
No,
right.
because I don't think their intention or motive was pure.
That's it.
I think it was a control issue.
And
They-
don't make me look bad.
Yeah,
Yep.
but it was a
Mom,
control
yeah,
issue.
yep.
They wanted power and control over Shari,
Yep.
and Jodi was probably, jelly over,
And it wasn't, oh, tell me more. It wasn't, let's really dig into this. Tell me how you're really feeling about this. It was like, just don't talk to that guy. That's bad. Just cut it
Mhm.
off. Don't, and there was, as far as we see in the book, there was no revisiting by Jodi or Ruby about how are things going with that? Were you able to end it? How did it go? And again, Lauren, I think 100% the motivation was not about Shari and protecting Shari.
Yeah.
It was about
No.
protecting Ruby, protecting 8 passengers, protecting
the
Jodi
image. Mhm.
and control. Yeah.
and control.
Yep.
All right.
Also, broken clocks right twice a day, right? I mean,
I guess we'll give him one little win.
I love that quote.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we could turn to when, there's this period where Shari's just like familyless. Like she can't even talk to her dad, and her dad's on campus with her at BYU. Like
Oh,
there's
that
this
was
point where she
heartbreaking.
bumps into him, and like both of them just look at each other. Because I guess at this point, Kevin's been so terrorized by Jodi that he is afraid to talk to his own daughter on campus.
yeah.
So she's living estranged from the family. Kevin is estranged. He's kicked out. He's living. Even Chad was supposed to be living with Kevin. And then all of a sudden, Chad's not living with Kevin. Chad's estranged. And then like Shari tries to reach out to Chad, and Chad's like, why are you bothering me? So clearly Chad was poisoned regarding Shari.
Mhm.
So like Shari's just completely on her own, familyless. Like one hero of the story is the family that kind of takes Shari in.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
The
What's the-
Haymans.
Is that a real name? Do we know if that's a real name?
I think I might have
I
seen
think
on
it is.
Reddit
I
that
think it is.
Yeah,
Is
I
it-
saw on Reddit it was a real
is
name.
it the real name?
Mhm.
When
Yeah.
she
I'm not
changes
sure. I'm
names,
not
she
sure.
says she switches names, but she doesn't. And otherwise she uses real names.
Okay.
Yeah.
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 I was thinking
they
I
were
might have read
heroes.
that perhaps that wasn't the real name, but I could totally be wrong with that. I don't know if she would want to respect their privacy but yeah,
No, they were good
I should have looked
people
into
to
that.
her. So.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think that's one of Jodi's tactics, the isolation and then the poisoning the well of, and I think Kevin,
Triangulation.
yes, I think
Mhm.
Kevin absolutely was poisoned against Shari. And that's why I think it explains some of his behavior after the arrest and everything like that. So.
That chapter on just the break of Kevin really
Yeah.
broke my heart.
Well, what about it?
It's chapter 34. It was called Facsimile Father, and it just kind of lays out all of the steps that Kevin had to take and the isolation, just like you were speaking to earlier with your friend that you met. He's invited to leave. He can't communicate with his kids. He can't, I think that's at the time where they run into each other at BYU, and how horrible to like run into your own dad. They have to pretend like they don't see each other. It was just terrible. And I want to say just one quote about that. It was very poignant, I thought.
While you're looking it up, I'll just mention that after I finished the book, I went and rewatched Kevin's arrest video, or not arrest video, his interview
with the police?
with the police
Yeah.
There were two, right?
immediately after
Yeah.
the children were found. And that phrase was very haunting, invited to leave. He says to the police, they say, why haven't you been around your family for so long? And he says, I was invited to leave.
Yeah.
And that's Jodi's term for getting the men out of the house.
So this is just a brief journal entry from that same chapter. She said, I went to counseling today and talked it through. I'm so angry with my dad for not sticking up for himself and for abandoning his family. I'm furious at Mom and Jodi for ruining our family. I feel like a part of me has died and I will never get it back. I don't know how I'll ever recover or forgive them. I don't know how to help my siblings. I don't even know how to help myself. And then at the end, she says, to this day, referring to Kevin, it's a miracle to me that he survived the misery of his exile and didn't end it all. A chilling thought has crossed my mind since then. Maybe that's what Jodi and Ruby wanted. Maybe they were hoping he'd just disappear forever. Chilling,
Meaning
Wow.
die.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I have to wonder whether Jodi's techniques have led to some deaths by suicide. Of course, it's speculation. I haven't heard of any, but Adam Paulsteed certainly was driven
Yes.
to the point where other people would have chosen that route.
Yeah.
So, I guess we'll see if anyone ends up coming out with that result. But to know that Shari speculated that maybe Ruby and Jodi were hoping that would be Kevin's end was just super sad and dark.
It is.
Yeah.
Does anybody believe that Kevin just resigned his job at BYU? Like, I found that hard to believe. Number one, if you're supporting multiple households,
Right.
why would you ever resign your job? And then the other thing is, we know that Jodi wasn't beyond inserting herself between her clients and, in Adam Paulsteed's case, his educational institution. But certainly she could have called Kevin's ecclesiastical leader and or BYU and basically said, this guy's a child abuser, fire him or take away his temple recommend. Because why in the world would Kevin just like stop working at BYU?
That could have happened, but there's also talk of Jodi having husbands quit their jobs as part of isolation, isn't there?
Yes. During the isolation chapter, it was no friends, no jobs, no distractions other than working on yourself.
How does she get paid if she gets her clients to quit their jobs? But maybe
They can coach for her.
yeah, they
And
go
then she
work
gets
for her.
10%.
Yeah,
That was another
maybe.
thing they
Yeah,
learned too, is every
yeah.
time they coach someone else, she still gets 10%.
Oh, Kevin was helping
Yeah.
connections.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And then did you hear that too? In the end, that's what's crazy too, is not only does she not make money teaching them how to coach, once they go out into the world and do their own thing, she forever wants 10% of everything they ever do ever. I'm like, what?
Yep.
It's wild.
Because they would be nothing without her.
Yep.
Yeah, but also going back and watching that police interview was very telling. Like, he was very clearly brainwashed. He really believed that he deserved that isolation. He really believed that he said to the police, they said, why was it that you left? And he said, it was because of the way that I treated my wife. I did not treat her well.
But also, does he say I'm an addict? You know, I have an addiction and I'm trying
Yes.
to work on my addiction.
Yes.
Meaning he masturbated
Related
once
to
in a while.
pornography, he said.
Yeah.
Yes. And so you can see very clearly in that interview, he believes what Jodi told him about himself.
Yeah. Yeah, which is sad.
So sad.
Once the book got to the part that we're all familiar with, which was the St.
crimes.
George stuff and the crimes and the police showing up and the police, it was stuff that I was really familiar with. So I found myself feeling like, okay, I knew about that. I knew about that.
You've
I knew
like
about
prepped. You've been prepped for
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was there anything about sort of like St. George, the police getting involved, the imprisonment, the police visiting the Springville home, breaking in and all that was new or interesting to y'all that we haven't already covered in a previous episode? And while I'm asking you that, think about that for a second. Yeah. Anything that was dark or interesting or?
I thought it was interesting. I don't know if this had come out, but that, and maybe it had in a recorded jailhouse phone call, but I think she might have said it was Ruby telling Kevin, but that on the way to the jail, Ruby didn't talk to Jodi. Did you guys catch that?
Yes.
Did you guys know that?
Yes,
before?
I knew that.
I don't
Oh,
know
you
if
knew that?
I don't know
Okay.
if I knew
Megan
that.
knew it.
No, I mean, no,
okay.
it's, I knew it for myself. I didn't talk to anybody about it. I didn't cover this on my channel or talk to you about it or anything. So I thought that was very telling. The fact that Ruby already was distancing herself from Jodi and getting ready to blame everything on Jodi.
in the police car.
In the police car. Like,
Right.
already she was ready to throw Jodi under the bus. And then the other thing that I think I was called to my memory after reading the book was that Ruby's confession, her very tearful confession, hearing her described so accurately as a narcissist by Shari's, documenting her behavior, reminded me that she's not capable of true introspection, of true remorse. And so that likely also was just an act in order to get her sentence lessened. So when I first heard it, her confession and her tearful, my 6 little ducks or 6 little chicks, I think, I wanted to believe that she truly was remorseful for what had happened. But in reading the book and the description of the way that she behaved all the time, I can't believe that now that was genuine.
You and John both wanted to. I remember that.
Yeah,
I
it's
remember that.
true.
You were like, that day, you were like, oh, man.
She's crying.
I know. Yeah, you guys.
Ruby's crying. She must be sad and remorseful.
That's what
Sherry didn't buy it for a minute.
No,
Neither did you, Lauren. Neither did you. You called it, Lauren.
But John too, like my John.
Oh,
John,
okay.
John, you guys are both doctors too. It gets really complicated.
Dr.
Both
John
Dr.
Matthias,
John
to say the whole name.
You're John.
My John, that's when he actually stated there was no apology, even though she said my little duck. She never said, I'm so sorry for what I did to them. And then she said, I should have protected you. That's still not saying,
I'm sorry.
what I did was wrong. And then that's when my John said, Jodi gave her permission. She did exactly what she wanted to do. And she talked like it was some Emmy Award speech. Thank you to this person. She actually thanked the police officer that arrested her, but she didn't thank her children again. She didn't thank her little son for escaping, for example.
Yeah.
But thank you to the police officer who, she was playing to her audience.
Yep.
But I remember that.
Look, it was very performative for sure.
So way to go, Shari, for
Yeah. Once I listened to Dr. John's analysis of that, I was like, oh, you're right. I fell for it again.
No, it's okay.
Somebody had crocodile tears and I was like, oh, I want to believe that they really.
I think that we should always give people the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
And I do too. I admire. I'm just teasing you guys.
I don't know. There's a part of me that is kind of like, my harsh inner critic that's like, Megan, you dummy, you grew up around narcissists. You've been surrounded by these people your entire life, and yet you still want to believe that there's a possibility for them to redeem themselves somehow.
Yeah, you
And
want everyone
so-
to have redemption.
Yeah.
It's true.
I was struck by how both Jodi and Ruby, if I'm not mistaken, compared themselves at different times, either to Christ or to Joseph Smith or both.
Yep.
Did y'all notice that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
those are in some recorded jailhouse phone calls, and they do.
A call to Chad is where Ruby compares her, like drinking from the bitter cup, compares
Mhm.
herself to Jesus Christ, and Shari is astounded.
And
Yep.
and I'm just going to
Disgusting.
throw out, because this is my thing, but so does Lori Vallow and Chad
Yep,
Daybell,
yep,
and
yep.
so does
Ties it
Tim
back.
Ballard.
Yep.
And I just
Thom Harrison, Visions of
there's
Glory.
a
There's a
little
pattern
pattern
here.
There's a pattern.
I want to
Yeah.
give a quick shout out to the neighbors, those neighbors
Yes.
that
Oh my
were
gosh.
Which neighbors in St.
the,
George?
the Springville neighbor.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
clearly the neighbors in St. George that helped facilitate the rescue of the kids.
And
But
the book doesn't really talk about that, which is
Doesn't.
good.
it was interesting.
Yeah.
I
It
think
was
she knows
Sherry's
that we.
story.
Yeah.
It was Sherry's
Mhm.
story.
Yeah,
She's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
that's my sibling story to tell.
Yeah. Shout out to the Mr. Haymond and Mrs. Haymond who became a safe haven for her, and also those alert neighbors in Springville who texted Shari and just said, "Shari, it looks like your mom got rid of your dog. Shari, it looks like your mom took your kids out of school, or your siblings out of school. Shari, it looks like your mom's moving."
Yeah.
These alert neighbors. I'm so grateful for them, and I think it's important to note that Shari did try to reach out to Child Family Services or DCFS
Yeah.
on more than one occasion, and it was difficult for them to make a case based on the evidence, based on the free range parenting law, and Shari seemed very frustrated about that, and I shared her
Yeah.
frustration.
Yeah, it was the whole time I'm like, where is DCFS in all this?
DCFS.
Yeah. I also
Mhm.
want to say, in my career as a teacher, I was a mandated reporter. And so I did a lot of working, unfortunately, with the Texas version of DCSF. Did I say that
DCFS.
right?
I know, why is it so hard? to
Why is that?
Department of
acronym so-
Child and
tired.
Family
Family
Services,
Services. Yes.
DCFS.
Yes.
DCFS.
And so I just want to give a plug for anybody who is in a situation where you witness something that could be abusive, to just say something, just make the report and do it, because what these family services individuals need is a pattern.
Yeah.
And they need documentation,
Yep.
and they need multiple reports in order for something to happen. I think this case is a prime example of that, where viewers of 8 passengers were calling in
Yes.
and reporting. And that was the beanbag incident. They were calling in and reporting it and saying, we should look into this. And I guess people did come and visit the home. Ruby put on her little show, and they were like, nothing to see here. Right. So it is so easy for abusive parents to get away with abuse for those reasons. So if you see something, please say something, please report it. Even if you think, oh, it could be nothing. Well, guess what? If it is nothing, they'll find out it's nothing. But if it's not nothing,
and it goes on the record as
Exactly.
the first report.
it
right.
goes on the record. And if
Mhm.
you don't report it, it's never going to get seen. The problems aren't going to go away.
That was probably one of the most heroic things Shari did, because
Yeah.
obviously Ruby and Jodi cared about their image, global celebrities, big business built on their reputations. From the very beginning, we talked about it. It was all about appearance. It was all about projecting perfection. So what could be more horrific or scary? What could be more horrific for Ruby or more scary for Shari to turn her mom in to Utah Department of Child and Family Services
True.
multiple times,
Yeah.
knowing that her mom would likely find out, which she did.
Yep.
And then she faced the wrath of her mom saying, how dare you turn you're a traitor. Doesn't Ruby call Shari a traitor at some point in the book for turning the family in? And by the way, how did Ruby ever find out that it was Shari that turned her in at least one of the times?
Maybe
Super
Ruby
disturbing.
just assumed that it was Shari, because of the information that was given. But yeah, that was incredibly courageous of Shari to be willing to do that. But I think we also see, especially towards the end of the book, from the time where she says something's going to happen to my siblings, they're going to die. Her concern for her siblings is just through the roof. And I think she's so anxious about it that she feels like, okay, I can do something to help here. And so she makes those reports. And I didn't realize that on the day that the police went into the Springfield home, that was when Shari was there that day. And she was just beside herself, worried that they were going to find bodies. You know, she was so anxious about, please tell me, are they okay? Are they dead? She was expecting body bags. I mean, it was really terrible.
Yeah, that was, and she did post to social media that day with just the one word caption of finally.
Yeah.
And that's really poignant, I think.
Yeah. And that's how the book starts, where she talks about, this started on social media. It should end on social media too.
Hmm. Well, I've got a couple like final questions. Are there any other moments in the book that y'all wanted to make sure we cover before we do just a couple closing questions?
I think we covered so much of it, but I just want to reiterate, just go buy the book and read it. Please support Shari. There's so much that we couldn't cover. I mean, we could keep talking for another 3 hours or 4 hours, but there's a lot in there that I think is really important for people to hear and know, especially if you've been fans of 8 Passengers or followed this case. I think it's groundbreaking. It's brave. It's vulnerable. It's very well written. And I can't say enough good things about Shari or about this book. So
it's very well written.
Very well written.
Very well written.
Couple of comments from our viewers and listeners. Unexcited says female panelists appreciation fund. So people are loving that we have female panelists. I'll make sure they get that. Zachary's mama writes, curiously, not being brought up. Oh, I think we already read that one. So let me go on. We read that one too. Let's see. Sorry. Thank you to okay, now we're at the parts we haven't read. Sorry, one more second. So thank you to my Mrs. Lonely Hearts and Christina Ward. I promised that all the super chats would get read. So Rebecca Simmons writes, thank you so much for continuing to cover the Franke story. I've been following the story since June, and this means a lot to me. Thank you, Rebecca. Marta Herbert writes, so proud of Shari for breaking away from the generational abuse. The Griffiths family was abusive. I don't know what she knows, but that's Marta's opinion. Thank you for sharing. JC, Nevermo in Utah, grateful to these amazing women and host John for covering this more. Kudos to Shari for speaking out. LDS purity culture and rigid gender ideology is unhealthy and ripe for abuse. Thank you for ATC and advocacy for change. Do y'all know what ATC is? Anyone know?
Not sure.
Okay. Dewey Loves Duckies writes, this show introduced me to Lauren and Megan, who I now follow. I love Mormon Stories podcast, not Mass State Police. John, Maven, Mindy, and all associated. You're amazing, brilliant people. Thank you, Dewey Loves Duckies. Thank you, Danny Claw, for your support. Troublemaker Baker writes, Shari, quote, I'm most happy about everyone hearing about my dad's story. It's disgusting that people assume he was a part of it after his own kids have testified against that. And then people still say it's a lie. F those people. I'm not sure.
That's a quote from the book.
That's a quote from,
That's
I
a
know
quote
that's
from the book.
that's a recent Snapchat from Chad, I believe.
Oh, is that from
Okay.
Chad?
I'm
Let's hear
pretty
it.
sure
So
that's from Chad. where
Troublemaker
he's
Baker is a
defending-
moderator for my channel. So what, and she often will quote things. What is she quoting?
I've got a screenshot of that. I believe it's from Chad, a recent
Oh, look here.
post from Chad. But let
Okay,
me-
because
I do
it
wanna
says
get that right.
Shari.
this one has,
Oh, right. Okay.
I
Yeah.
believe-
Thank you for my moderator. I don't know if that's Maven or
It's
Julia,
Chad.
but it's Chad.
Mhm.
Okay. So let me read it again now in Chad's voice. Chad.
The question
go
was,
ahead.
how do you feel about being able to put out your story? And this is his response.
Okay. So Chad says, I'm most happy about everyone hearing about my dad's story.
Mm.
What?
Kevin.
Okay,
Kevin.
so is
Yeah,
this,
but it's Shari's story.
but is this in
No, but it's a
response
lot.
to them coming out with a an episode where the three of them are going to talk publicly about?
Well, they are going to be on a docuseries that premieres in February, and it's been confirmed that it's 3 episodes of 50 minutes each, where at least Kevin, Chad, and Shari are all participating on this docuseries that's on Hulu/Disney. And so I think that he was answering questions about that docuseries.
Right.
And so maybe he's referring to, I'm glad that this docuseries will give my dad, Kevin, the opportunity to speak. I think he's feeling very defensive of Kevin.
Yeah.
Right. And a lot of people accuse Kevin. And I
Mhm.
think that even Shari's book also shed a little bit more light on where Kevin was. And so I think that, so Chad is saying,
I
Yeah.
think it ends sounding like they're repairing their relationship,
Yeah.
you know, as
Yeah.
a family.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Well, thank you, Troublemaker Baker, for that. One final, Dewey Loves Duckies says, speaking of small n narcissism, coercive control relies a lot on shame. Shame is at the heart of narcissism. And unfortunately, as I have said on Mormon Stories, shame sometimes is at the heart of the LDS Church business model
Mhm.
when it comes to how repentance and sin and porn and masturbation and sexual sin and modesty and repentance and the atonement and worthiness interviews
and
all interoperate.
and distortion.
dun, dun, dun.
But really, that's what she said at the
No.
Eternal Core Conference.
Yeah.
She said, I needed a better word for shame. What was it going to be? Distortion. I'm like, oh yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Let's see. So the big question, and I want y'all to ask any questions or make any insights before we end, but obviously I started with the question, who do we shoot? You know what I mean? Who's to blame? Do we all agree that Jodi's the main villain, according to Shari, that without Jodi, maybe Ruby would have been an overbearing, semi-abusive mom, but it takes Jodi to lead it where kids are almost dying? Or is that giving too much credit to Jodi?
I think you can just give them different titles. I would say Jodi is the ringleader. But again, she gave permission to Ruby, who felt already a certain way about her children and about human beings in general. And she dehumanized her children and helped to punish them, as we see in her journal. So I feel uncomfortable putting all of the blame on one person, but I do feel safe calling Jodi a ringleader and cult leader of sorts.
And a
But that-
sadist.
Yeah. And
I'll call her a
yeah.
sadist.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
but that doesn't remove any
Ruby.
I'm calling Jodi a sadist.
Jodi.
And
But do we agree that
I think
Ruby also?
Yeah, I agree that
Yeah.
Ruby's also, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to put all of the blame on one person. I don't feel comfortable doing that. But in fact, I don't even think putting blame on one person takes away any blame from another. I do feel comfortable calling Jodi the ringleader, the cult leader, a sadist, and where she deserves to be. But Ruby also dehumanized her children and participated in their abuse, according to her journals, and did those things to her children and allowed it to happen, and is also where she needs to be. So I'm comfortable maybe giving them different titles, but not placing blame on one more than the other.
Yeah, I was just wondering, would there be people incarcerated in federal prison without Jodi? Maybe I was asking that, but your point's perfect.
Well,
Not
this
sure.
is the same question gets asked in
your
my
family.
family's case
yeah,
as
for
well.
family.
It's
That's
like,
exactly where I was
it's
going.
so hard to not
Yeah.
draw that comparison.
Yeah, that's exactly where I go.
between Lori and Chad.
Who's to
what do you mean?
blame,
Tell us
Lori
what
and
you mean.
Chad?
Megan.
Yeah.
Tell
well,
us what-
because so many people said, when the case first broke and first came out, everybody was describing Lori as the perfect mom, as the cheerleader, as, somebody who was appearing in society as what everybody thought was such a wonderful, sweet, kind person, until she met Chad, and then snap, everything changed. And I think a lot of people were saying the same things about Ruby, that she was this great mom, she was a vlogger, she was doing well. And then Jodi came and bam, abuse. I think in both cases, there is documented, verifiable evidence. This book proves it, that both Lori and Ruby were doing incredible harm prior to meeting their
Yes.
dyad, prior to
becoming a dyad.
becoming a dyad.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I meant. So yeah, what I have to say is we've got documented proof in this book that Ruby was doing incredible emotional harm and some physical harm to her children before she ever met Jodi. And she had that unempathetic take where she didn't care about how it was affecting her children. She just wanted what she wanted. Same thing with Lori. She just wanted what she wanted, and she was going to do whatever she could to get it. And so do they get to federal crimes? Do they get to actual, killing children? Do they get to the type of abuse where her kids were almost dead without that dyad? I think in both cases, Chad gave Lori permission for her beliefs to grow and to turn toxic, even more toxic than they were. Jodi gave Ruby permission for her parenting style to be seen as correct, as healthy. And so I think it escalated everything, but I don't think that it necessarily means we wouldn't have gotten here without that dyad.
I agree. I think you nailed it. And if you got my personal opinion, since I'm here and I've got the mic, I'll say it. I think that when it comes to who the ringleaders are in both cases, because I really do see these as very copycat crimes, it's actually frightening to me, the parallels.
Chad and Lori versus Ruby
Jodi and Ruby.
Okay.
Jodi, Ruby, Chad, and Lori.
Oh.
I think that if you want to know who I think the ringleaders are in both, I think that it's Jodi and I think that it's Chad Daybell. But I think all four of them are where they need to be. And I think that the diabolical things that they did together wouldn't have happened had they not met. So it took them both.
That's well said.
What
was the quote really quickly? Ruby and Jodi weren't just similar, they were symbiotic. I thought that was interesting. That's in chapter 17.
Meaning they reinforced each other, helped each other out, made each other more strong and effective.
Yep.
Yeah. Affirmed each other's toxicity.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I was going to ask, as far as, so sorry, I'm just fumbling on my thoughts here a little bit, but I guess Kevin, I liked your point, Lauren, that everyone's got their own blame and someone's increase or decrease in share of the blame doesn't impact someone else's increase or decrease. They're sharing the blame. Does Kevin come out as more or less blameless in, now that you've read Shari's book?
For me, I kind of had heard his interview already and understanding Jodi's sort of MO and her program. For me, the book didn't change my opinion. I think that Kevin is guilty in that he looked the other way and put his head in the sand, and it's disappointing that he couldn't see straight when Ruby and Jodi were across the hall sharing a room together. No, but it's disappointing. I don't necessarily know or have ever felt that he knew that this abuse was going on. I think if he's guilty of anything, it's putting his head in the sand, and it's disappointing, and I'm disappointed and not doing more. But I also see that I do believe that he was taken by a cult.
So along those lines, as Shari is describing all in detail, all the cult-like characteristics of Jodi and connections, or even of her mom, right? For those of us who have studied high demand religions, and for those of us who view Mormonism as a high demand religion, I'm curious to know if y'all were having the same experience I was, because as she's describing Jodi as almost like a cult-like leader, describing Jodi's techniques, describing the coercion, describing the manipulation, the shame, the punishment. In my mind, I'm thinking, Shari, can't you see that in the church? Can't you see that in Joseph Smith? Like at the very beginning, Shari's talking about remembering back to Nauvoo. And she talks about was it the widow,
her ancestor,
burn it down,
right? Like she's got Mormon history on the brain. She's seeing a cult leader in action, and then she's seeing priesthood leaders fail her all around her. She's questioning inspiration. And in my mind, I'm thinking, where are you going to draw the parallels to either Joseph Smith and how he formed the church, or when are you going to find or express the parallels between Jodi and connections and the modern church. And I know that we all may not agree here on the panel. We may not all see the church in the same light, but were any of you hoping to see Shari draw some of those connections?
I think I was personally curious about what her current views are, which she touched on some, and she seems to still be a believer at this time. So I was certainly curious from what she shared. For me, and this is just Lauren, and then you guys can share your thoughts. I think that to Shari, the LDS Church is her heritage, again, bringing up her ancestors and things she learned from them. I think it's her community. I think it's her village. It's her schooling, right? Where she went to school. It's, and I'm not just talking, I'm talking high school and BYU, because she went to a private school. I think that the church is sort of everything that's comforting in her world, and it is her world. And so I think I understand where it's not, the parallels might stop. The connections wasn't always a part of her life. Connections is something that was added to her life, and her family, her community, her village, her schooling, her heritage is LDS. So it's, I guess to summarize all that, it's a lot more complex.
Megan?
Yeah. Speaking as someone who exited several abusive and coercive situations before ever taking a look at the church was the last thing to leave in for me. I was, my family system, my marriage, my career. There were so many things that I deconstructed. And I think the reason it took me so long to get to the church was because during those horrible times in my life, it was my lifeline. It was a constant. It was something that I knew. And even though I didn't feel fully acceptable in Mormonism, I felt like a second and a third class citizen a lot of the time. My belief in God and Jesus Christ, and I think what carried me through that was the idea that I learned in Mormonism that God knows my name, he knows my circumstances, and that all of this suffering is going to be for my good at some point. And so I didn't want to look at my Mormon faith. I purposely did not look into polygamy as a problem or racism as a problem, because I didn't want to know the truth at that point. I wanted to be in the safe place where I had my faith. I had this belief. It was working for the rest of my family. And I just had to be silent for a while. And I think it's the reason why so many Mormons say my shelf broke. It's not that I put something on my shelf and then I took it off later and examined it. I waited until there was so much stuff on the shelf that it literally came crashing to the ground. And that's the only thing that made me take a look at it. And it was no different for me.
Mindy?
I think that what you've both stated is beautiful and poignant. And my thoughts are, this girl is so brave. I think we need to remember she's still 21. She's been through a lot. She's 21 years old. And she wrote this amazing book and bravely told her story. I'm going to take the wins. A big win for me reading this book as an observer, not knowing her personally, is that it seems like she has learned to take back some of her own power. And she even references where she's learning to not trust
Why don't you
men.
read it? Why don't you read it?
Oh, did you find it?
Yeah, it's just right here.
I was trying to find it.
No, go ahead and read it.
Okay.
Yeah, Margie marked it.
Thank you, Margie.
Thank you, Margie.
Okay. And so this is
Sorry,
after she's, okay, so she's talking about Derek. He said,
This is the afterword.
this is the afterword.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this was profound. Thank
This
you.
is so
Yeah.
good.
Thank
He
you.
said Derek was being brought before a formal disciplinary council, his calling stripped away, a small victory, but not enough. Derek had never lost his temple recommend like I had, and the experience had taught me a vital lesson that just because a church leader says something doesn't mean they're right, doesn't mean it's necessarily coming from God. With everything I'd gone through, I'd realized that what a human being says holds less value to me than my personal conversations with God. Those now are my North Star. So I feel like that's a huge personal revelation for her to have that. And
That sounds like the wheels are turning.
Yeah.
I mean, they could be. It's not that I would,
There's
you
no
know, wish
outcome.
that on her. She's
Yeah.
recently announced that she got engaged, and I just wish her the best in whatever the journey, you know,
Yeah.
leads her. And if that is her staying in the church and finding a way,
I
you
honor that.
know, yeah,
Yeah.
I just think she's been through so much, and if that, you know, we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
Well said. I honor her. She has taken back her voice. She is, I honor her journey wherever it goes. And I don't even want to speculate or think that maybe
Yeah.
we want something like she is taking back her power. I agree with that. That was well said. And
Thank you.
wherever that leads her, I just honor and respect her.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We got a comment that I do want to read. I read the quote from Marta Herbert where she basically alleged abuse in the Griffiths family, and she responded and said, "I'm a Griffiths. Ruby
There you go.
is my niece."
Hmm.
So
There
you
you go.
know,
What does she say? She
well,
She
remember
said
originally
earlier-
she
she
said
had
earlier.
earlier.
Okay.
the Griffiths are an abusive family, and I'm like, well, that's her. I don't know what she
Opinion.
knows.
And
That's
she
her
goes-
opinion, and then she says, "I'm a Griffiths."
This was one mental note I had earlier that I wanted to circle back to was I do think people that have followed 8 Passengers, and not just the Ruby and Kevy Franke family, but the other, I can't remember all their names
Sister
because I haven't,
Bonnie,
there's Bonnie,
Julie,
and then
and
there's
Ellie.
Julie, and
Ellie.
then there's Ellie, and then Bo, the brother. And I believe the grandparents, the Griffiths grandparents, also have a YouTube presence of like a couple 100,000 followers. Like, this is a family thing that they've done.
Right.
And it sounds like those that have followed these families for several years, I think we're hoping for more Griffiths content or scoop or, you know, updates in the book. And I didn't find that there was a ton of that. There was a mention of Ruby trying to recruit her siblings into the whole connections thing, and they were turned off by that. And then in very cult fashion, she blocks them or separates herself from them.
Yeah.
But so for those that, I guess that's a bit of a spoiler if you're hoping for more Griffiths things. I know that some of her, some of Ruby's, we mentioned earlier, I believe that a few of her siblings, I think, have released, at least Bonnie today, released a video talking about her reaction to Shari's book. And it was, that part of her video was very supportive of Shari and Kevin and the Franke kids. So
Yes,
That's true.
and
Mhm.
sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I just want to say in watching that video this morning that yes, she was very supportive of Shari in the book, but
and then
she gives a lot of pushback on Shari for talking about generational trauma in the
Mm.
Griffiths family.
oh, interesting.
And Bonnie says there is no generational trauma. I just think Ruby was built different. And
She's
I will
wired
just say,
different. Mhm.
I will just say from experience, when you're still in the family system, it's really hard to see how dysfunctional it is. And it sounds to me like Bonnie is still in the system.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. The book, Shari speaks warmly of her aunts in the book,
Mhm.
and her aunts are spoken of warmly in the book. I'll give my personal opinion. I have been disappointed that they haven't spoken out more and condemned this behavior more on their channels. And I've been disappointed by that myself, and have felt frustrated watching how they have handled this and not stood up more for the victims.
I
And
agree.
So
What did you think of Shari's criticism of 2020 as someone who's a journalist? I thought it was kind of, I don't know. I guess I don't want to call it harsh because she had the experience, not me.
Well, I thought it was interesting. Okay, so being a true crime channel, to a journalist and a true crime channel, I found it interesting first off that Shari discusses how she watched a lot of true crime at this time. And I have to say, when I was going through one of the hardest times in my life, I just turned on Keith Morrison every night. Like, that's all I did. And now, of course, I have a true crime channel. But there is something to that, I think, when we're going through trauma, by the way, that like we're looking for answers or we're just needing to understand something. And as we always say on Hidden True Crime, a better understanding of crime is a better understanding of ourselves. So I think that's interesting. So I also want to put that into perspective. She did not like the 2020. I want to go back and watch it now. I recall liking it, but of course, it's not my family that it's about. And I think that's
Exactly.
going to give you such a different perspective, is a lot of these things are just kind of cut and dry. They're getting rid of the emotion, and they're not living that true part of crime. And so I imagine that it would be very, very difficult to watch any crime program cover your family. That would be so difficult. And I guess one of us understands what that's like here. I was about to say none of us can understand that. I'm like,
actually, and that's why I have such a great appreciation for you and for Dr. John, because of all of the people that I've talked to about this case and all of the other things that I've seen that were reported about my family, you and Dr. John are so kind and respectful of the families. And you are interested not in the shock value, the sensationalism, the clickbait. You're interested in understanding the stories. And I think that is the most important perspective, because it's so easy to take a horrific, grisly crime and just exploit it. I've never felt like you and Dr. John have done that, not with my family
Thank
or not
you.
with any of the other cases I've watched you cover.
Thank you. That means a lot. Thank you. But yeah, I think that, maybe one ability we have is we have the opportunity, like Mormon Stories, to interview people, to really listen and see what they're thinking. And of course, 2020 is a program where they've got to get to the meat and tell the story beginning to end. And, but I am curious to go watch it again. I actually am intrigued by her saying that. And
She's
I think
basically
it's
mad that they were recording her and her family's reaction to the revealing of the photographs of the abuse of the children. Is that right?
Was that it? Was
Yeah.
that what she said?
She had been purposely avoiding seeing photos of the children, and then all of a sudden they were
They
there
like
on
set
the
up. They
program.
set up a filming
Ugh,
of showing kind of those grisly photos to the family.
that would, okay. Wow. Yeah, that would be difficult. And so I understand. And it's, I can't imagine, what it was like, but I hope, again, I always admire victims that do come forward with their own voices and their own stories, because again, programs are covering this and they're going to continue covering this. And to say
There are several documentaries.
Yes, several. You've been contacted several times.
I think we're both in one.
Yeah, we've both been contacted several times. And for the victims to be able to say, this is my story, this is my book, is always a very good thing that I know, we all support. So
yeah. Let me just read. I promised I'd read all the super chats. So thank you for Danny Chow for the support. Not born again. Bomb right says, buy the book, people. We totally agree. Buy the book. Thanks, Rhonda Gaines, for the support. Danny Claw says, I found Mormon Stories podcast from the Jesse Hildebrandt interview. Been following closely since. You helped me deconstruct from evangelicalism, and I appreciate all you do. Shout out to all our Never Mormon viewers and listeners out there. We love that you tune in to Mormon Stories podcast. JC writes, LOL John D, ATC equals activism towards the church. Oh, that's a reference to Ahmed Corbett in his talk, ATC. Get it. I get the joke. Can't believe it. Never Mo has to clarify insider speak. That's awesome. I love it. Thank you, JC. I want to buy you dinner. Anyway, he says, keep up the great work. I love that. It's my favorite, one of my favorite quotes of the day. Mick Spunky says, hey to two of my favorite ladies, Lauren and Megan.
what's up, Mick Spunky?
Love to see you in the house.
Mick Spunky.
I keep trying to get Mick Spunky to come on my channel to do an interview, and he's this close.
Mhm.
So everyone encourage him.
And then I think this is the last super chat we have. Dehende07 says, I think the church is just as much to blame because they're so caught up in the urgent second coming of Christ that they send people into these psychopathic delusions over good and evil. And I do think that that doctrine, that Latter-day Saint part of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, probably has some damage that
An
it's
unhealthy
caused.
focus on
The end
tumultuous
times.
end times.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Those
and,
latter days.
and that's not just Mormonism, that's
No.
evangelical
Mm,
Christianity.
But Latter-day Saints.
It's in the
Yeah.
name.
Yeah.
It's in the name. The last thing I'll just say is I loved, and I know, Megan, you feel passionately about this. I loved Shari's treatment of the topic of narcissism And I had actually blocked out a few paragraphs to read. Maybe you got that,
I
Megan?
have them too. Yeah, that was the main thing that I was like, okay, this is important.
Is there anything you want to read or share about that? Because it is crucial. And I
Yeah.
know that's a topic that's near and dear to your heart.
Yeah. Yeah, I will. I don't know if anybody else has, I don't want to take anybody else's
No,
thunder
go
on
for it.
that.
Go ahead.
We
for
all
it.
are going to have closing thoughts. So this
Yeah.
can be yours if you
Okay,
want.
cool.
Yeah.
Great. So yeah, at the very end of the book, Shari says, always trying to solve the Ruby puzzle, searching for that magic key that would have made her happy and kind. The truth is, there probably isn't a magic key. Narcissism isn't a choice. It's a deep-rooted defense mechanism. And I'm going to push back a little bit because it is a defense mechanism that people develop as a response to trying to avoid shame and trying to avoid difficult feelings. I think we all have a choice to either deal with the difficult feelings or develop a defense mechanism. So it's probably it's more complicated than black and white, obviously. But she says, and when it can be treated, it requires extensive and dedicated effort on the part of the narcissists themselves, which is rare because most narcissists don't have the ability to be self-reflective or introspective. So most of them don't ever go to therapy because they don't think that there's anything wrong with what they're doing. So where does that leave us? How do we deal with the Rubies of the world? How do we balance empathy for the wounded person behind the narcissistic mask while protecting ourselves and others from the damage they can cause? I don't have all the answers, but I do know that awareness is a start. Understanding that narcissism is a complex disorder, not just a label for selfish people, is crucial. And recognizing fawning as a trauma response, not just people pleasing, is equally important. She has a whole chapter on fawning, and the understanding of that, I think, is really important. And while all that is happening, protecting the children, regulating or outright banning family vlogging for the questionable exploitative practice that it is would be a great start. For me, understanding the patterns has been both heartbreaking and liberating. Seeing the pattern means you can break it. It's not easy, and some days it feels like I'm fighting against my own instincts. That urge to fawn, to sacrifice my well-being on the altar of others' comfort, still lurks in the shadows of my psyche. But every time I speak up instead of staying silent, every time I honor my own needs instead of burying them. Sorry, guys, this is me too. Every time I allow someone else to sit with their discomfort instead of rushing to smooth things over, I'm severing another link in that chain of generational trauma, that toxic relay race, passing the baton of pain from one generation to the next. It must end here. It's not just about healing myself anymore. It's about creating a new legacy, a new pattern for the generations that come after me and my family.
Thank you.
I didn't realize how impactful this book was going to be. So it's not the first time that I have seen myself in someone else's story, but it was powerful. And that's why I think this book is going to make such a difference for so many people.
Thank you, Megan.
Yeah. And thank you, Shari.
Thank you, Shari.
Who wants to follow that? That was beautiful. Megan, that was beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, Lauren and Mindy, I do want to give y'all a chance to give any final thoughts you had, unless you don't want to, and that's your choice. Did y'all have any final, other than like, thank you, Shari?
I feel like that's probably the best place to end. I feel content now.
Mhm.
I feel content, and I'm interested now in where this is going to go next. I'm interested in watching their documentary. I'm interested in watching Shari's journey, although she's saying, peace out, I'm going to do this on my own. She wants her privacy now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's going to, I agree with Megan, help a lot of people.
Buy the book. Support Shari.
Show it.
Buy the book. Support Shari. I didn't realize until just the beginning chapter of the book that she was born in March of 2003. And that's the same month that my third child was born. And so throughout the book,
Oh.
I just like kind of pictured my child going through the same steps. And I think I took a motherly approach to that, perhaps because of that. But just so proud of you, Shari, if you see this. You wrote a beautiful book. You've been through a lot. And I just wish the best for Shari and for her family moving forward.
Shari does at the end share empathy for her mother. She talks about how she's dealing with the prison system, how it's been difficult for her mother, how she's also heard that maybe her mother is working on a degree, which Shari hopes is true because she pictures her mother. She wants her mother to be able to get out and find a career and be happy in maybe a little house somewhere and conclude her life outside the prison system. I thought that was an interesting bit too. Maybe something we didn't know about how Ruby is now doing. We often don't hear about after the sentencing. And so I thought that was an interesting part of the book too. She wishes her well. Although it doesn't seem like she's going to play much a part of her mother's life now, she wishes her mother well.
Someone's asking where to buy the book. You can definitely buy it on Amazon. I bought the audio version and listened to it, and bought a hard copy version too. So definitely Amazon. Any local bookstore, I'm sure, is going to have it.
Shari reads the audio and does an excellent job.
Yeah. And I was going to make fun of the fact that this episode is half of the time of the full audiobook. Like we
covered half of the book, ladies and
we're
gents.
over 4 hours.
No, I think that just shows that we talk a lot.
Yeah.
We have a lot of
There's
opinions.
so much more good stuff in this
I think
book.
it's because the book is so good.
So
No, I know the book is so
Yeah.
good. The book is so good. Yeah. I bought both the Kindle and the audio because I was reading it and then I wanted to listen to it so I bought both. So yeah, they're all excellent. Yeah.
Well, beautiful. Well, I'll just say, Super Sleuth Mindy, thank you so much for coming on.
You're welcome. It's been a pleasure to be here.
I love having you on, Mindy, your dear friend, and I welcome you back anytime.
Thank you, John.
And Megan from Midlife Revolution and Third Verse YouTube channel. Thank you so much for coming on Mormon Stories.
I love being here with you guys. And also, I'm just going to put a plug in for Mormon Stories. The LDS discussion series was instrumental in my faith deconstruction. And I think it's one of the main reasons why I was able to deconstruct so quickly and in such a healthy way. So I became a monthly donor to Mormon Stories based just on that series because I think it is well worth the price of tuition for a college course. It was that in depth and amazing.
And you were digging the Matt Harris Second Class Saints series.
Yes, I haven't finished it yet, mainly because things like this keep popping up. But I love that series as well, and I hope anybody who really cares about racism in the church digs into it. And even if you don't care about that much about that topic, there's so much insight and wisdom, and Matt Harris's book is just incredible.
Well, thank you for that. But please subscribe to Megan's YouTube channel. Give her a follow, support her. She's growing her channel and she's doing great work. So Midlife Revolution.
Yes, that's the podcast. At @3rd_verse is the channel, but you can also, most people find it just by looking up Megan Connor.
Okay. That's Megan, Megan, right?
Yep.
All right. And then last but not least, Hidden True Crime, Lauren Johnson Matthias with Dr. John. Thank you so much for coming.
Absolutely. Thanks for suggesting this and doing this.
People love our collabs.
Yeah. Getting the band back together.
Can we do it again? Can this not be the last
I think that's the
time?
question. Are we a one-hit wonder, or do we have
This is
we have
our
more in
second
us?
hit, Lauren. This
No
is our
way, we're the
second hit.
Beatles. we're like breaking all the records.
And the episodes are longer than an album. So
We can't seem to create a short episode, friends.
I don't want it. I don't want our time to go by fast with you guys. Anyway, please subscribe also to Hidden True Crime Podcast. Let's make it a 1 million subscriber YouTube channel. How do they support you, Lauren?
Supporting us, subscribing is huge on our YouTube as well as our podcast. Our YouTube is Hidden True Crime. Our podcast is Hidden True Crime. But also we do have a Patreon, patreon.com/Hidden True Crime. And we actually do behind the scenes exclusive bonus episodes on our Patreon every week. So weekly episodes you don't hear anywhere else but Patreon. And it's a wonderful way to support us. And we do give back to those that support us with those behind the scene episodes. So that would be great. Yeah.
All right. We'll support Hidden True Crime. Thanks for coming, Lauren.
Thank you.
Really quickly, I want to make sure to mention this. I was supposed to mention in the beginning. There's a new drama series on Netflix called American Primordial. Have you guys heard about this?
no.
It's so Barbara Jones Brown reached out to me about it. It's basically a dramatic depiction of the Mountain Meadows Massacre and of other Utah related, Mormon related, and Native American massacres.
Wow.
It's on Netflix. It just dropped like yesterday.
Oh,
It's a 6-part series.
You're saying the wrong title, John.
American
It's American
Primordial?
Primeval. I'm pretty sure it's American Primeval. Is it not?
Okay. I have American Primordial. If it's American Primeval, y'all in the comments, please let me know. Just go to Netflix. It was released in the past couple days. American Primeval. You're right. American Primeval. Thank you, Mindy,
You're welcome.
for the win. Super
Gotta get one
Sleuthter.
more in there.
Super Sleuthter wins again. American Primeval. Watch it. I'm having Barbara and a special guest, Barbara Jones Brown, who's the co-author of a book on the Mountain Meadows Massacre. She's also the head of Signature Books. She also helped Turley with the first Mountain Meadows Massacre book. She's phenomenal. We have a special guest coming on, and we're going to be doing an episode on this Tuesday, about American Primeval. And come with questions, because they really want questions. A lot of people are going to want to know how much of it's dramatization and how much of it's actually factually history. We're going to be talking about that on Tuesday. So go binge watch that. That's your homework for the weekend. Go binge watch American Primeval on Netflix and come back. Please do subscribe. Please like this episode. Please subscribe to the Mormon Stories Podcast YouTube channel. Subscribe to us on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram. It all helps. Thank you so much to our bread and butter monthly donors. We call out our super chats here on YouTube, but it's our monthly donors that provide 4/5 of our revenue on Mormon Stories Podcast. It's just those of you who go up to mormonstories.org, click on the donate button, sign up to be monthly donors. You're the ones that pay the bills. We always try and pay our co-panelists, which we will for this panel as well. And we have a whole staff of Julia and Maven and Brooklyn and Gerardo and Margie and all our Nemo and all our other co-hosts. We pay them, and we try to pay them fairly and even generously if we can. And that's all because of your donation. So thanks to everyone who donated today, but also thanks to just our bread and butter donors. And just know we lose donors every month. So if we don't replace them, we have to cut services. So if you want to become a donor, go to mormonstories.org and become a monthly donor. All right. Well, that's, are y'all exhausted? Are you exhausted, Lauren?
let's eat.
You're ready?
Let's see.
You ready for another 4 hours?
I'm ready for a meal. That's what I'm
Okay.
ready for.
Negan, you exhausted?
I'm not exhausted. It's energizing being with
Is
you guys.
it?
It is.
That's
love
how I
it.
feel.
I love it.
All right. 4 more. Let's go. What do you want to talk about next?
Grab another book, one off the shelf. Let's go.
Mindy, are you exhausted?
I feel good.
Yeah?
I mean, it's a lot. It's a heavy topic, and it's a long time to chat and to think about it. But yeah, it's such a pleasure to be here with all of you. And it feels, what is our running time? It feels like the time went fast.
It's 4 hours and 41 minutes.
Whoa.
Nice.
Yes. Wow. Time flies.
Time to eat.
Honey, I
All
need a
right.
Snickers. Let's go.
Okay. Well, thanks for joining us today. Thanks again to Julia and Brooklyn and Maven and Gerardo and everyone who helps behind the scenes. Stay tuned for more good stuff in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Be good to each other. Be kind to each other. Thank you, Shari Franke.
Thank you, Shari.
For writing an amazing, amazing book, and your co-author as well. We gave her a shout out at the
Caroline
beginning.
Ryder.
Caroline Ryder. Thank you, Mindy.
You're welcome.
But thank you, Shari Franke, and go buy this book, The House of My Mother, A Daughter's Quest for Freedom. We wish you all the best, Shari, no matter where your journey takes you. And be good to each other, be kind to each other. We'll see you all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. Take care.